apologize for being gone for so long. But I had to eat something. So I got my food. All's well with the world now. I'm happy. My tummy's happy. I'm happy. Got some eggs. And sausages. Teeny tiny sausages. Then the old tub and bread. Good bread. Then the old tub will have to put up with, with you. Yes, Ravor, please don't just offer yourself up to the guillotine. Thank you very much. Oh, this bitch. I forgot about you. I mean, I shouldn't call her a bitch. She's been doing a good job, I think, according to everyone else. Allegedly. Lord Captain, the vessel has been secured. The mutineers in all compartments have lost the will to fight it all at once. Some have fainted, while others have gone into shock or panic. I believe they sensed that their despicable overlord was dead. Awesome. These things can dominate anyone's mind. Are you sure there are no traitors among your people? Not anymore. Several enforcer squads were compromised, but I shut down the ventilation systems in their compartments and asphyxiated them. Once we're done here, we will enter with flamers, burn the bodies, do a personal sweep. Personnel, I assume. Yeah, personnel sweep. Anyone suspicious goes out of the airlock. Holy shit. I heard about your contingency plan. Your foresight's commendable. It is the duty of the Master at Arms to anticipate any threat to the ship's safety, even when it's unusual, as an uprising by genetic aberrations, supported by the highest ranking officers. I met Captain Klein on the front line. He showed great ingenuity and valor. You can always count on veterans. I will present the old man with an award. Throne knows he has earned it, and then some. Where's the Infernus Master? The traitor tried to finish me off. That entire traitorous bloodline should have been sealed in a tank Visaline, thrown into the void, and blown up a long time ago. The Horson has mounted a defense in Bay 455 F1, but my people have his gang cornered. We'll get him soon enough. Her servo skull rattles to life and projects a hologram onto the deck. A blurred replica of Heinrich Montag stares at you, blood oozing from a wound on his temple. One of his hands is bound with a tourniquet, and he is lighting a low stick with the other. Hey, Bridge, do you copy? I see you've not yet changed the access psalms. Is that supposed to be the passwords? Are you celebrating your victory, Domina Diantush? You're a damned Xenos and a vile traitor, Montag. I'm also a liar and a manipulator. All of this is true, but it no longer matters. I wanted you to see my face before I die. Commit it to memory. One day you'll realize what sacrilege you've committed, and in that moment, you'll remember me. Does this primitive piece of technology give you a good view of your precious monster's corpse? Marjai smiles with satisfaction upon seeing the pain in Heinrich's face. Huh? Did you feel the abomination die? We all felt every single moment of the blessed angel's agony. And then he died, and our dream died with him. You snuffed it out and stomped on it like a low-stick butt. Now, his song will not return to our dreams. The many-armed emperor will not see us. How did that monster, your leader, come to be on my ship? He's been here a long time, longer than you or anyone else. His blessed feet crossed these decks centuries ago, when Theodora's predecessor still called himself Lord Captain. He came from the stars where the many-armed emperor dwells to bear his word, but then he faced a great massacre at the hands of the wicked. And yet, the venerable sire kept his message safe, and took refuge on this vessel, away from the persecution of heretics, when that false Lord Captain led our ancestors on board. The sire heard their pain, and answered their pleas, blessing them with genetic purity. He protected us after that, joining our thoughts together into a single song. He was the true Lord Captain of this ship. Now that it's over, will you tell me what the Gene Stealer's Cult plan was? You don't know when to stop, do you? Fine, I'll tell you. We were close to our goal. A few more years, a few more pure converts to the true faith. But the spinners pulled that stunt with a bath and you seized on their tip-off right away. When it came to the telepathic ritual, it became clear that you weren't going to leave us alone, and that we'd have to start the harvest season early. Our old Magus appeared to you during the rite and led you on a false trail. He lulled you into a false sense of security by throwing a small portion of our forces to the wolves, sacrificing himself to buy time to prepare for the harvest. We orchestrated the elevator incident, but you survived, and then I almost intercepted you there on the freight lane, but the blood-spun web interfered again. You could have been part of us, part of something great, something real, but you ruined everything. Everything. Were you born a human or an aberration? I am pure. My mother and father both traced their lineage back to the ones who received the gift of genetic perfection from the sire himself. Had there been a few more generations between us, I would have resembled the sire more closely. But each of us have their own calling. I look almost like a false believer, which means that I was destined to be a spy among you. Heinrich lifts the welding goggles from his forehead, exposing the rudiments of a purple crest. There is no sense in fighting anymore. You've already lost. Lay down your weapons. And then what? Will you spare us? Maybe. Nice try. No, I know I'm a dead man walking, but there are unarmed people here with me. Our families who have neither the desire nor the ability to fight. Our children, our elderly. People like my sister and niece. Do you want their blood on your hands as well? Will you take revenge on them too? Or is my life enough? Do not even think about showing mercy to a single offshoot of this menace, Domina. If I let you go, you'll just start scheming, killing, and infecting people again. No, we will merely fade away. The sire is dead and his pure-blood offspring has been butchered. They alone, our pristine kin, could bestow the kiss that allowed his song to be heard. The orphans and widows are of no threat to anyone. Drop them off in any remote wilderness. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Aldari is one thing. Hell, even the Drukhari we can argue that maybe if they're in a good mood, you could maybe trade goods with them or something. Not diplomatic relations, but you know, practical ones. But Tyranid offspring? Excuse me, hell no. No, just no, absolutely not. I don't give a shit if they can make more of them or not. Oh, fuck. You're all gonna die. Purged. In holy fire. There's Xenos and then there's Xenos. In that case, we will die together as a family. Jocasta's mongrels have begun their attack. It's time to say goodbye, Domino. It's a pity I couldn't share the blessing of purity with you and make you part of our family. A pity, too, that we couldn't kill you either. But we all must play the cards we're dealt, and now we take our leave the way the true masters of fire should. The finger of truth has 3 sorrowful phalanges. One is shattered, but... I already took out the other 2. Sorry, buddy. Thermal charges. The Void Rat blew up the compartment along with himself and the entire assault team. Wish I could have finished him off with my own hands. I wish you could too, Lord Captain. Jocasta, stop flirting with me. That was the last pocket of resistance. The mutiny has been suppressed, Lord Captain. The enforcers are now carrying out a sweep of the compartments, and the officers are forming new repair crews to replace the Inferni. The ship's critical systems have been stabilized, and your throne has been liberated. Thousands of Dynasty subjects are waiting for your orders, so all that remains is for you to take the Captain's throne and affirm your dominion. All hail House von Valencius. Marajai, I hear one fucking beep about the fucking throne again. I will stab you. And you'll probably enjoy it. Fuck. Fuck.
Keep your wits about you. I always have a backup plan.
Whatever she said. Oh, Jesus. Please, never make me do that again. Oh my god. We got the 3 sorrowful phalanges. No more phalanges, please. Thank you. I'm good. I'm happy. It's over. No more. Thank you. Hey, Rob, are you okay? Nothing new here.
Greetings.
Greetings, honey. Okay.
Rogue trader. You hear that?
I'm Monazai.
Rogue trader.
Hi.
Then
Bye. Hi, Victus. Thank you for not abandoning me. It was pretty hard. It was all awful.
Lord Captain.
Lord Captain. Hi, Enritz.
What can I do for you?
So much, and yet so little. Never enough, trust me. Hey. Oh, that's cute. Where suffers a critical hit? Yeah, that seems pointless. These two, I don't think I'm gonna make it. It sucks. Hi, Cabela.
Take heed, Nemo.
Bye, Cabela. Bye, Elliot.
Elantak.
Bye, Elliot. I guess Nothing changed, huh? All's well when it ends in a bloodbath. With a bunch of genetic aberrations all over the floor. Okay. Anything else? Yep, of course. Lord Captain, I've made an important discovery. When you destroyed the creature the mutants called a sire, I felt it was my duty to investigate how the abomination had found its way onto our ship. Digging through old inventories and archives of trade transactions, I launched onto a single name, Finger of Sorrow. More than 2 centuries ago, the drifting hulk of this vessel was discovered by Lady Theodora's predecessor. It was a lost merchant ship with a hold full of cargo. Oh boy. I was reminded of the 3 sorrowful phalanges mentioned by the twisted creatures. I dare theorize that this image harkens back to the name of the ship woven into the heretics' beliefs. A third of the goods taken from the Fingers of Sorrow were sold to the Drusian mission on footfall for the needs of a colonization ark, the Wayfarer bound for the world of Jessavon. Yeah, I've been there. Yep. A third was taken to Hive Scipion 84-249 on Dargonus, where a mutiny broke out later, and the final third was left on the flagship. Surely you can see where I'm going with this. Centuries later, a cult of mutants emerged in every single location the shipments were delivered to. Where did this Finger of Sorrow come from? It arrived in the Expanse from somewhere in the Calixtus sector. More precise information may be contained in the dead vessel's log, but I do not have it in my possession. What do you think these 3 sorrowful phalanges represent? I assume they symbolize the 3 branches of the cult, the Nourishers, the Ravenous Stars, and the unnamed cult from Scipion. At least I pray the Emperor that there are only 3. You telling me that the Von Valencia's dynasty has been transporting genetic aberrations across the Expanse? Purely out of ignorance, the creatures probably lurked in the cargo and no one discovered them. Or perhaps... We know these things can take over minds. They could have dominated anyone who stumbled upon their nest. I wish to locate the wreck and investigate it. The coordinates have been entered into your logbook, your ladyship. How does that mean I go back into my void ship? What the fuck happened? Why am I being sent to my void ship bridge? Can I get 5 fucking minutes without having someone interrupt me on my fucking void ship bridge? Oh, hi, Kasia. You can interrupt me, it's okay. Domina, how wonderful it is that I found you here. Please forgive me. My powers are sometimes too insistent in their attempts to break free from my control. You've made great strides in learning how to keep them at bay. I commend your perseverance. I came to deliver good tidings. I've spoken with the house's navigators through the Atlas. Of late, I can feel with increasing clarity how our connection is growing stronger. Despite the dissidents in our midst... One second. Dissent, not dissident. I can actually swap back to my earphones, which is way more comfortable for me. 2.4 mode. It says every time I put them on. I came to deliver good tidings. Despite the descent in its midst, House Urselio has been able to keep a precarious equilibrium, thanks in part to your unexpected arrival on Urak 5 and the resolution of the conflict at the Dargonus reception. Not all Urselios concur— I can't do it anymore— with your decision, but none can deny the impact that you, and no one else, have had on the house's present state of affairs. There is more I wish to tell you. It is about the visions that I've come to experience at an increasing rate during warp jumps. The same visions come to me again and again. It's as if I'm going mad. For you see, these visions are about me, the Atlas, Tisiphone, the house's previous novator. I have seen Tisiphone's experiments, the ones that involve the navigators from the Sathala branch, which she was rumored to have destroyed for disobedience. But the visions told me altogether a different story, one where the Sathalas helped Tisiphone create the Atlas, and they vanished immediately after the experiments were done with. Perhaps I can... No. I know I can find the way to the Palace of the Atlas if I recreate Tisiphone's journey from my visions. A real palace, not the psychophysical illusion to which the Urselio navigators can reach out. I've always had a feeling that it truly existed in our world. Now, however, I know it with absolute certainty. I've been informed the House Orcelia will soon convene its Grand Council. Would it not be better to wait for it to finish first? I cannot shake a certain foreboding about the upcoming meeting in the incorporeal palace of the Atlas. Troubling mirages have plagued my mind for many nights now. Voices calling and cursing my name. And the more I use the Atlas, the clearer the visions become, the louder the voices grow, and the further my powers wane. I am certain that all of the house is experiencing the same, for all of us are connected. I can sense my family's fear. House Orcelia was doomed to perish in darkness should I fail to discover the reason why the Atlas is weakening. And that reason, I believe it is hidden somewhere in the visions of Tisiphone. What makes you sure you'll find your way to this physical manifestation of the Atlas? I saw Tisiphone experience an epiphany in a dream. Just like my visions came to me on our travels through the warp, she beheld a planet hidden behind roiling warp storms. The world promised her great power, so Tisiphone gathered the Sthathalos, her most devout followers, to go on a suicidal journey through the Tempest. I know not the details of what happened on that planet, but it was there that the Sthathalos sacrificed themselves for an experiment of some kind, and it was there that House Orcelia obtained its Starway Atlas. For the first time ever, I have an opportunity to find answers to my questions my mentors so deftly avoided. Why did Tisiphone choose me? What is the Atlas? Is it true that House Orcelia's past is drenched in blood? Please, Domina, do not snap this tautly drawn string of destiny. My destiny. Journey with me in Tisiphone's wake to the distant stars. I'll help you, lady. Cassia. Cassia breathes a sigh of relief, but the look in her ruby eyes quickly darkens again. The house is still watching me, both the renegades and the loyalists. I doubt that any of them will agree even to a brief armistice for the sake of learning the truth about the Atlas's origins, and I do not wish to see House Orcelia lose even one more life to another fratricidal skirmish. No, I shall go after the answers about our past on my own. One second. Oh, right. I closed everything earlier. So this is Cassia's, bullshit. Cassia. Sorry. Trying to find Cassia's. Okay, you know what? I can't find any information on this particular choice, so I'm just gonna go with my instincts. My instincts say we should fucking go alone. Thank you for your understanding, Rogue Trader. And now, permit me to take my leave. I must start preparing for the journey. From what I've been able to glean, we must first travel to the Urcelio prophecy system. Odd that. Could it be that the historical records are lying? And Kaleen Urcelio is not whom the star system is named after? Either way, that was the system from which Tisiphone embarked on her journey, and we're going to follow in her long-forgotten footsteps. Sure. Anything new? No. Oh, there is something here. Xenoclaw brought aboard the white ship from the mysterious culture. This is cash! Hey! I think this one's from the orcs, right? Isn't this like an orc weapon or something? Or part of an orc vehicle or something? Something along those lines. Cool. Oh, there's something up there. Ew. Even in death, the sire continues to watch your every step. The head of the genetic abomination serves as a bitter reminder that a great many of humanity's enemies are hiding within the ranks of its allies.
What can I do for you?
Nothing. Not at the moment. Cassia, do you have anything else to say, or should I just go?
Lord Captain? Too many colors. The hues flicker and intersperse. I have enjoyed your company.
Okay, so it's changed her greeting and her bye thing. Where's my phone? Odd. Okay then. Guess we're going over there. Oh, for fuck's sake! Permission to report, Lord Captain. Mistress Cabela has been apprehended by enforcers of at the scene of a crime. Eyewitnesses saw her assault and kill the esteemed Chirurgeon Majoris. She has confessed to the murder. What the fuck, Cabela? The penalty for murder is senior officer's death, however, she's incarcerated and waiting your judgment. Cabela, what the fuck did you do? Oh god. Wait, what was I here for? Oh, Cabela. Right. Wait, where's Cabela? Fuck. Oh. I guess I have to talk to her. Hey, where did you put Cabela? I know she probably did something stupid, but, you know, that happens. Bring Cabela here. Let justice be done. Cabela, honey, what the fuck? Lord Captain, a murder has been committed on this ship. The victim is one Lotard Forius, Chirurgeon Majoris. The perpetrator was apprehended at the scene of the crime, admitted her guilt, and did not resist arrest. Cabela appears cold and apathetic. Her unblinking eyes stare vacantly, her expression odd. The Forius clan invoked a ship's tradition and summoned a requiescator to testify on behalf of the deceased. The masked man bows, stifly and decorously. How are you feeling, Cabela? I am fine. This is just hollow ceremony. Pointless. Requiesca whatever? Explain. When there's no one to speak for the deceased person in court, the representative is entitled to seek assistance from a member of the rescue. Their duty is to know and remember each and every person on the ship so that they can defend the interests of the deceased and represent them in court. They study the victim's entire life history to gain the most detailed impression of their personality, deeds, and aspirations. The guild was founded by one of your distant ancestors, and to my knowledge, the rescuers only exist on our glorious flagship. Let us see just how well he knows the deceased. Tell me, rescue whatever the fuck, what did Forius like and dislike about his work? He was fascinated by diseases, injuries, and pathogens, complications. The part he disliked was the patients. They would not let him concentrate on that which was killing them. Why are you speaking for the dead dude? Oh, where are we at? And the esteemed Latar never made any courageous friends in his life, having always preferred his work to the company of others. Eyewitnesses accounts of the event, the deceased and the murderer have a brief conversation, following which Mistress Cabela beheaded the Chirurgeon Majoris. The witnesses did not overhear any details of the conversation. Is it true you killed him? Yes, it was me. Why? The heartless man took on a burden that was not his to bear. His duty was to heal, but instead he sent people to the Undying One, people whose time had not yet come. He was cruel, and had no intention of ever stopping. The Undying One never whispered his name. I myself decided to sever his thread. So she felt like killing some servant. Why do they all take such offense? Is every corpse going to cause such a stir from now on? Why, Marajai, is that gonna get in the way of your, occasional feasts? I told you it would end like this, but why should anyone listen to little old Jai? Her colors have changed. The scarlet and the gold are drowning in the rage of muddled crimson. The misty blues of sorrow and the impenetrable greens of doubt. These shades are all in conflict, melding together in a frenetic tapestry. You walked a narrow, dark path across a yawning abyss. It is small wonder that you stumbled. This soul, already mangled by bloody and frightening service, has fractured further still. Can it still be saved? She was never sane to begin with. Judging lunatics is a thankless duty. The more important thing to address is that her cult is guilty of having drilled the notion of chosenness into her head. The whole sect must answer for this incident. What's the victim's representative? Esteemed Letard served this void ship and is dead for many years. He treated the sick, gained new knowledge, he saved many, but he himself was not saved. He caused Mr. Jabel's no grievance, he never offended her, he merely answered her questions regarding his work. Whereupon he was attacked, and so he has the right to demand the reckoning. The death of his murderer would be lawful and proportionate retribution. The heartless man did more than heal people. He maimed them too, tortured them, killed them slowly, and observed. There was another like the heartless man, a Xenos from the Dark City who lorded over flesh and oversaw unholy resurrections. They were both touched by the same corruption, that of hubris. He treated the sick and he gained knowledge. The boots of those who walk the path of wisdom leave bloody footprints. It is a rule that existed long before the esteemed Letard did. Who specifically did Forius torture? Unimportant people, common people, doomed people. This was the esteemed Letard's way of thinking. Does a doomed leper care whether the disease or the knife is causing them pain? He's the formula for a medicine that would cure distinguished officers, not worth the lives of a few dozen commoners. And there you go. His methods are fucking revolting. His methods were efficient. Did I stutter? Only one who was never lain upon a... Yep. We humbly await your verdict. The Furious clan will be awarded a generous indemnity for their loss, to be paid by me. I humbly declare that the esteemed Lotard was indifferent to the fortunes, goods, or otherwise, of his estranged kinspeople whom you have made rich, and that he would not be satisfied with this ruling. Fuck if I care. I cannot be put on trial. None have the right to judge a spinner of death. Only he can judge. You have strayed from the thread. You have doomed the tenets of the blood-spun web to oblivion. Someone trying to put Cabela on trial? They want to die? Yes. What a sorry end for me, not for you. For I am compelled to usher my apprentice's soul to the other side before it is my own time to go. Why have you come here, Vizier? To take one who no longer sees the tenets, to give her to him. She is dangerous, to pacify her forever. Such is my duty, and so it must be. Mentor, why me? Do you truly think the greatest danger to your flock is me? I never gave you permission to harm my servant, Vizier. What's happening to her? She's not herself. The second spinner is in the throes of a spiritual ailment that we call doubt. This most terrible ailment, though harmless to layfolk, is deadly to us. For a doubtful spinner will stray from their destined thread and into bloodthirsty madness. Doubt brings them to the undying one before their time. Our service is demanding. It requires clarity and a sense of purpose that she no longer possesses. Long have I sensed the seeds of anxiety in her, but I hoped her reason would prove stronger and prevail. Alas, now I see the mark of despotence on her. Alas, I know that I am not mistaken. There must be a way to help her. How would one heal the soul of another, Daman? She is fighting a losing battle inside her mind, one she has all but lost. We cannot enter her mind, we cannot reach out a hand to her. Although, you could. A thread binds the Daman and her shadow together. A rare thread, a shared thread. Will that connection be enough for your souls to enter into harmony? I never gave you permission to actually harm my servants, Vizier. Okay. I must attempt to save her at the very least. Then seek a steward of souls, an artisan who will put you both in a psycher's trance, allowing your minds to become one. You have a chapel full of astropaths, Daman. One of them will surely do you that service. See that their guidance is strong, for inside her soul you will encounter monsters. A doubt-ridden mind is a dangerous place. Oh, God. Cabela, why you gotta do me like this, honey? You must first clear your mind. Okay. Okay. And off we go. Come on, Cabela. Listen, Vizier McBlindface. The only reason I put up with your cherry Kool-Aid gang is because I like Cabela. Pretty much. Not an untrue statement. Because otherwise, I probably would have considered them way too dogmatic for my taste and just murdered them all. Or kicked them out, to be precise. Probably wouldn't have murdered them. But Cabela's just so nice. Hey guys,
Rise to the top.
I need
or
help
get
with
left
something.
in the dust.
It's kind of a long story. Zachary? Your ladyship seldom comes here without a reason. How can I be of service to you today? How are your ghosts, Wise? The mistakes of the past no longer haunt me. Not in my dreams or in reality. But I still remember. I remember every single one of them. Can you put me in trance with Cabela? I need to get inside her mind. A synchronized trance is a complex telepathic practice. Things can go awry unless both participants trust each other and have a strong spiritual connection. However, I can sense that you do. I'll be honored to be your guide during the ritual, Lord Captain, but remember, it is easy to get lost in another person's thoughts and the fears of others. House monsters. I am prepared for the risk, put us in a trance. May the God Emperor aid you, Lord Captain. Oh boy. Shackled mind cannot comprehend the wisdom contained therein. Therefore repeat, he is death. Release your breath with each word. Cleanse your thoughts. He is death. Truth lies in death. Free your soul from the body's cage. Become nothing. This vibes of 90s goth relationship. Hey babe, you wanna go to like this guy? He'll synchronize our souls and then you just get some mushrooms. Yep. He is death. Now that your heartbeat is a perfect line and your vision is shrouded in dusk, you have almost reached a state of purity and balance. Heed. No human will see death before their time. That is the delusion of the living. Heed. To which we say, a strong spirit can travel there and make the journey back. Heed the tale of the great Domin, who descended into the kingdom of the dead to retrieve her shadow. He is death. Birth and death are one. We're snatched from a place of warmth and sent blood-covered into an unfamiliar world. Dying is the same. The Domin, too, learned this as she opened her eyes and found herself on the lower decks, lying in a cold coffin. She beheld her ship, drifting through nothingness, an adamantine's giant's corpse, a skeleton moaning from the winds of entropy. A tempest of rust was gnawing at its plasteel bones and twisting its veins like cables, while machine oil oozed down its bulkhead like lymph. Bulkheads like lymph. Had the Domin been alone, she would have lost her way inside the ship's mangled bowels, but a guide reached out a hand to her. The spirit of old Veni Zachary had loyally followed the Domin to the other side. Banish the monster with a fervent prayer to the Emperor. Struck the first blow, aiming for a weak spot. The blades and the spikes fell, clanging and turned to rust. Her bloodlust weakens a blade, and the Domin had proved as much. And a card of his tarot appeared in Domin's hands. It was the God Emperor, and the first doubt was dispelled. He is death. He is death. Veni Zachary led the Domin out of the hot furnace of the crematorium, and they walked past long columns of the dead. Frayed was their attire. Their bones scraped against their augmetics and scratched their decrepit flesh. They were moaning sorrowfully, and the sound made memory fade away. The Domin saw that the dead were carrying an ark, and inside the ark was a thing, a lost child cocooned in silk, shedding crimson tears for the unknown. The unliving carried her as servants would carry their lady, and loudly lament their fate, such as a blade mired in broodings over a lost past, a helpless child paralyzed by regret. lest she sink into the soft rot of their wails and perish. The Daman spoke gently to the lost child. And the lost child's tears were dried, and with a meek sigh she returned to nothingness. For mercy, too, can be the blade that brings peace. And the card of his tarot appeared in the Daman's hands. It was the star, and the second doubt was dispelled. He is death. And the old Veni led the Daman to the upper decks, and the Daman entered into the officers' chambers. A web of veins adorned the wall, entangling the precious trophies and statues were bound in intertwining sinews. And high upon a balcony, the dismembered judge wailed as he attempted to reassemble himself with his pale hands. But his movements merely tightened the tangle of the flesh, turning the chambers into a snare. Such is a blade tangled and trapped in misunderstood teachings, a hapless creature that does not know its place in the world. In order to continue on her journey, the Daman helped the judge by returning each of his studied the tangle of flesh for secret signs that would show her the way. And the Daman read the words and spoke them, and the judge's body began to repeat itself to a new design, as beautiful as it was terrifying, for nothing is impossible when a soul has grasped the hidden wisdom. And a card of his tarot appeared, blah blah blah, it was the rogue trader, and the third doubt was dispelled. He is death. The flagship's bridge was draped in skulls and webs, and pale souls of the dead flocked to the foot of the throne, upon which sat the undying emperor, the protector of mankind. May his praises be innumerable. Starlight shone coldly in the eyes of his skull, and the galaxy rested in his mighty hand. The Daman approached his throne and greeted him with pride and dignity. The undying emperor grinned a bony grin and cast a glance at the Daman. And at that moment, something died forever inside the Daman, for the price of arrogant pride in the face of death is always heavy, but worth its weight. When the undying one spoke, and these words are to be preserved in your heart as the greatest of prayers, for they sprang from a source that was and is the holiest of all things. I know you, Daman, I know your heart, and the softness that dwells within it. Many who were due to pass on to me remained alive as your heart willed, but I am not angered, for they will pass on to me in the end. The undying emperor, may his praise be innumerable, said no more, and it was the Daman's turn to speak. And speak the Daman did, saying that she had come to find her shadow and rescue her. The skeletal fingers stirred, and the Daman's shadow loomed out of the darkness beside his throne. She was bound in black chains and asleep. The undying one was silent. Now was the time to offer payment, as death would give nothing away without payment in return, and the Daman promised the undying one nothing. For everything in the world is nothing, and the undying one himself is Lord of nothing. Those were true words, for everything is indeed nothing, and the undying emperor is Lord of nothing, for all things live only to turn to dust and death. The Daman's wisdom pleased the undying one. Then the undying emperor leant over the Daman and drove a skeletal finger right into her heart, and he pulled at the scarlet thread of her soul, and the thread trembled, stretched to the limit. It was then that a revelation came to the Daman. A life must be paid for a life, and the name was revealed to her. Naki Erebus. That was the life the undying one demanded as payment. And the Daman Oh boy, I remember this. I remember. Does it make any difference? I don't remember. Guess I have to agree the price. An oath of blood was sworn, and the chains fell from the Damon's shadow. Yet she remained silent and motionless, for she saw no sense in leaving the halls of death, to which the Daman told her that she had been waiting for her, had missed her, and had come to claim her and keep her. And the eyes of the Damon's shadow opened, and she replied that she too had been waiting, had missed her, and that the Daman should claim her and keep her. He is death. He is death. The Daman in her shadow left the bridge of the Undying Emperor. May his praise be innumerable, and their path was strewn with his tarot cards. Among them the Daman saw the card of the Executioner, who carries out sentences and brings a violent end to that which did not begin. Among them the Daman saw the card of the Lost Child, who was torn from her roots and her support, who carries within her the still hidden seeds of a promise to recover them someday. Among them the Daman saw the card of the Judge, who weighs and separates guilt from innocent and passes his verdict. As they descended into the lower bays, laid down in a stone coffin and closed their eyes, and the Daman heard the Undying Emperor's voice promising they would meet again, and soon. And thereupon their journey ended, and so it was that the Daman, having seen death before her due time, traveled there and back to bring us these tidings and wisdom. Be free of doubt as you walk along the threads of this blood-spun web, for those threads lead to him. As this all of existence, he is death. He is death. Daman? I spoke to the fucking Emperor! That was not the Emperor, Lord Captain. It was merely Mistress Cabela's vision of him. A figment born out of her imagination. Alas, none among my fellows are powerful enough to bring you the voice of the protector of mankind. That would be cool, though. Look at the choir master. It is over, Lord Captain. We're in the world of flesh again. Are you well, Cabela? Do you remember what happened? How we met death? I remember. Stumbling. I remember my doubt and the truth of the tenets throwing me off my feet. I remember deciding to kill, and not because I'd heard his whisper, but because I deemed it to be right. Death whispered my name, for a spinner without a thread is like a sky without stars. They would drown in their own soul's darkness. Shut up, Zachary. I spoke to the fucking Emperor. I know, right? That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we spoke to the real Emperor. You can't fucking lie to me, Zachary. What the fuck, Zach? Oh, my phone is ringing. Ah! I'm back. My phone is no longer bring at me. Which is nice of it. Anyway. But you have reminded me of who I am, and that my shameful weakness must be extinguished. This Naki Erebus is the payment the Undying One demands. The price of redemption. The price of freedom. Who is this person? Where are they from? I do not know. Help me find them, Daman. Your factotum oversees archives that contain many names. Let him find the one that death has spoken, and I will pay the price that was set. For I know, I feel, with all my essence, the death of Naki Erebus is the key, the answer to my questions.
Is there
Remember,
money to be made?
innocence proves nothing.
Ah, he said the thing. Are we done? If I go back to the map of the Corona's Expanse and I jump once to a different star system, am I going to be interrupted again? Probably. I never remember where the fuck I was going before I got interrupted the last 50 times. Oh, I was going to Quetzaltemera. That's where I was going. Yeah, we're not going there anymore. I must locate someone with this very specific name. Give me a little time. The flagship's archives, blah blah blah. I found him. Grants surviving members of the clan noble estate privileges and the right to settle in the capital world. It is not common for the Voidborn to settle on a planet. Gravity is merciless to the Voidborn, but that does not mean they are incapable of adapting to it. Living on the capital world is a reward worth putting in the effort for. And what about Naki Erebus? The name Naki appears in reports. At least a dozen different women bore it over several centuries, but there is no date on any living person with that name. The head of the Erebus family will likely have more information about the past 2 decades of their clan's history on Dargonis. Then we're off to Dargonis again! I will send the dynasty's representative on the capital world an instruction to summon the Erebus family to the palace. Of course. Cabela, we're going to Dargonis.
Take heed, Nemo.
No, don't take heed, Nemo. Or Nemo. Or whatever the fuck. Don't fucking take heed. Don't bother. Holy shit, they didn't even interrupt me for once. That's impressive. Off we go. The game's sound was bugged. And so we restarted. Let's try that again, shall we? Oh, was this before or after? This was before, wasn't it? Oh, this was after. Thank fucking God.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Could be worse. Could be a lot worse. Let's go talk to Jonas again, and then let's just speed our way to Dargonis. Real quick. Jonas, my dude. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Actually, generous. Do I have anything to sell? Probably not. Forget what I said. Generous, don't worry. Your Lord Captain's too sleepy, too tired. Did not get enough sleep, clearly. There we go. Let's go meet this person I'm supposed to fucking murder. Let's go. So. Need to get in. I could have teleported directly into the palace. I'm an idiot. I forget you can do that. Okay. Here we go. I assume I'm supposed to talk to Clementia. It's usually the case. Announce the reception is starting. I'm ready to receive Erebus family. As you wish. Oh, I have to pick. Oh, God. Okay. That's a little concerning. Okay. Officers Randor and Zioni Erebus both make the sign of the Aquila, reverent expressions on their battle-scarred faces. Beside them are their children, raised to love the God Emperor. They are mild-mannered, but fascinated by their new surroundings. Judging by their uniforms, the two eldest children are already members of the Dargonis Planetary Guard. Your ladyship, it is a great honor for House Erebus to be invited to your palace. As a token of our greatest reverence for the Von Valencius dynasty, allow me to present you with a modest family relic of the Erebus clan. May it serve you faithfully. How is House Erebus faring on Dargonis? We're delighted by the favor shown to us, your ladyship. Life in the capital is much calmer and slower compared to the ship, and I have almost gotten used to the gravity. The prosthetic supporting Randor's spine creaks under his clothes as he attempts an awkward bow. A crowd, the Domin's attention, and this being their first visit to the palace. They're nervous. You must give these people time. Let them get accustomed to these surroundings and to your presence. Let them wander around the hall and taste the food. We will talk to each one individually. An almost imperceptible tension hangs in the air. Are you finding the reception to your liking? It is beyond all our expectations. We could not have dreamt of something like this, to be honest. Even just permission to settle on Dargonis and continue our service on the dynasty's capital world was a most gracious gesture on Lady Theodora's part. We did not expect any further attention. Let us enjoy the evening. Join the guests. We'll talk later. course, your ladyship. We're available to you at any time.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
You're pressing down too hard on your quill, Lumi. Look how thick your lines are, and the ink hasn't dried. Mother will be livid when she sees the stains on my cuff. On my cuff. Okay. Why don't you watch what you're doing instead of lecturing me again? How many times has Master Rockbart said, apply the base colors first, then the darker shades? Cabell's shadow hangs over the younger Erebus's. Her unblinking gaze carefully studies the unfinished drawing, and grows gloomier still. Your ladyship, we're honored to be at the Von Valencia's palace. I am Lorna Erebus. Look at the drawing. The parchment is an unfinished family portrait showing the Erebus parents and their 4 children. 4. The young artist's skill is impressive, but your attention's drawn not to the fine lines and shading, but the sketch of a dark figure added in by a still more masterful hand. Our family was once renowned for their courage, but Dargonis has no need for boarding teams, so our parents enrolled Rono and Lumi in the scriptorium to study religious painting. The dark shape in the portrait, you drew it, did you not, Lorna? Who is it? Mother says the Erebus clan has a secret guardian that protects us from the shadows, and I thought it would be unfair to draw all of us but not them. It's silly, I know. That is proper, that is honorable. Come, Domin, let us frighten them no more. Oh, it's the one less protectorate.
I always have a backup plan.
Your ladyship, allow us to thank you once again for this honor. Though we left the flagship a long time ago, it is a pleasure to be in the presence of a Lord Captain again. We realize that your attention to House Erebus was brought on by some manner of circumstances. Please let us know how we can be of service to you, and we will do what you require. Keen observation. Gives a respectful nod. Tell me about the Erebus family. Sadly, we're but a shadow of what was once a much more numerous clan. Most of our kinspeople fell in combat, but we believe the Erebus' last battle is yet to be fought. We raise cohorts of successors, we teach new recruits, and our own children the ins and outs of void service before they even set foot on board. The new generation are learning to serve in their own way. Our eldest son, Mattis, is on the planetary guard. So is Lorna, our eldest daughter, though she has devoted herself to medicine. And to my great surprise and elation, our younger children, Rono and Lumi, have found their vocation in serving the God Emperor and the Ecclesiarchy. Do you remember Theodora well? I won't lie, your ladyship. We never saw her in person. We did not have the rank. Even her favor was bestowed on us in the form of a document penned and delivered by a scribe. But we remember her orders, and they were reflective of all the courage and fervor of a true rogue trader. I'm looking for a Naki Erebus. The ship's archives mention several of your ancestors, but the one I need is a living person. Our clan has a tradition. We name our children in honor of our past heroes, Mattis and Naki Erebus, the twin founders of our family, a great warrior and a keeper of knowledge. Legend had it that a great future awaited bearers of those names. Every Mattis or Naki Erebus would add to the clan's renown, and they would prove faithful assistants to any Lord Captain they served. But legends are just that, legends. It is not names that give people strength, but the faith inside their hearts. Is there currently anyone named Naki in your household? No one has borne that name for many years now. Your son bears the name Mattis. What can I say? I've always wanted to raise a great person. Then why did you name your daughter Lorna and not Naki? Did you not want her to become great? I didn't. They did name a daughter Naki. We did, but the Emperor took her from us. The Undying Emperor. You're followers of the Bloodspun Web? No, your ladyship. Randor and I have always been stalwart in our faith, and we revere the Spinner's service, but their sacred path was too dark and frightening for us. We may not have understood the deeds of the Bloodspun Web, but we never doubted that the Spinners carried out his will, for they gave their all to their duty. It is a heavy duty, but a true duty always is. Let us go. I have heard and seen all I need to.
Keep your wits about you.
If Cabela had had enough to eat growing up, if she had not put her body through grueling trials, if she had not used intoxicants during the cult's rituals, you might have said the two bore quite the resemblance to each other. Pardon my tactlessness, mistress. I have the strangest feeling that we've met before. You were born on a world and absorbed the hive's scents. I would have remembered someone who smelled like that. I do not know you. Do you think you can serve on the flagship? So your reasons are your unflinching courage and your love of the stars. There is another reason, your ladyship, but I'm afraid you will find it laughable. You see, I've always known my destiny awaits me on a flagship, because ever since I was a child, I've had the same dream over and over. A dark-haired young woman walking barefoot along the decks, and me following in her footsteps. I would run, but could never catch up to her. My father told me he had felt something of the sort when he met my mother. I believe my future awaits me there. Sure, I'll accept you. This is truly an honor from you, Lord Captain. I will not let you down. Glory to House von Valencius. Enough! Cabela's cry brings the Erebus family back together. 6 alarmed faces, 6 people standing shoulder to shoulder like a fortress wall, and one lone grim figure opposite them. The shadow peers into their dark eyes, the same as her own. Their pale lips, the same as her own. She clenches her fists, ignoring the steel claws that pierce her palms. Enough, I know who Naki Erebus is. So do I. Naki. No. How could you keep something like that to yourselves? How could you? Lorna hugs her younger brother and sister, who cast frightened glances at their parents and the sinister woman with the wry smile. Naki Erebus. Naki Erebus is me. So your dreams. The woman who was destined for me. Not the love of my life, but my sister? I didn't know. Do you remember me? I remember what I'm permitted to remember. The tenets of the web, prayers to the Undying One, the names of poisons and intoxicants, the name the Vizier gave me. But you? No. I do not remember you. I do not know you. You mentioned a guardian in the shadows, did you not, Lorna? An unseen shadow, a servant of death. Mother called her Naki, but I knew she was talking to someone she knew. You lied when you said the Emperor had taken Naki. We did not lie. We would never have dared. Naki. A few years before Lady Theodora sent our clan survivor to Dargonis, the Bloodspun Web's Vizier came to our bay. He said the Emperor demanded the next firstborn of the Erebus clan, that he needed a new spinner. 6 months later we had twins, a boy and a girl with eyes darker than darkness itself. You were born first, Naki, and with sorrow and pride we gave the Vizier our most precious treasure, for that is how one honors the God Emperor. So if I'd been born a minute earlier, that animated corpse standing before you today would have been me? But why doesn't she remember anything? Why was she never told? The ritual of releasing the burden. New Bloodspun Web recruits undergo it in order to forget their past and devote themselves to the Undying One, and so that their souls do not suffer. Tell me, Mattis, is your soul in pain? It only hurts because I never knew you all these years. We are here to settle our debt to the Undying One. We now have the name, the person, and the explanation. I know what must be done. So why do I feel pain from an unseen wound in my heart? Why am I, for the first time in my life, hesitant to sever a thread? All this time I have been wandering in the labyrinth of my mind, but the answer never came to me. What must I do, Domin? How do I end Naki Erebus? You cannot kill your past. You can destroy the people who are connected to it, but are you truly prepared to murder innocent people just to get yourself free? I will not kill. Must I follow my orders when my entire nature shrinks from it? Oh, shit, that was distortion. Whoops! Oopsie! Oopsie doopsie. I fucked up. Fuck's sake. I remember having these issues the last time as well. Let's just speedrun that real quick. I think they fixed this because this used to be kind of bugged. And I'm still following the old bug that I remember. 1 second.
I always keep my options open.
There we go. You are not Kierbis. The Emperor's will is clear. Cabela flinches, goes even paler, and then her eyes widen. She clutches her chest with a pained rasp and collapses to the floor like a broken doll. Cabela's lifeless body convulses in death throes. You cannot feel her heartbeat. The Erebus family surround her, panic and fear crossing their faces for only a brief moment before the rigorous voidsman training takes over. Her heart isn't beating. I must restart it. Step back. A heavy, raspy sigh escapes Cabela's chest. You still have the dexterity of a former profession, Shione. Thank you, your ladyship. Some things are never forgotten. You guys, keep at it, I guess. Naki, the Emperor is merciful. He has not parted us. Naki Erebus is dead. Only Cabela remains. What is the meaning of this? Death called the name, and my mind could not take in the will of the Undying One. The shock extinguished all thought, but there remained a hardness in my heart that my consciousness lacked. It simply stopped. It did what it could not do by my own hand. I was weak, reluctant to be taken in his hand, but then a haze clouded my eyes, and I saw her, a frightened girl, Naki. A part of me, even the ritual of releasing the burden had failed to erase, and I knew that a part of me had always clung to a past I did not even remember. My fear of death subsided. I let Naki go, for the Undying One had been waiting to take her, and what was broken became whole. Naki is gone. Only Cabela remains. I'm glad you survived. Naki Erebus is no more. Tef's dues are paid. There is one last thing to be done. We could have had a family and a full future full of righteous service, a chance for a different life. That was taken from me. Who I would be and how I would serve was decided for me. The Vizier forged me into a weapon and stained it with blood. He named a mark, he gave a mission. Come, Domin, we must descend into the Temple of Death, where I will report on my task and ask the Vizier a single question. Why me? Would you like to say farewell to your family? Farewell, Naki. Spent all these years missing you. But I will not. Shaken and devastated, the Erebuses can only watch helplessly as Cabela walks out of the room. Okay. Notice that none of those options give anything other than fanatic. Everything's fanatic. Everything's fanatic. Either fanatic or distortion. I'd rather not. Guess we gotta go talk to the Vizier now. Oh, Jesus. What a mess. Right. Where are we going? Great. Do I have to talk to her or do I have to go there? Again. Cabela, can you TP me there real quick?
Take heed, Nemo.
Oh, you can. Thank you.
Blessed. Take heed. Come, Domin.
I'm going, sweetie. Let's fucking go. Cabela, I have been hearing your footsteps for a long time. In his whispers. Domin, Lady of the Ark, it is good that you are here with her. It is right. The Undying One has blessed this union of light and shadow. You greet us clad in armor. Are you preparing for a battle? Today is a special day. I've only donned this armor once before, when I was second spinner. That day I ceased to be second. But I've remembered the weight of this gold on my shoulders and chest through all the years since. You will understand, my daughter. You will understand soon. We have learned how Cabela came to be a part of the Bloodspun Web. We have met her family. The Undying One's congregation sacrifices the blood of its blood. That is how spinners are brought into this temple. But only those who would serve him of their own volition stay and spin the Bloodspun Web, as Cabela did. Your words are dishonest. The ritual of releasing the burden erased me, made me hollow. What will of my own I had, you took from me, and filled me with yours instead. My daughter, do you believe you have only served him because I set you on the thread of the web? Do you believe you have no faith in him? You know that is not true. You used my trust to make me your tool. Of course I see no other destiny for myself now. But that does not mean it was preordained. Cabela has been cured of her affliction. This is true. No longer do I see anguish in her soul. Second spinner, I am ready to receive your report. Have you accomplished the task the Undying One himself set you? Yes, Mentor. My mission has been accomplished. The Undying One revealed a name to me, and I found my mark. Naki Erebus died the moment she realized the Undying One wanted her to come to him. Her body was wrested away from death, but that which was once Naki is now dead. I grieve for her, and I am proud of you, Second Spinner. Your faith is beyond doubt. A harrowing sacrament, a ruthless ritual. I am relieved that it is nearing the end. Everything is coming together just as he revealed to me. Perfection has been sculpted. The affliction I nurtured has been vanquished. The choice has been made. So whence all the sadness, my daughter? What do you mean the affliction you nurtured? Was it you who doomed Cabela to her suffering? The Undying One laid the thread, and I served as guide. The meeting with you in your world, Domin. The hunt for Nemesis, her grim and ghastly doppelganger. The comprehension of her flock's pain. My assignment stirred anxiety in my daughter's soul, as they were meant to. And the feeling that exists between you, those supersede all else, perhaps. Could I have prevented them from springing up? Smother them while they were still weak? I could have, but I chose not to. Sacrament, are we being dragged into another ritual? A great ritual. Many decades ago, the Undying One revealed through a tarot reading what must come to pass, and I heeded. The Bloodspun Web's path towards gaining its new Vizier was then conceived. A path of discovery, devotion, dying and resurrection in purity. Cabela's predecessors stumbled on that path. So did the next one. I waited. I have lived long past my due time. The Undying One has been waiting for me for so long. You snatched her from her family. Do not call her your daughter. I was her family. I raised her and taught her. I gave her everything I had. Did I not, my daughter? You were my family, mentor. You and the blunt-spun web. I will not defile myself with a lie. You are cruel, Vizier. Yes, it is difficult to be cruel to someone you love. Have you come to know that, Domin? I forgive you for your cruelty, mentor. Kubela will be the new Vizier. Her journey to the Undying One and the choice she made will be reflected in the Bloodspun Web's new pattern. As for me, I will go to him, as I have long awaited. I have not yet done all that was expected me to. That you expected me to, have I? That is correct, my daughter. Can you feel it? The proper way this burden must be passed. I don't want to kill you. Is a simple transition of power just not possible? Why must there be bloodshed? Because great things are not achieved in small ways. Because if you worship him, you sacrifice to him. Your sacrifice to him must be great as well. Blood is our gift, the only thing that is truly ours, the only worthy way to worship and honor him. Do not demand yet another sacrifice from her, Vizier. Such was the Undying Emperor's will. Still, it is unfair. Yes, for I am stronger than you, and my high spinners stand with me, those who swore an oath to protect me and not outlive me. And he, too, stands with me. His face will emerge out of mine, and may those you choose when you set out along the threads of the web, your comrades, your Daman, may they stand with you, fight. Fight with no regret. Farewell, my daughter. Let us honor the Undying One. Let us honor him.
Your arrogance will be your downfall.
You're not nearly as strong as you think you are, buddy, I assure you. Thanks, that'll help.
Follow my lead.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Scorn.
Revel in your terror!
Nothing stands against me.
I must not falter.
This is not gonna end well for anyone.
Follow my lead.
Why have they all chosen to go after Henrik's of all people?
Focus, Van Calox. Focus.
Weather the storm.
This is going to be very fun as soon as I actually get my turn. I mean on Van Calox, but on her too. That'll work.
If I must.
You must, honey, you must.
Stop trying, monkey.
Oh, stop being so mean.
I understand your intent. You cannot force me, Elantak. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Why can't I shoot? What's going on? Oh, I did not see the...
Just designate a target. If it serves your cause, this tedium is beneath me.
not die here.
Stay vigilant.
Oh my god.
Holy terror, smite your enemies.
Oh my god, they never end. They never end, they never end, they never end.
A euphoria of anguish.
And you're gonna die.
Useless.
Why would you go after Manager?
Already?
Idiots.
I yearn for agony. It is a euphoria of anguish.
I'm done with this one.
Thanks.
Bring it on. With grace and malice.
Of course.
Watch. Kneel before me, prating. With good. It is Hannah. Onward.
I must not falter.
At least they're all piling up in like a little area. That will help. Eventually.
I'll take it as a arbitrator judges. Accepted. The Lex is inescapable.
Follow my lead.
Seriously? Leave your lad alone. She's
As the tenets demand. I shall not fail. The shadows will see it done. As honor ordains. Trust me. Caught by the web.
Your reckoning is due.
I would that I could. I bring mercy and retribution. My blade whispers your name. Come, the other side awaits. Killing brings me no pleasure. I will leave footprints of scarlet.
The thread is unbroken. The Undying One has not yet reached out his hand to me.
A dance of blades and shadows. Caught by the web. I shall not. I am your blade and shield. Come, the other side awaits. As the tenets demand. I bring mercy and retribution. Trust me, my blade whispers your name.
Moving out.
Are you done yet, buddy? Because I'm not.
As honor ordains.
There you go. Now we're all really, really high on drugs.
embrace.
Serve me today. Tomorrow you will be dead.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. Trust me, caught by the web. As the tenants demand, my blade whispers your name.
Rises against me.
The shadows will let your soul be purged.
Strike me down.
Caught by the web.
Death.
Right.
As honor ordains.
Struggle in vain.
Fuck if I know. Maybe I do, maybe I don't.
Vessel for pain. I am its master.
I'll see to it, personally. Who, if not me?
Let your soul be purged.
It's as good as done. I'll make it happen.
What is dead does not bleed. Empty is the hand that rises against me.
Throne take you.
Well, I mean,
But of
that's an
course,
ironic thing
Lord
to say to that
Captain.
dude in particular, but okay.
I won't object to it. For the throne's glory. Naturally. I won't object. Nothing.
Truly believe that you can defeat me.
Yes. I mean,
To it.
I would try, yeah?
For the throne's glory.
I am coming. This is nothing. I shall not die, for I am death itself.
I mean, you just killed Henrix, bro, which was kind of rude. But other than that, it's fine. Clad in Visir's armor, Cabela is staring at the spot where just a short time ago lay the body of the man who raised her. Her shoulders are shaky and her head hangs low, but no tears are to be seen, and no sobs come from behind her mask of dark gold. Suddenly she throws her head back, and a desperate cry full of pain, fury, and regret echoes around the temple. This is not the Visir, nor a spinner you see before you, just a daughter who has lost her father. To foster a bond just to sacrifice it in the end. To kill your father just to assume his place. Your kind's fear of what you perceive as weakness is, in truth, your greatest weakness of all. One that leads your spirit into a trap with no escape. A fight worthy of Comora's arenas. I recall spectacles where members of the same family were forced to kill one another. What a treat it is to watch some monkey patricide again. I know this is a ridiculous question to ask, but how are you doing? Tenets of the web teach us never to regret or hesitate, but I could never have imagined that I would one day have to make a choice this painful. I did what had to be done, but that does not quell the pain. I know he is in the Undying One's hands, but that does not soothe the grief. I'm sorry. Losing a mentor is hard. He was more than that. He was both a friend and a father. Did I just see the God Emperor in the flesh? Was that how you saw the Vizier? You saw an image of death in him, but he was only an image. Fumes of the sacred intoxicant blesses our ritual. But what you saw and killed was a mere man. The Undying One does not come to the living. We come to him. What did the Vizier look like to you? Younger. The way he was when I first saw him. I was younger too. It was as though we were facing each other in a training match like we used to. Am I to call you Vizier now? I do not want to lose my name as my mentor lost his. But no spinner will ever speak it again, for I am their Vizier. Yet you are my Domin, and I am your shadow. Let me remain Cabela to you, at the very least. You immediately donned the Vizier's armor. Is it helping you to embrace your new role? I think so, yes. I sense the weight of his sacred vestment, the weight of the Vizier's burden, and the decisions I must make from this day forth. My burden. What will become of the Bloodspun web now? We will not stray from the tenets. We will not forget our predecessors' sacrifices and our Vizier's teachings. Service to the Undying One is our life, for he is duty, he is death. Bow now before your new Vizier. Death salutes you.
Executed. I won't go down easy.
You're already down. Henrix, you're sprawled all over the floor, honey. Please get up. Thank you. Sure, why not? You know what? I will show her helmet. It looks pretty cool. It looks really badass. None of these are the weapon you had. They replaced the wrong set. There it is. That was your secondary weapon, miss. There we go. Sure, why not? There we go. She's looking great. Quite mighty. Quite
Is there
terrifying.
money to be made?
Show me the way. Back to my fucking void ship bridge, please. Thank you very much. So, do you want to chat, Cabela, about the weird shit that just happened? Or are you still just gonna say something about Nemo?
Domin, sacred overlord of the Ark, my protector and friend. How may the vizier of the blood-spun web, your shield, shadow, and blade serve you? I'm here, Domin.
Okay, so there's no difference there.
All of my thoughts are of you. May the Undying One shroud your footsteps from the faithless.
Just gonna check.
Rogue trader.
I want to check. But no, nothing there. So we're done with Cabela, thank fucking god. Something's done. Oh, right, now I have to go do Cassius bullshit. Cassius quest is one I actually remember very little of. I think I remember what the big twist is at the very end, but that's about it. I don't remember almost anything else. None of the actual details, just the twist. Let's go see how that goes. Dee. It's here, right? Yep. Zoom. So how do I get there from Orcelia Prophecy? Or travel. You claim that you left the Sanctum Navis on the Lady Navigator's orders? Affirmative. This unit acted in accordance with maintenance protocol, whatever the fuck, I ain't reading all that. You failed to inform the bridge about the imminent jump. I want to know why. Data unavailable. The Lady Navigator ordered that she be connected to the void ship, but she did not order the preparation of the machine spirits for warp translation. Cause a ritual that cannot be identified by this unit's capabilities. This unit received the command to interrupt protocol, whatever the fuck, and exit the Sanctum Navis. No, please, not the fingers. I'm gonna break one for every word of a lie I hear coming out of your mouth. Now talk. Please, you have to believe me. All we did was prepare the canvas and mix the Lady Navigator's blood into the paints. Then we were told to lock open the shutters so that the Lord Captain could see everything that was going on inside the Sanctum Navis from the observation chambers. And Grox shit. Armor-glass can't shield you from warp horrors. I swear it on my soul in the Golden Throne, Master Enforcer, the Lady Navigator only wanted to paint a picture for a ritual or some such. That's all I know. She wasn't going to use the power in her eye, but I still got as far away from there as I could. That's all I saw, I'm telling you. Christ on a bike, Cassia? You look horrifying. You're still very cute. Love you, sweetie. We performed an emergency warp jump, barely activated the Geller field in time, and are now being dragged to Thrones knows where by an unknown force. The Lady Navigator and the Lord Captain are still unaccounted for. Now tell me, one more time, what transpired in the Sanctum Navus? I escorted Lord Captain to the observation chambers and yelled at the servant for leaving the shutters open. Then I was told he was on the rogue trader's orders. We could see the Lady Navigator clearly through the armor glass. She was lost in thought, staring at the canvas in front of her. She looked like she was completely unaware of the world around her. Soon the servants were ordered to leave the Sanctum Navus, and the Lady Navigator picked up her brush. Entranced, she started dragging it across the canvas, painting one image over another, and another one over the last, and another, and then the Lord Captain noticed it. There was a thing on the other side, the picture, covered in a layer of fresh blood. It was coming to life, but the Lady Navigator was oblivious. That is when the Lord Captain called out to Lady Cassia. Startled by the Lord Captain's cry, the Lady Navigator answered. That's when I realized it. The armor glass between us and the Sanctum Navus was gone. Holy fuck, he's still going? I have to somehow stay awake for the rest of today so I don't fall asleep in the middle of the day and ruin my sleep schedule yet again. And I figured the easiest way to stay awake would be to just keep streaming. So here we are. We will keep going for probably more than 24 hours. Because I just need to stay awake somehow. And if I stop streaming, I'm not going to be able to stay awake. That's when I realized it. The armor glass between us was gone, and the things in the painting, they broke free. Oh shit. And what happened next? I barely remember a thing. There was a bright flash, a purple blur. I remember feeling so scared that my knees were shaking. I remember my legs carrying me away like they had a mind of their own. As I ran, I heard screams behind me. The Lord Captain, Lady Cassia, they... Oh God, Emperor, the creatures, they pulled them both inside the painting. Sir? Mistress Voxmaster, I have a report that needs to be delivered to the senior officers. The Lord Captain and Lady Navigator were lost during the emergency warp jump. Their whereabouts are still unknown. I'm sending you the interrogation reports and the recording. Oh boy. Sector, your mom. Region, your mom. Location, your mom. Material, relation, all of it is your mom. Tisiphone Orselio's ritual did not go as planned. The warp disturbance, triggered by the Lady Navigator's trance, washed over the Sanctum Navus. The void ship's machine spirits reacted to the surge of the Materium and interpreted it as a call to action. Thus did the emergency jump into the unknown begin. Amid the shrieks of sirens, the clanging of shutters, and the distant hum of the warp engine, some unknown will pulled the Lord Captain into the Sanctum Navus, towards the creature from the living canvas that had gripped the Lady Navigator's throat. Horrified, almost out of breath and struggling to scream, Cassia stretched out her hand and began slowly sinking into her own painting. The Lord Captain snatched a dagger from the floor and started hacking at the hands reaching from inside the painting. The ritual dagger of Ausercelio cleaved the billowing shadows, and yet the painted hand reformed itself the moment after the blade passed through it. Cassia went limp in the clutches of her horrific creation, and was immediately pulled to the other side of the painting. A moment later, Dominus, still clutching the dagger, was likewise plunged into the depths of the world the Navigator had created. Well, that's me on a daily basis. No one gets any fucking sleep in my chat. Neither do I. Domina awoke, finding herself in the middle of a gigantic, boundless, billowing nothingness. Her body felt weightless, floating in a void strewn with hundreds of Lady Navigator's colors, some of them bright, warm, and alluring. Others morose, cold, and heavy. I hope your day's been okay. It's been... awake-ish. Breakfast was nice. The Lord Captain... reached for the bright colors. Idyllic garden permeated with the fragrance of flowers and singing of birds. navigator's mask, a withered little woman in a navigator's mask, sitting on her lap and smiling coyly to everyone was a little girl with ruby eyes and white hair. Be a good little girl, my child, until the day we meet again. With trembling hands, the woman handed the girl to a navigator in a laboratory attire. I am out of time. Prepare the child for the Atlas transfer, and destroy all records and mentions of the world of Ear TV. None must learn of that which took place here, and remember, her body must grow strong for it to accept my power, and once I have returned, loyalty will be rewarded. The memory dissipated, and a gust of silvery wind hurled the Lord Captain back into the ocean of nothingness. But this time, the nothingness felt dismal. Instead of bright hues, all it contained was shadows of invisible monsters, swimming by, shrouded by a nebulous veil of unfathomableness. The Lord Captain swam towards the dark colors. Grayish blue waves swallowed the Lord Captain, and the feeling of lightness disappeared as her limbs grew heavy again. Domina fell on the hard floor of a laboratory, cluttered with vats as tall as a human. Inside them were dozens, hundreds even, of repulsive mutants. Some had no arms or no legs or two heads or no face, or their innards turned inside out, but each had white skin, white hair, long clawed limbs, and ruby eyes. My lady, the child is born. The tall old woman slowly approached one of the vats. Readings? Stable. Mutations? None were detected at any of the stages. Genes? Identical, my lady. Chances of survival? 100 times higher than any of the previous experiments. How long will it take to grow this child? I fear accelerating the process may cause the body to fail. The only one after years of... Silence! I understand the situation. Natural growth. I do not have that much time. We will have to go with a backup plan. Yes, Novator, it'll be done. The memory dissipated, and a gust of silvery wind hurled the Lord Captain back into the ocean of nothingness. But this time, the nothingness felt dismal. Instead of bright blues, all it contained was shadows of invisible monsters swimming by, shrouded by a nebulous veil of unfathomableness. The Lord Captain closed her eyes and remained adrift in the weightlessness. Domina stayed in the ocean of nothingness, devoid of any sensation or emotion, until an ornate ritual dagger floated before her eyes and reminded her of a world that once seemed more real than this one. Someone's scream broke the delicate equilibrium of the Lord Captain's motionless body, and the weightlessness released her. She plummeted into the maroon abyss of roiling illusions, but was now in full control of her body again. Then the rogue trader descended into the abyss towards the screams. The Lord Captain crashed from an immeasurable height to the bottom of a roiling abyss. In the next moment, Domina Diantur saw two figures amid the billowing maroon mist. One of the figures, unnaturally gaunt and tall, was clutching the other, smaller one in its claws, screaming furiously. The Lord Captain peered into the strange maroon mist. In the swirling mist all around her, Domina could make out human faces, stricken with torment, and not just human faces. There was Xenos, Eldari. Their features fused together with those of humans, which made the Crimson Spectres look all the more abominable. Their gazes and their rage were directed at the two unmoving figures facing each other. The Lord Captain drew closer to look at the figures. One step was all it took for some unknown force to notice the Lord Captain, seize her, and drag her through the painting's twisted space. Now the Lord Captain could clearly see the dark shade of the long-dead navigator leaning over Cassia. Clutching her neck in its clawed fingers, the shade screamed, "You were given life because of me. You survived because of me. And here you are now, because I have willed it so. Bow before me. Tell me what I wish to hear, and your suffering will end. Go on, child. I have waited for so long. Submit to me." Cassia looked exhausted, her body covered in hundreds of thin cuts, her lips lacerated, claw marks on her cheeks. Yet there was steadfast resolve in her eyes. "I know who you are, Tisiphone Orselio. I know what you crave. I saw it in the visions that you sent me again and again. I won't allow you. I will never allow you to become me." Cassia's fatigued voice quivered, but she was not about to yield in this battle. The Lord Captain... urged the Lady Navigator to fight to the bitter end? Nah. Stabbed Tisiphone Orselio with a ritual dagger. The silvery blade whistled through the air, and Tisiphone let out a horrible howl as her skeletal figure flew upward and scattered into black ash. And with that, it was all over at last. Approving groans came from within the maroon mist, and the faces of human and Eldari slowly evaporated along with the dead Novator. When the Lady Navigator opened her eyes, the space around her changed. Bright colors drove the mists away, and the faintest light somewhere very high above reminded the rogue trader of the world she had left on the other side of the canvas. The Lady Navigator graced the Lord Captain with a tired smile. The abortive ritual had turned out to be a trap set for Lady Cassia by the previous Novator of her house, but the rogue trader had ensured that her plan fell to ruin, and now it was time to desert that accursed place. And then Cassia took me the fuck out. Their unconscious bodies were discovered in the Sanctum Navus 20 Terran days after their disappearance, as soon as the rogue trader void ship had emerged from the warp in an unknown system. Well, that was horrifying. Thank you very much. Let's never do that again, shall we? Thank you. Holy shit. Why is it purple? Pink? Something in between. Oh my god. Seen a planet burn once more. I have seen a planet burn once before. Kasar Maga. Exterminatus was invoked. Incendiary cyclonic torpedoes were deployed. The world burned for several months until there was nothing but ash. Okay. Let's go to the burning world first. Oh, it's just another one of those. Lol. This is very purple. Lilac. Something like that. My eyes. They hurt from looking at it. Let's go. Boy, oh boy, is Iliad not about to enjoy this. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. On a bike. Jesus. Okay. It said the description of this world was called Crone World, so I just googled it just to make sure I remembered roughly what the fuck I was thinking of. A Crone World is the remnant of a world of the Eldar Empire overwhelmed by the Eye of Terror during the Fall and horrifically altered. It is one of the original homeworlds first colonized by the Eldari as they rose to power tens of thousands of standard years ago. A lot more than that, but yeah. So that's what we're in right now. That's what the Symphony discovered, I guess. The Crone World.
Let us not dawdle.
House Orselio need not know what is taking place here. The navigators are frightened enough by its power as it is. The last experiment left 3 from the Sithala clan without a shred of reason. Empty shells will bring no glory to House Orselio or its lesser branch. We shall carry on. At last we have managed to implant the artifact in subjects who can wield its power. Perhaps all the navigators who perished in the agonizing torrent of energy were merely a symptom of our decline. I am tired of counting the dead. The weak have no place among those who have harnessed the Atlas. Their abilities have grown many-fold and becoming significantly easier to control and more effective at resisting the ruinous influence of the warp. It is all or nothing. Today is the day when my work is completed and the Starway Atlas takes its final form. The Sithalas have already undergone the operation. All that's left is me. The Atlas that controls them all. Today I become the greatest Novator in the history of House Orselio, or I turn to nothing. This power is beyond compare. All it took was a whim to make the wretched Cephalus fall dead at my feet. It is as if I have a second heart beating in my chest, subjugating any with the ability to touch it. How regrettable it is that this power only extends to those House or Celio navigators who have accepted a piece of the Atlas within themselves. From now on, all children will be gifted with one at their initiation, and there will be no one who can match our greatness. Yep.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Check. Done.
Christ. Fucking Chrome World. I'd forgotten about that detail.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
There is a barely noticeable imprint of a long, clawed hand on the broken cogitator screen. And the Eldari Sanctum is blemished by human presence. In their pursuit of ancient secrets, the navigators had no qualms about filling the ruins with machinery and supplies. Surprised Iliet hasn't complained yet.
The Inquisition taught me many
I'm sure
things.
it's not too late, trust me. No stone train, the Sildari Temple is as if they were looking for something that they just could not find.
Just as I planned. Keep your wits about you.
But it has 25 critical damage thing. For 5 ballistic skill, is it worth it? Probably not. It's probably worth giving it to him if I actually gave him a ranged weapon, but I don't, so.
Is there money to be made?
Easily done.
Of course. So we've been to both sides now. Here we go.
Master Interrogator, I'm forced to ask you directly. Are you engaged in an off-duty relationship with the rogue trader?
An interesting way to put it. Forced, you say? What is forcing you, Solomon? Is it idle curiosity or emotional insecurity? Neither suits you.
Ooh, the
Let
girls are
us not
fighting again.
dawdle.
Oof.
That's how it's done.
When statues once depicted pages from the long history of the Eldari. Yeah, I can tell. Halt, cursed child. We had to ally ourselves with the Xenos once more to stop you. Once more? Once more? Which Xenos? Which Xenos? Which Xenos? We follow the Atlas's calling your wake, child. Stand with us. House Urselli will not trade to Siphone's legacy for the false ideals of blind fools. What is happening? Oh boy. Guess that answers my question. When you said Xenos, you meant fucking Harlequins? Are you insane? We're lucky if we make it out of this fucking alive. I'd be less worried if they were Drukhari. Objectively less dangerous people. Oh my god. Please tell me Nocturne's around, because otherwise we're fucked. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab some water. Now, getting help from a troop of Harlequin is a level of stupidity that even I am not, privy to. And I'm friends with an Arabinian. Damn Xenos, this was not the bargain we struck. It's a fucking Harlequin. What bargain? You'd have a better time striking a bargain with a fucking Drukhari, you dumbass. And even that would be very stupid. The navigator, whose skin is so thin that it reveals the muscles, bones, and innards underneath, clenches his augmented gold jaw in contempt. Fucking retards. What is this? The rogue trader and the traitors to the house have lured the child into a trap set by Xenos? Oh, for fuck's sakes, you too? Why is everyone so fucking stupid in this particular point in time and space? I wish my eyes were deceiving me, but now I can see clearly that Regent was right to send us after your vessel, for fuck's sake. I too wish to be enlightened about what the fuck is going on. You will stop defiling the remains of the hallowed... Oh, sorry. You will stop defiling the remains of the hallowed ground of our ancestors with your semblance of speech, Monkey. Aw. Does that mean Nocturne's not here? The final act will soon unfold, where you will pay for the deeds of your ancestors. Stay put and wait for the puppeteer to pull at your strings. Why? Why are there Xenos ruins where the Palace of Atlas should be? Why is this place coated in an impenetrable black mist? I'm suffocating. Three-eyed Monkey who sees into Shael. The taint of your ancestors has begun to consume your body and soul. Pathetic fools with an insatiable lust for power that is not yours. Ending your misery will be merciful. Taint? Do you mean the Atlas? Xenos, traitor. Silence, traitor. The Atlas is the sacred relic of House Orcelio. It is what elevates us above the rest. How dare you? I refuse to accept this. Impossible. Very possible, actually. Look, it was either going to be one of two things. It was going to be Xenotech or it was going to be Archaeotech. Because it's sure as fuck not regular tech. So it was always going to be one of those two. Did you really think that you found some archaeotech in a crone world? What is this place? We call planets such as these ones crone worlds. They came to be long before my time, back when all the Eldari were a united people whose empires stretched from one end of the galaxy to the other. It is a world beneath the first stars, an unblighted world. I never thought that I would come to find one. I have nothing to add to the outcast's words, other than my eternal astonishment at your curious troop, Monkey. Yeah, I make friends in weird places. It is a shame I don't have a Harlequin friend. Well, I mean, I do. I love Nocturne, and he's clearly my friend. But, he's just not in my... How'd you say it? Troop? What is this taint you speak of, Xenos? Do you not see it? When you Monkey discovered this crone world, you tainted it with your crude technology, despoiled it of its relics, ruined all there was to the last stone. But worst of all, you sullied the souls of our ancestors reposed in their sacred vessel, the spirit monolith. Oh, no. If you guys don't want to kill the entirety of House Orsalio, I might volunteer. He points his thin finger at the remarkable crystal floating behind his back, and the Harlequin around you tighten the grips on their weapons. Like a sea of bottomless blue. I did not know the living things could exude such saturated hues. I wish I could paint this ocean a different color. Examine the hovering crystal. This enormous translucent stone shows a strange resonance with this place. You can sense the energy emanating from it. Mysterious, restless, coagulated. Resembles a giant heart that has been plucked out of its owner's chest. Its crystal clarity is pierced by hundreds of dark veins that have taken root within like a terrible illness. How did the navigators of House Orsalio taint the spirit monolith? The experiments. This is where she conducted her experiments. Tisiphone. No, it is not possible. To consort with Xenos is to violate the word of the God Emperor. It is known to all that Tisiphone Orsalio executed anyone who showed any interest in the enemies of humanity. Is that so? Then why is it that every piece of metal or fabric in this place bears our house's coat of arms? Open your eyes. Quiet! I am unsurprised that the truth is hidden from your gazes, three-eyed Monkey who see into Shael. I realized it the moment I met the first of you. Wretched, begging us to help you destroy your own kin. I sensed it within you, our ancestors' call, their pleas, their endless torment. I knew that what you found was a crone world, and I humbly waited for the day you would lead me to it. What is the meaning behind your words, Altair, Troop Master? You know the answer already, Outcast. You have always known. So that is why. That is why your presence makes my soul shrink to the size of River Pearl, and my throat choke in a collar of thorns. That is why your words seep into my soul like poison, leaving wounds that will not heal. That is the shard of the spirit monolith inside you, Monkey. Twisted, perverted, invigorating you by making my ancestors suffer. Alas, you are right, Outcast. The ancestors of the three-eyed Monkey sought to command the power of the spirit monolith, and yet they suffered failure time and again. Eventually they discovered a way to harness this power, a terrible way, torturous and unforgivable. They shattered the monolith into many shards and weakened the souls within, and then they placed the shards of the spirit monolith inside their bodies to empower their abilities. I never wished to learn such harsh truths about my own house. Neither Theodore von Valancius nor Tisiphone Orsalio were infallible. But that doesn't mean we are powerless to rectify the errors of our ancestors. You say that only because you wish to soothe me. You are more than just a tyrant's heir. You are a successor to a mad heretic, a betrayer of the faith. You must be destroyed, you and the Atlas, once and for all. You think the solution is so easy, don't you, Monkey? When you die, your souls become captive inside the spirit monolith. This process is deranging to our ancestors, who have served as the monolith's guardians for aeons. It is equally agonizing to the souls of your dead, and the more Monkey souls the monolith absorbs, the more volatile it becomes. The Eldari and the Monkey have spent many a dance battling for supremacy within the monolith, and its integrity is waning. You sense it too. The only way to free our ancestors from the pain is to separate the Monkey taint from the spirit monolith. My troop is here to perform just that. We all will play our parts today. And when the final act of this age-long tragedy begins, the Monkey players will exit this world's stage. Sinister shadows dance on the Harlequin's mask as he draws an unknown device from his sleeve. Oh god. Is there no way whatsoever to separate the Navigator's souls from those of the Eldari without killing one or the other? You, Monkey, have desecrated our ancient world. I see no reason to assist you with the final dance. What do you say to Xenos' assertions? I cannot change the past, it is true. Nor can I change the fact that my house is forever tainted with disgrace born of Tisiphone or Celius' hubris. Yet all of us here today have the power to change the future and halt the unending suffering that is drowning both your kin and mine. You suggest that the Monkey and the Eldari change the future together. I must admit, my leading lady, I am confounded by your audacity. Go on. My Atlas. If you can free the phantoms of my house from the spirit monolith, guide them to enter my Atlas, their experience and wisdom will help steer House Orselio onto the path of truth and allow future generations to avoid the calamitous pitfalls of their forebearers. K. Morag, my leading lady, the shards of the monolith are lodged inside the chests of every Monkey bound to you by ties of blood. How exactly do you intend to return them? I shall use the Atlas to sever my subjects' connections to the spirit monolith, and then I shall extract its shards from every navigator of House Orselio. This artifact is implanted at birth, but that does not mean that its ritual cannot be reversed. I witnessed its creation through Tisiphone's eyes in my visions. I lived it over and over again. Through the memories of the Sathala clan, I can recreate the ritual that will return the souls of your kin to you and save my people's lives. Cassia, are you sure? I am confident in my abilities, more so than ever before. Seldom do humans and Xenos get the chance to resolve their conflicts without violence. I second Lady Cassia's proposal. I am willing to try, Monkey. No, I won't let you destroy the Atlas, even if it's the child's wish. Lady Orselio, you are too young, inexperienced, you simply cannot comprehend. You address the future Novator of House Orselio, one who survived the massacre of Uruk V, who has lived following an attempt on her life at the Palace of Dargonas, who has restored her house's stability in what scant time she has been free, while you, all of you, have spent years destroying it from within. You address one who has passed through the tempest of the Sea of Souls to the true Atlas as a rogue trader's ally, yet still you call me unworthy, don't you? Young, inexperienced. Kneel before me, and I shall forgive you your insolence. Woo! Damn, Cassia. Based. That's pretty hot, and also, really fucking cool. Holy shit. Did not see that coming. Fellowship test success. Wait, I think that was a fellowship test made by her, not me. I guess I'm glad I put enough fellowship points into Cassia. Oh yeah, that's exactly what it was. Holy shit. Oh, that's so funny. House Orselio was always loyal to Novator Tisiphone. Henceforth, it will be loyal to her successor, even if you see fit to lead us down a different path, my lady. Are you done with your performance, Monkey? Then stand aside and do not interrupt. Are you aware that one of your people is floating? You know what? That's probably on purpose. I'm not saying anything. I can feel it again. The tranquility. The ancestral souls have found peace, and corruption no longer endangers the monolith or this world. Remember our agreement, Cassia. We will soon meet in this place again, so that you can give us the shards. And now, be gone from our world, monkey. Hi, Tripmaster. Was kind of hoping Nocturne would show up, but he didn't. I'm pretty sad about that.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
There was a time when I believed that I would lead my house to prosperity. In truth, fortune and blessings have long since been passing us by, as if the Corona's expanse itself is trying to oust the Orcelio children from its bounds. If nothing changes in the near future, all of us will wither like night flowers at dawn, or perhaps face our ultimate fall. Upon my word, the Sea of Souls itself must favor me. During the last jump, I saw into the eye of a vicious storm. Within it, amid the ruins of a Xenos world, was a treasure, mighty and dangerous, not unlike our own power, and I found a way to reach it. I drive away the memory of our journey, and the cost that our house suffered. The ritual alone was... no matter. The goal will be worth the price. And due effort is all that is needed of us. By the grace of the Emperor, we made it through that terrible tempest. However, the Eldari ruins appear to have dampened the crew's spirits. Those pitiful commoners talk too much. Tensions in the camp are rising. I should cut out the tongues of those who witnessed the first experiments. This information cannot be allowed to reach the ship. No, not just them. I shall have the Sathala clan dock the tongues of every lowborn. So that's where it came from. Jesus.
I always have a backup plan. I always get the job done. Success is the only outcome
Once
I
walked
accept.
among them, teaching, guiding, protecting them. There were no boundaries between mortal creatures and their
I'm
patrons.
still new to the art of exploring.
Oh.
I
That's
always
her
keep my
staff.
options open. That's how it's done.
Created 100 worlds and twice as many stars. Sorry, I was just checking something. Okay. Well, we did that. Now we have to go talk to her again, I assume. Well, I don't know if we have to, but we should. So let's go have a chat with our dear, dear Cassia. Cassia, honey. Do you feel like you've, perhaps ended a companion quest?
Oh, how nice of you to grace me with your presence. I was just thinking back to our journey to the Palace of the Atlas. That is, to the world of Xenos. Remembering that most reckless act has enveloped my mind in a whole palette of hues. But when I think of the great risk you took for House Orcelio's and my own sake, an azure shawl instantly descends on my shoulders, and amber sparks flash inside my soul. Please accept my sincerest gratitude.
So now you are the full-fledged Novator of House Orcelio?
You of all people should know that succession is a lengthy and tiresome process. While my entire house is busy preparing for a grand council at which I am to ceremonially inherit the late Tisiphony's title, I have decided to remain by your side, to relish just a little more of this carefree liberty. For as soon as I am summoned to do my duty, we must say our farewells.
What awaits Navigator of the house now?
The Xenos have managed to free the souls of our ancestors from their confinement. The memory and wisdom of those that came before us will serve our house, helping build upon the ruins of the present a firm foundation for generations to come. I believe in that, as I believe in the divine light of the Emperor.
Okay. So now the entire power of the Atlas is in the Novator's hands?
I suppose so, if by power you mean priceless knowledge. As for the special powers granted by the Xenos souls, the navigators of House Orcelio will once again have to contend with their own bodily and spiritual limitations. However, I am undaunted by the prospect, for our line and our gene have never been weak. House Orcelio will succeed, and soon we will rise again, draped in white and gold.
I'm proud of you, sweetie.
Of course. I have enjoyed your company.
Well, that was sweet. No one had to die, except those people that they
Elantak?
blew up into smithereens. But other than that, no one had to die. It was great. Perhaps a more accurate description of what happened would be, at least there was no fighting. Because the people who died, they didn't get to fight, so, you know. Yeah. We avoided a fight. Isn't that nice? Anyway. Oh, right. I'm going to Omicron now. Where's Omicron? Right there. Because apparently there's some sort of Xenos something there. There's the Finger of Sorrow. It wasn't here before, but it is now, I guess. Maybe it was here before, I just couldn't do anything with it. And I just don't remember. Probably something like that. Dispatch an expedition. Empty except for frozen, desecrated corpses of the crew. Some retain human features, but others are easily recognizable as genetic aberrations. They have been dead for centuries. Examine the logbook. The Finger of Sorrow was a common merchant vessel. The log records its travels along many of the trade routes of the Calixtus sector. The last entry states that the ship departed from Port Wonder on the border between the Corona's Expanse and the Calixtus sector. The tech priest notes that the protocols for undocking from the station were not followed, indicating either a hasty escape or the blatant disregard for the covenants of the Omnissiah. Search the hold. Venturing deeper into the service tunnels, the enforcers find 3 empty nests with chunks of purple chitin and dried traces of dark slime that has eaten through the metal panels. There can be no doubt the Gene Stealers once lurked here. I think something a little worse than that once lurked there, but okay. Inspect the cabins. Many of the cabins have become tombs for the bodies of the crew. The asphyxiated when the ship's life support systems failed. One of the enforcers notices a cache marked with the symbol of a fanged serpent with a sharp tail and 3 clawed limbs. The cache contains an amulet and a miraculously preserved diary. Amulet of the Ravenous Star. Relay the contents of the diary to the flagship. The diary was kept by one of the missionaries of a Genestealer cult. According to the entries, this cult secretly spread through much of the Calixtus sector, although the author does not mention any specific infected worlds. He recalls with reverence the promised land, the cradle of faith, salty as the tears of righteous martyrs. The author's branch of the cult had settled on Port Wander Station, the last threshold between the Calixtus sector and the Corona's expanse. The cult grew and gained followers among the workers and the poor, and even managed to infiltrate powerful trade guilds. However, their plans fell apart when the Genestealer's kiss was granted to an unworthy candidate. This oversight led to the discovery of the cult and a bloody purge. The author of the diary recalls with horror and sorrow how many of the pure-blooded children of the Star Savior perished in the massacre. The story ended by chronicling the escape of a small group of heretics who managed to save these 3 purebreds and steal a merchant ship under heavy fire from the station. They narrowly navigated the Maw, but the ship's damage was too severe. The 3 phalanges of the Finger of Sorrow, the pure blood-starred children, fell into a long sleep and became dormant. Meanwhile, the cultists humbly watched the ship's life support systems fade away, one after another. In the last lines, the author welcomes death in the name of the many-armed emperor with solemnity and elation. Destroy the ship. The enforcers plan to melt the charges that key points of the vessel, and the explosion rips the Finger of Sorrow to pieces that are obliterated by strikes from the macro cannons. There we go. Are we fucking done now? Can I go? Thank you. We can go. It's done. Oh my god. Praise this fucking game. The 4th act is very long. Hope I'm not forgetting anything. Nah. Sure I'm not. Before Tamer, something like that. I know what it means. If I misspelled it, doesn't matter. Oh, I kind of spelled it correctly. Kinda. Here we go. Now let's go meet my second favorite rogue trader, other than myself, of course. Caligos Winterscale. Permission to speak, Lord Captain. The Augur crew has registered activity in the orbit of Quetzaltemer, one of the worlds of the Winterscale dynasty. According to the report, the Emperor's Vow, the flagship of rogue trader Caligos Winterscale, is positioned over the southern hemisphere. Lord Captain! Lord Captain! This is it! Right here, so very close! The quiet whispers, they won't stop. They keep buzzing in both my ears that my little door is somewhere on this world. Alright, calm down. I need to take care of Winterscale's flagship right now. Of course, Lord Captain. I dare not interrupt you any longer. Allow me to repeat. Lord Captain, the Emperor's Vow, the flagship of rogue trader Caligos Winterscale, has been detected in the orbit of Quetzaltemer, one of Winterscale's worlds. What are your orders? Is this all we know? No, the officers are about to extend the range of the wave emitters. Lord Captain, the data has been updated. Quetzaltemer is the largest continent, suffered from a moderate Xenos planetary invasion. We also discovered the wreckage of several Eldari vessels on the periphery of the system. Another vessel crashed onto the world, causing minor seismic activity. A dozen shuttles of the Winterscale dynasty are patrolling the space directly above the crash site. I presume the Xenos hunt is on full swing, and the hunter has already caught the scent of his prey. Throne, take me. Beg your forgiveness, Lord Captain. The Emperor's Vow has detected the empowered emanations of our augurs and is requesting permission to initiate Vox transfer. What would you have us do? Hail the Emperor's Vow? It'll be done. The Emperor's Vow sends its greetings to the glorious ruler of the Von Valencia's dynasty. This is Erberg I'm not reading your fucking name, bro. His Lordship, Caligos Winterscale's Vox Master, who has the honor of speaking on behalf of his lord today. The booming voice fills the air, startling a few officers on the bridge. However, you feel that the person whose name I simply cannot pronounce, ostentatiously confident tone is meant to hide his concern. Not even the void of the cosmos can hide your anxiety. Herbert, speak. By the gold of the throne, the sign of Von Valencias are sure to a man. You see, Lord Captain, you see, the Lord Captain had yet another heated argument with the esteemed Incendio Chorda, and he had a very good reason for his displeasure. I dare not discuss his lordship's affairs, but I can divulge that we set out to protect the dynasty's rightful demesne from the invasion of the profane Xenos. This is how we arrived here at Quetzaltemer. There is no better hunting grounds when you need to cool off your head, I believe the Lord Captain said. We easily crushed the pathetic mockery of a fleet that was laying siege to the unfortunate world. Of course, most of the Xenos fled, but we did reduce a few of their ships to chum for the Void Beasts. An Eldari fleet? That means there are many more Krutharok survivors than I dared hope. Elentok, I must go to this planet to find them, to try to save them. I will help you find your kind. And I'm grateful to you, Elentok. I don't know how to tell you this, buddy, but I'm actually here to rescue the Eldari. Then you're a bit late, your ladyship. We have eradicated everyone we could reach. One of the ships even crashed on Quetzaltemer, and the Lord Captain did wish to descend and finish off the elusive prey. At best, there are a few solitary Xenos left wandering the woods, but even the Lord Captain has not been able to find his way out of them for over 30 days. It'll be an even greater ordeal for those wounded creatures. Anticipating the next question, your ladyship, no, I am confident the Lord Captain's still alive. His body and spirit do not break easily. And besides, he's accompanied by Fortin de Grey, who would sell his soul if that helped to keep the Lord Captain out of harm's ways. Oh, trust me, he did. May Asurian protect his children. We must halt the frenzy of your stellar rival, Alantak, or else, by Yisha's tears, his subjects will not escape retribution. Is that a threat, Iliad? Based. You should keep it up. Winter Scale may creep Patera, but the Eldari attack this world first. I will try and convince Caligos to seek a peaceful resolution to this conflict. Hurry up, Alantak, before there is nothing left to decide. How could you not find your master over fucking 30 days? Things are not so simple. The Lord Captain last contacted me from Landing Point, currently right under the Vow's belly. We lost about a dozen shuttles and several hundred scouts in the first days of the search, all of whom went down to Quetzaltemer and never came back. Our shuttles are relentlessly sweeping the airspace where our people perished. This way, we were able to reduce the search area to just a few thousand kilometers, which still does not change the fact that people in the thicket are disappearing without a trace and something is jamming the Vox transmissions. Was there anyone else with Caligos aside from Vorton? A full hunting party consisting of 100 hand-picked enforcers and his lordship's personal retinue, naturally. So what do you want from me? A generous favor in return for a generous favor. Find Lord Captain Winterscale on Quetzaltemer and bring him back to the Emperor's Vow. I swear by the Golden Throne that I will convince him to side with you in any conflict that occurs in the next 100 years. After all, I am allowed to make deals on the Lord Captain's behalf while he remains unavailable. Very well. I need more allies like Winterscale. Your ladyship, I bow before your courage on behalf of the Winterscale dynasty. The data transfer decree has been signed. My crew will send you the landing coordinates. The God Emperor's grace shine upon you for many years to come. The Voxmaster's thundering voice falls silent. The machine spirits terminate the connection. Oh boy. This is not about to be fun. I'm bringing Abelard, actually. I have reasons. No, I won't. I'll bring Cabela. I'm sticking to this. I am sticking to this. I will.
Keep your wits about you.
Aw, there's like a little snake. A little snake. Cute. Very cute. Oh boy. And now is the part where I open the fucking guide because Emperor fucking knows I ain't doing this shit without a guide. And in just a few minutes, you guys will realize why. Fuck this. Okay. We're going to go northwest, so this one. First. No. Seemed like a fitting name. Because we're about to enter a maze. And now we get into a fight. I wish we wouldn't. But it's not like I have a choice. The shuttle disappears in the wild vegetation of the island. Several hours pass before the rogue trader finally admits that she's been aimlessly wandering around in circles. Any attempts to get back on track by retracing her steps have failed. Vox communication cannot reach the ship. Now it becomes clear how Caligo's Winterscale could get lost in his own world.
Marking location.
Northeast. So left.
Now I'm no better at searching.
We should run into some
I always get the job
Eldari.
done. Always. Keep your eye on the prize.
Hours of wandering bring the rogue trader to a tall, sprawling tree. Something shiny is stuck in the foliage. Coming closer, the Lord Captain recognizes an obsolete heavy void suit model that has been subsumed among the growing branches. A heavily damaged skull bared its teeth from behind the murky glass. At least their death was quick. Oh no. Eldari. And now you guys don't want to fight me. Oh, Eindril, Kalanian, and Itrisha. The Monkey will pay for your suffering. Oh no, you're gonna attack the wrong one. The spirit stones are shattered. Sirtan and she who thirsts have long finished her feast. We will destroy them, every Monkey who... Did you hear that? Now you'll make a mistake. The soul destroyers are back. Cain, fill our heart with fury.
Your kind has no right to exist!
She said something. Juliet said something. Relent for Isha's mercy. We're here to help you. Too late. The attack. Sorry.
I move swiftly to strike. I understand your intent. If I must.
rather not, but alas. So many of them as well. Jesus Christ.
If it serves your cause.
That's sad. Just sad.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey. Death comes in silence. I shall not fail. As honor ordains, trust me. The shadows will see it done. I shall not fail. My blade whispers your name. A dance of blades and shadows. Trust me. As the tenants demand, the other side awaits. As honor ordained, death is a blessing.
Isha, heal my wounds.
The shadows will see it done. Killing brings me no pleasure. I bring mercy and retribution. Caught by the web. Trust me. As honor ordains.
I will not join the ranks of the dead.
I'm a mentor.
Well, you will. And
Guilty will fall.
it's kind of your fault. I did try to tell you that I'm not here to fight you.
It won't take long. The order is clear. We've got a job to do, Glato. I'll take it as a priority. Glato, we're undertaking this task.
There's an invisible 0 HP Eldari right there. Cool. Good to know. I'm sure that's not an issue.
and painful.
I'm sure that won't be an issue in the future. That was a big fucking sneeze. Well, it was multiple sneezes.
I will be your undoing.
Thank you. That's mighty kind of
I
you.
will herd the prey. Don't I revel in your terror.
Oh, nice.
I'm done playing with you.
Okay.
A euphoria of anger. Fades. With grace and malice. Kneel before me, pray for your actions. What a useless plaything, broken already.
Is there money to be made? rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
The bodies of the Eldari have been hacked to pieces with extreme brutality. Their wounds indicate it was done by a power weapon of some kind. The soil under the bodies has turned a rusty brown from the gore. Pain, agony, fear, madness. What a wonderful cocktail of suffering. And we missed it. Marajay, this really isn't the time. But I guess that's kind of just how you work.
I always have a backup plan.
Anyway. Okay. Northern exit.
Keep your wits about you.
So says the fucking guide. The trek among the monotonous forest landscapes is becoming dull. The rogue trader's weary eyes are ready to close of their own accord when the usual sounds of the forest are interrupted by a blood-curdling scream. The cries are drawing closer and closer, then their source finally appears. A small creature with slick black fur and a long tail. As if mocking the rogue trader, it lets out another piercing cry and scurries away, its yellow hindpaws winking between the tree branches. Oh, she's a cute little animal.
I always keep my options open.
The Domin gave you a chance because her mind is clouded with emotion. I bear no such burden, and I will cut short your life without a second's hesitation.
For some reason, everyone on the ship sees the Elantark as an unreasonable child. If you truly esteem her, then recognize that she can forge her own path.
That was a surprisingly insightful thing she just said. And absolutely true.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Thank you, Iliad.
Success is the only outcome I
Leto
accept.
located something.
That's how it's done.
Okay. Go. Now we get to the first relevant spot.
Is there money to be made?
The forest well welcomes the Sky Herald. The Starborn descended on the eagle god's wings of fire to help us. The forest is our home, but the forest is angry. Speaks with gods will appease the forest, and we will live as we did before.
I always have a backup plan.
Okay. Off we go. Leads ahead. That's a wonderful name. A group of lean young people surrounds you, shooting anxious glances between you and the gray-headed elder who has stepped forward. Unlike the rest, her skin is completely free of decoration, save for two-headed eagle branded on her wrinkled forehead. Speaks with gods foresaw our meeting, Starborn. Welcome to the heart of the forest, where Leads Ahead and her tribe have dwelt ever since the rule of Ketatemer himself. This ruler has ordered her tribe to prepare a feast and warm shelter for our Starborn guests. Please, make yourselves at home. Who are you? We are the children of the fiery mother and the pale father who look after us by day and guard us by night, the faithful servant of the two-headed eagle god who shields our lands from misfortune with his wings. We are the ungone forest-dwelling children of the earth and the guardians of the temple of Ketatemer, the first Starborn to have ever set foot on the virgin soil of this land. The eagle god, you say? Is this the brand that is burned onto your head? Oh yes, many seasons have changed since this ruler received the eagle god's blessing and became the leader of this tribe. Only those close to the gods are allowed to bear their brands, and this ruler is one of them. I literally have one on my back, I'm pretty sure. I gave one on my character on her back. I thought that Ketatemer was the name of this place, but you speak of it as if it were a figure from the past. The legend of this place claims that a long time ago, the first among the Starborn descended upon this world together with this ruler's ancestors, created the ancient cities and temples, and brought the blessings of the eagle god unto the forests and lands. The fast-flowing time has erased the Starborn's name from the minds of the people. Only his title remain, Ketatemer, the first of the chosen, the sky herald of the eagle god and the father of tribes. Why do you call me Starborn? Because you are the sky herald of the eagle god, created by him from the star's glow and the night sky's darkness, the one who carries his seal in your image, clad in the armor of our ancestors' most ancient prophecies. Okay. Was my coming here foretold? Oh yes, of course. Speaks with gods is the priest of this tribe and his ruler's half-brothers. Oh, and this ruler's half-brother. He listens to the forest and calls to the earth, wards off the punishing lashes of the skies, and speaks to the eagle god on behalf of our tribe. Before disappearing in the wandering forest, he told this ruler to prepare for your arrival. I presume this priest is another unsanctioned psyker with the gift of divination. What else did Speaks with Gods predict? Ketatemer is enraged by the invasion of the spirits from the darkness that have called a rain of fire and metal upon this world. He demands blood, and blood shall sate the soil, no matter the path chosen by the gods who have come to right the wrong. The spirits from the darkness. So that is how the Monkey of this world see my kin. As invaders, a calamity. But this Monkey have neither teeth nor claws. They're not even aware of the most basic technologies that your kind uses. So then why do my kin bear their world so fiercely? The Starborn will be accompanied by a spirit to put an end to the misfortunes of this world. Thus spoke the priest. Seeing a spirit among the living is wrong. Spirits should stay in the spirit realm, and humans in the realm of the living. You think that several gods have set a foot on Ketatemer? This ruler has already had the honor to greet a Starborn, as strong as a saber-toothed boar, as nimble as a forest jaguar, and as wise as the three-tongued guardian snake. Like a whirlwind, he charged into Ketatemer's forest, chasing the spirits from the darkness that had descended upon the world 3 10-day moons before. The Starborn had lost his priest in battle, so he ordered his ruler's brother to help him trace the spirits' footsteps and cleanse Ketatemer of their filth. But when Speaks with Gods left his home, something enraged the forest. Thus, both the Starborn and this ruler's brother were trapped by the ever-changing paths and lurking evil spirits. The powers of my kin may have disturbed the wild flora of this world, which then concealed the remnants of the children of Kruderak from the wrath of your rival. That means that they are somewhere in the forest, surviving, hiding, preying on one another. Do you know where your brother and the other Starborn are? The Eagle God's Sky Herald wanted to find the den of the spirits from the darkness and destroy it, but the forest of Quetzaltemer is as endless as the skies above. Where the sky touches the forest's edge, the Deadlands begin. The realm of the dead, whence there is no return. Why'd you even survive? How'd you even survive in these forests? Speaks with gods, hears the whispers of the leaves, and can commune with the tree spirits. The entire tribe participates in his soothing rituals, and that allows this ruler and her people to tread on safe paths. And how exactly do we conduct the soothing ritual? The ritual requires a site imbued with the power of Quetzaltemer, the heart of our village, and a priest to perform it. Alas, the fire rain claimed many of this ruler's priests, and thus this ruler's tribe can only pray for the mercy of the Eagle God and his starborn sky heralds. Nevertheless, this ruler knows that you will bring Speaks with Gods home and soothe the forest of Quetzaltemer. The prophecies of the priests have never betrayed our tribe before, and thus this ruler asks you to forget about your worries and rest here in the heart of the forest. Sure. It is an honor. Oh boy. Announces the canvases made from the wood, bast fiber, the older chronicles tell of a bleak historical period. The tribe's decline due to an unknown virus. The symbols on the canvas resemble High Gothic letters, but the inhabitants do not know the origin of their meaning, claiming that the sacred knowledge was bestowed upon them by Quetzaltemer himself. This character, revered as a god, obviously originates from the Imperium that we know. His exact name, either lost or adapted in accordance with local phonetics. The only sacred symbol the tribe reveres is the Aquila. A group of the most interesting canvases depicting tragic yet heroic deeds was confiscated and taken on board for further investigation. Many of the words made up from scrambled Gothic symbols were easy to decipher, such as banished, sacrifice, valley, or land, lands, as well as death, incomprehensible and merciful. This part most likely talks about some sort of sacrificial pilgrimage. A priest has confirmed my theory. Any tribesmen who have committed an offense can atone by sacrificium, a journey to the Deadlands, full of unknown depths. The adepts that I have sent to investigate the Deadlands have not returned yet. End of log. Boy, oh boy. That was not smart of you.
Keep your wits about you. Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Nothing. Nothing. Nothing.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
The name of this rose leads ahead of Starborn. Yeah, nothing new. I have questions for you. Tell me about Speaks with Gods. The priest of the tribe. Okay.
I always keep my options open.
Okay. We have to go back the way we came. And from there we go south. Oh, charred human bones lying in a shell. It's distinctly non-human scattered alongside the Rosina weapons. You found Drukhari shit? The fuck?
Let us not dawdle.
That is even more.
Case on Dark Bonus brought back memories from my investigating days on a certain Calixian hive world. Hi. I can't say I miss those times, but there is something pleasurable about following the criminal's trail.
I guess Abelard would have answered that. The forest hike lasts an entire day. In the golden rays of dusk, the rogue trader sees a small hill crowned with an aquila, a double-headed eagle totem made from the plasteel and rockfree components of an ancient ship. The foot of the hill provides a much less scenic view, however, soil stained brown from all the flesh smeared upon it, contrasted only by the white specks of bone shard mixed into the dried bloody mass.
Well, what do we have here? Keep your wits about you.
Keep a sharp eye.
Look, over there.
Decayed Drukhari remains rest amid the forest, along with this world's sorrowful past. Concerning.
State your intention.
Is there money to be made?
Seeing the carefully elected place of worship is quiet and peaceful. This altar radiates a strange energy, as if rituals involving psychic power have been performed here many times. Yep, I guess that's exactly what happened. Okay. Now what? Okay. We're gonna be entering some more interesting places now. Let's go.
I always have a backup plan.
The cries are drawing closer and closer. Their source finally appears, a small creature. Yep, it's the same thing. Someone repurposed old containers to build a ceremonial tomb.
Pay attention.
The remains of Imperium
The
soldiers.
souls that tormented Venai Zachary. Did they reject death? Or did the Undying One accept them into his hands in the end?
Imperium soldiers replaced inside a long time after.
Seldom does she who thirsts release victims from her grasp. It is better that you do not dwell on their fate.
Top or get left in the dust.
She's not wrong.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Not even a little bit.
There.
Tattooed mummy lies in a ceremonial pose, dressed in bizarre fur attire and with the Achille branch in her head. Ooh.
The Vizier. Would he be proud?
Some preserved thanks to the
Am
properties
I?
of the local troposphere. Traces of inky secretions are visible on his skin, evidence of poisoning by a rare Drukhari toxin.
Let us not dawdle.
Interesting. Very interesting.
That's how it's done.
Pure breastplates and chain swords, gleam amid the mummified remains.
Keep your wits about you.
Here we go. Oh, yeah. That's fine. Now we're gonna see some cool shit. Related to Winter Scale, if I recall correctly. We will find out that he killed his seneschal. The worst crime he could possibly commit in the entirety of the Imperium. He killed his Abelard. I know. Horrible. The rogue trader has never seen an anthill of such size before, but the most disturbing thing about it is a Xenos skeleton tied to the anthill with bonds made from some unknown material. The Drukhari weapon stuck in the corpse is the only detail that can point to its perpetrator. Being eaten by ants is a horrific torture that makes the blade in the back seem like an act of mercy, the most uncharacteristic gesture for this race. True. That is odd. Very odd.
I always keep my options open.
The sugar growth has sprung the second between the bag. The trail is gone. Judging by the traces of blood, the Xenos attacked the camp from high ground, reluctant to get too close. The markings on the containers date about 500 Terran years. Inside are decayed remains and unused equipment. Putrid stench of decaying flesh comes from the Enforcers' bodies that have not yet been torn apart by local wildlife.
I always have a backup plan. I always get the job done. Is there money to be made?
Caligo's Winter Scale seems to have set up camp here.
My success was inevitable.
The body of House Winterscale's seneschal has been picked clean by wild beasts. But the marks on his spine and his split skull suggest that the man was sliced in two with a power weapon. The camp was routed. Was it the fury of my kin? They fought monsters from among them on Key, only to become no different than monsters themselves.
Rise to the top, or get
Not even
left
a couple
in
of
the
heretics?
dust.
Nope. No heretics here. As you can see by looking at my retinue, there isn't a single heretic here. In fact, there is an agent of the Inquisition with me, which means there couldn't possibly be any heretics here. None of them. Now, How was it that I got the fuck out of here? Was it south? It is indeed south. Yes. The guide is, how do I put this? Wrong. So we're gonna have to take a bit of a risk here and circumvent it for a second. And let's hope I'm not wrong. Think fuck. Okay.
I go into the darkness.
Don't sheathe your axe yet, my lord. More game rear their heads, eager to lose them. The mountain of muscle next to the laughing rogue trader menacingly rolls its shoulders. You recognize the hulking man as Vorten the Grey, arch-militant to Caligos Winterscale, who accompanied his master to your Magna Accessio. Caligos briskly turns on his heel. The blade of his power axe shines threatening in the sun, covered in fresh blood. Upon seeing you, he breaks into a bloodthirsty grin. You repeat yourselves, Xeno scum. Do you really believe that I will fall for your tricks twice? Oh, Starborn, graciously allow this priest to speak. The one before you is not... Silence! I did not feed you to the forest beasts for one reason and one reason only. You may still be of use. If you don't want to die with these Xenos, shut your mouth. What an intriguing monkey. I would test whether his ability matches his audacity. Oh boy. I would gladly do battle with you, but I fear I may accidentally swat that tired old man. I am here to return speaks with gods to the village and pacify this forest. Kind of want to see the answers to the other questions, so just give me a second. In the name of the god Emperor Caligos Winterscale, do not make me kill you. I suppose no Xenos would be desperate enough to feign devotion to the Imperial Creed. Is that you, New Blood? Fancy meeting you here. What in the void are you doing on my world? On your own, no less. Easy, easy. I came here to solve your Xenos problem, not become part of it. I do not have problem with the Xenos. The Xenos have problems with me. Great. I would gladly do battle with you, but I fear I may accidentally swat that tired old man. Careful, I'm as ready to do business with hotheads as I am to hack them off. To be fair, he is laughing while saying that. Caligos, look at me. I am Domino Diantus von Valencius. But of course, and I'm the god emperor of mankind. So much for a reunion of old friends. I have no friends, only enemies and servants. I'm here to return speaks with gods to the village and pacify this forest. How do you know the old man's name? Has he been a spy for you this whole time? Speak. Oh, God. I would gladly do battle with you, but I fear I may accidentally swat the tiled old man. Careful, I'm as ready to do business with hotheads as I am to hack them off. Is that you, New Blood? Fancy meeting you here. What in the void are you doing on my world, and in such company? I'm here to resolve your conflict with the Eldari with as little violence as possible. Then you're somewhat late. As you can see, the hunt has already begun. And this time, it's not even my doing. The prey came to fill my hunting grounds by itself. And so how could I resist? You know, your ladyship von Valencius, why don't you join in the revelry? I'm not greedy. This world has enough trophies for the both of us. Trophies, you say? In you live the rage and bloodthirst of a killer, Monkey. The way you see the world and the cattle around you is to my liking. Perhaps I chose the wrong rogue trader. Perhaps I should change retinue and join your hunt. Oh no. Marajai glances at you, then pointedly turns all his attention to Kaligos. Kaligos roars with a deafening laughter. Why, you blood? Even your pet Xenos knows which of us dominates in the art of slaughter. A Drukhari. Thinking about it, I would exchange the snake for your gangly pet. The slith bores me terribly. Not a single surprise is left in that thing. But your kind, as I know well, are masters at playing with prey. Kaligos continues speaking, but Marajai is not really looking at him. His narrowed eyes are focused on you. Because he's a little fucking brat, that's why. You suddenly realize that the Drukhari's comment had a single purpose, to gauge your reaction to his insubordination. I will try harder, Marajai. Give me a chance. Stay, and you will not be disappointed. Marajai smiles contentedly and raises his head even higher. You may one day be worth something after all. I trust that you will remember my leniency towards your weakness and increase your efforts accordingly. I love that they're just doing this thing right in front of my salad. I mean, right in front of this other rogue trader. And the other rogue trader's just going, ew, what the fuck? Kaligos shifts his gaze from Marajai to you, then back again, with a stunned and somewhat disgusted expression. Then the snake remains with me? And you keep your gangly pet on a shorter leash. You clearly need him more. Says his condition. Unsurprisingly, at your first meeting, Kaligos Winterscale appeared before you in a more favorable light. However, under the layer of dried blood and dirt, you still notice a strange detail. The rogue trader appears neither wounded nor exhausted. Having spent a good 30 nights in the forests of Kurtzatomer, Winterscale has merely swapped his dazzling smile for a feral grin and drenched himself in the blood of his enemies. Inspect his retinue. Speaks with gauze, looks at you with trusting violet eyes, and you notice silvery sparks glimmering within. His thin, wounded body shivers from the slightest gust of wind, yet you can still sense the power contained in this elderly flame. He nods meekly and gives you the same simple, genuine smile as his sister from the tribe. A panicked, binaric thrill escapes from under the tech priest's hood when one of her mechondrites goes limp, sparking in multiple places at once. The servant of the Messiah gently picks it up and warily wields her combi tool until the manipulator starts moving again. Trevor Cassini, the tall navigator in ragged clothes of silk and silver proudly wears the coat of arms of House Cassini. Half of his face is ruined by a fresh scar left by acid. Domino von Valencius? The navigator nods politely, though he tries to hide it. His voice is filled with pain and suffering. The slith mercenary looks around viciously, frantically clutching their weapon. Their bodies peppered with wounds, both old and new, some rotting, some almost healed. Their yellow pupils narrow when you lock eyes, but the Xenos quickly loses interest. Vorthen de Grey has not changed much since your last meeting. Still the same brute of a man with bloodshot eyes and a dull expression on his face. However, unlike Kaligos' other servants, the Archmilitant does not look exhausted, and neither does Kaligos. Both are filled with rage and thirst for battle, as if the hunt has only just begun. I would gladly hunt Xenos in worthy company. I knew that the heir of Theodora would not be some spineless upstart. Come, Von Valencia, surprise me. Well, what are you waiting for, new blood? I wandered these forests for 30 nights and did not find the way to the Old Twigs village. We'll see if you bring us better luck. Move out! Juliet ran away, so she's supposed to run if I pick that option. You've already destroyed 4 Xeno ships. Is that not a great victory in itself? Okay, I should like to ask you a few questions about your presence. Really? And I should like the tenderest sea serpent steak in a bottle of Calixi Namasek. What misery! For 10 moons already I have been forced to subsist on grass, roots, and insect larvae. Save your questions for later, Domina. I'm not talkative when hungry. Let's find a way to the old man's village and then I'll give you your audience. You have already destroyed 4 Xenos ships. Is that not a great victory in itself? Seize this hunt, and I shall make the Xenos leave your worlds forever. Retreat when the enemy's bones already crunch underfoot. Alien blood must flood the lands of Katsatomer. Only then will the Xenos have paid for their insolence. Quiet, Vorton. This hunt truly has dragged on quite for some time. The ever-twisting paths, the paltry game. The dullness of it is always suffocating. I may accept your proposal, Domina, but only when I'm certain that the destruction of my remaining enemies. Of course, that's assuming we find them in this accursed forest. Juliet gives you an intent look and curtly nods, her shoulders relaxing slightly. Then the first order of business is to return the priest to the heart of the forest and calm its rage. Well, what are you waiting for, new blood? I wandered these forests for 30 nights and did not find a way to the old Twigs village. We'll see if you bring us better luck. Move out.
Keep your wits about you.
Just as he ordained.
I sense something nearby.
Oh, they are actually following me, I just realized. Okay, it's just some fruit.
Let us not dawdle.
There's literally only one exit, so...
Always keep your eye on the prize.
We should be able to just go north twice now.
I always always keep my options open.
Yep, there it is. Here we go.
Speak, Elantak.
Everything happened just as Speaks with Gods foresaw. The Starborn are back, and with them our... Enough of your bleating, old hag. I already told you your speech offends me, so it makes me want to cut out your tongue. I am sick and tired of aimlessly trudging through the woods, old man. I am a hunter, and without a quarry, I turn into quite the beast. Speaks with Gods is ready to conduct a ritual, O Starborn. The heart of the forest is calling out to me, so let this priest serve his gods, not in word, but in deed. It is done. This good-for-nothing psyker has finally proved himself useful. I intend to have a good night's sleep and enjoy the local delicacies. One good thing about Ketzatamare is that the food here is sweeter than Calixian honey and more tender than the meat of a young grox. You should get some rest as well, Domina. And remember, it is better to go hunting when you're full of vigor, but slightly hungry. The hunger adds acuity. Acuity? Makes the kill more intoxicating, you know? Let me know when you're ready to depart, or if you decide to share a few stories, then come to the bonfire. It's not often that two rogue traders can indulge in confidences away from prying ears. Okay. Tell me about yourself, old man. Yeah, that's your name. Servant of dreams, nightmares, and reveries, can see things that others cannot see, that has transpired what is yet to be. Your appearance is in the heart of the forest, and the consequences it bears for Ketzatamare. Consequences might come into this world, you just see in your visions. Scar Herald stands at the crossroads, I see all of her choices and see none of them, but the servant knows one thing clearly. Starborn must go to the Deadlands to destroy the one who should have been long dead. The sunset rays will paint the heart of the forest crimson, if the darkness leaves it, and the two stars will part, then meet again. Crimson, crimson. The fading light can still be saved. Forgive the servant, Sky Herald. The waking dreams are often the most painful. Tell me about your tribe. We are the children of the Fiery Mother and the Pale Father, who look after us by day and guard us by night. The faithful servants of the two-headed eagle god, whose shields... yes. About leads ahead. Half-sister. Your way of speaking is strange, just like your sister's. Forgive the servants of Ketzatamare for their speech, O Starborn. No matter how much the ancestors try to pass the language of the gods on to their descendants, the tribes seldom use it, for the gods only descend from their heavenly palace not more often than once in 3 life dwells. I have other questions. The servant knew that you would say that. Did the ritual truly make this forest safe? Spirits from the darkness brought the fire rain down on Ketzatamare, killing many of the tribes who had cared for the forest young and ancient. This blasphemy rain raged the guardian spirits, but as soon as the servant of the wind, rain, and sand soothed them with the ritual sacrifices and divine sorcery, their wrath gave way to mercy. Did you not foresee this in your visions? The dreams come and go, Sky Herald of the faraway stars. Sometimes the servant of the gods can understand the mythical visions of the days of old or the future, but even Speaks with Gods cannot fully comprehend the divine design of the two-headed eagle god. Sometimes I am blind even when I can see. Did you know that that sorcery is punishable by death in the Imperium? Do not know this word. How can his gift be condemned by mortals? Yep. You're a good man, even if you are technically an unsanctioned psyker. blessed is a life that serves the two-headed eagle god and his sky heralds. Tell me, how did you and Winterskill survive all this time? The Starborn, who carries the seal of Quetzaltemir's descendant, is strong in both body and will, as befits a god. The servant, like the rest of his entourage, had grown weak on just the 7th night of our journey, but the Starborn continued to lead us fearlessly, pressing forward to seek out the spirits from the darkness even among the twisted paths, delivering the sky's judgment. This servant of the grass, flowers, and trees regrets only the imminent death of the Starborn's companion, the one you call the Seneschal. He quarreled with the iron-clad guardian, and his words enraged the Starborn, and thus he slashed the unfortunate man's body up with his axe and threw the remains to the wild animals of Quetzaltemir for them to feast on. He killed the Seneschal. Yes. I must take my leave. And then you felt something in him when he did it. I wonder what it is you felt.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
God fucking damn it. Winterskill, you know, truly, I like you, buddy. But I could do with a little less skulls for the skull throne and blood for the blood god sort of shit. Just a little less. A nice walk that, wasn't it, Domino? You may have helped us navigate the living forest's clutches, but don't let it get to your head. I would have managed by myself sooner or later. Sooner or later. I have some questions to ask of you. One day, you two will grow sick of all the talking, and then you two will choose shooting Xenos on a wild planet over endless intrigue. Fine, we've plenty of time, so be it. I will give you a private audience. If dear Corda knew how close-knit we had become, she would have surely branded us conspirators. You're not wrong. Can you stop calling me New Blood for 5 fucking seconds? Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Wait around for a couple of decades, New Blood, and let others get used to you. It is not often that we have a fresh new rogue trader in our circle. I hear you have decided to oppose both the Lord Inquisitor and the Chorda dynasty. Avoid Kraken and meet them both for all I care, acting as if their war on heresy in the Expanse is just starting. I've been living it for decades, and I don't need an inquisitorial preacher, and I certainly don't need Incendia's goodwill. I saw the corpse of your seneschal at the forest camp. The old man was a weakling, and that is why he's dead. That's what happens when you can no longer fulfill your duties to your master. Caligos carries himself with an air of indifference, but the sudden furrows of his forehead betray his regret. Many fine warriors have perished on this hunt. Raise a toast to their name when you can. How did you survive? Not unlike the jungles of Katakan, New Blood. The only thing that could kill you here is your own stupidity, or a rather unfortunate coincidence in the form of a stray xenos or rare predator. Rainwater for breakfast, nutritious larvae for lunch, and fermented fruit in place of wine for supper. One could not wish for better hunting grounds. I've noticed that your people look utterly woe-begone, while you do not have a single scratch on you. That means that my people are weaklings, and I shall change that soon. As for me, I've been of stout constitution since the day I was born. First, Caligos shrugs his shoulders indifferently, but after looking closer at his companions, he raises his brow in surprise. It seems that the rogue trader just realized the validity of your words. Tell me about this planet. Your inquiries are curious, to be sure. Quetzaltemir is a planet with a rather dreary backstory. A long time ago, it supplied my great-grandfather with tons of succulent fruits and thousands of cargo containers filled with special building fiber processed for the from the local forests. The population all lived in large cities, a safe distance away from the tangled paths and trees, and then this quiet life was dashed by Xenos raids. They burned down the cities and shackled our people faster than our ships could help. In the end, the local governor ran away, leaving the remaining people at the beast's mercy. And the people in turn fled the big cities that attracted the Xenos. And that is how the forest that the rabble feared became their salvation. The planet fell into decay, there was no one to populate the cities, and there was no one to extract resources. Pt21 expected 3 new arcs filled with settlers to arrive from the Imperium, but in 500 years, not one of them has reached the Expanse. Do not turn your gaze to me, Alan Tuck. It was not my kin who desolated this world. Yeah, it was probably Drukhari. I remember the times when this planet was nothing more than a source of amusement for the Cabals. When its supplying of squealing meat ran dry, so did our interest. And now the beasts have returned to become meat for my amusement. Glorious. The planet is withering, and yet you only turned your attention to its problems once you'd found a way to make them into a source of entertainment? At this rate, it'll be centuries before the Imperium investments of colonists pays off, assuming Pt21 is ever able to pay the tithes at all in its wretched state. You think you can judge me? Me, a rogue trader? Draw your weapon then, and we will see that much lauded Arbites are worth. Feel free to call your dog to help. I will handle you both myself. I will not attack a rogue trader, nor will I judge him, but I am obligated to remind you about your sacred duty to the Imperium, even if I must do so at your displeasure. Let's discuss the Eldari problem. You care about them that much, New Blood? Go ahead then. Try to convince me that the vile Xenos scum deserve the mercy of Caligos Winterscale. But remember, you only get one chance to try. Interesting. The Winterscale I've heard of would never have thrown his protectorate to Chorda so easily. Testing the boundaries, are we, Domina? I like your boldness, but you shouldn't stick your head so far into the beast's throat. I shall consider your words, and that is all I shall promise. It's time to go seeking the Eldari then. It is about time indeed. Gives you a friendly pat on the shoulder, summons his retinue with a gesture. It may take a while to find their trail, but Vorton here has a keen eye, and his sense of smell can rival any old dog. We'll do just fine, especially with the forest being on our side now. Let's go. Try not to fall behind. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Is there money to be made?
Not a problem for a proctor.
Cloak of Mercy. Mimic fibers blend the coloration of the wearer into their surroundings. The cloak grants 20% dodge. Interesting.
Let us not dawdle.
Here we go. A stately Eldari warrior steps forward, calmly looking at the intruders. His armor and his adornments gleam in the sun despite the traces of dried mud and caked-on blood. The Farseers instructed me to send you away, Monkey. However, I recently stopped meekly heeding their counsel. And besides, my sister is among you. I am curious to hear the outcast's tidings. Nocturne! Hey! Hi! I was looking at him and I was like, wait, you're not dressed like the other Harlequins. You're dressed like Nocturne. Vain rhetoric, a masterful display. Your temper, brother mine, you ought to quell. Bravado has no place within this play. Indeed, the merchant proved this all too well. This actor excellent, who did alight upon the stage, now will this piece complete. By choosing a final what the fuck? Nocturne, you speaking in rhymes is fine. You using words I've never seen in my fucking life, less fine. Apposite? Apposite? Fuck if I know. Who shall survive, and who their doom shall meet. Nocturne of Oblivion, mournful horned mask, avidly tracks your face. It is difficult to say with certainty. However, you are of the opinion that Nocturne of Oblivion's disposition towards you is better than that of his kin. Also known as, we're pretty sure he likes us. But we can't be 100% certain. I choose to believe that he's my friend. I do not know about you, Domina, but these Xenos bastards are giving me the creeps. And then he looks at the solitaire. This one in the motley. I want to kill him. Now, abso-fucking-lutely not. You as much as point your gun at Nocturne, I will have you disemboweled. Vorton the Grey bares his teeth in anticipation and clutches the hilt of his sword. Look around the Eldari camp. The Xenos have made their camp among the ruins of an ancient city of the Imperium. Only the alien growths of the Xenotech and the wreckage of the Eldari ship disturb the picture of centuries-old devastation and rebirth. Despite their affected ease, most of the Xenos are pushing themselves to their limit. They're exhausted, nervous, and frightened. Even if they hide it well, this may have eluded your companions, but not you. Nocturne! It's been so long! What the fuck are you doing over here, buddy? The solitaire bows theatrically. With embers glowing, cupped in my two hands, I bear them through the deluge to the hearth. The Harlequin's metaphor implies he has been accompanying the survival diary for a while now. It is not clear to you what hearth he is talking about, but perhaps he has managed to find them a new home. I'm here to resolve this conflict peacefully. But we can start with number 2, unless it gets me in trouble. You invaded this world and I want to know why. Playing with your prey like a cat. Fine, New Blood. You're still young. Just remember that patience is not my strong suit. After everything the Elantak has done for my people, I am willing to answer her questions. But you had better not make any sudden moves, Mon Key. Wait, how do you know that? We did not attack this world, Elantak. The last of Kruderak's... How do you know who I am? Nocturne? I guess Nocturne told him. We did not attack this world, Elantak. The last of Kruderak's children assembled once more to scour the master of flesh Cervantius from the memory of the universe. The homunculus who abducted and tortured the Farseers from our craft world. We learned that he is hiding on this world, but something prevented our Farseers from discovering his lair, and so we were forced to act. Decisively. The master of flesh from Gamora? He's here? We must destroy him. This is what we are here for, outcast. Stretch out your hand, grasp a spear of vengeance together with us, and plunge it into the dark heart of the Architect of Torment. Oh. That's not a good idea. But let's see what happens if I were to say that. The gazes of the assembled Xenos turn to you, their eyes piercing you like points of many swords. Your sense of timing, merchant, lacks finesse. You sing midst lightning flash and thunderous boom. A choice deranged and deadly, I confess. I glimpse myself in your strange dance with doom. So you knew, Arabinian. We will talk about this later. As for right now, the monkey has left me no choice. And then it starts the fight. Yeah, I figured. You call purging an entire world of the size of motherfucking action? Our farseers, the ones who managed to save, could not name the exact location of the Master of Flesh. Even after our ships circled the world for a third time, something prevented them from seeing the truth. Something powerful. We knew your patrols would soon discover our presence, and we decided to do something else. To exterminate the homunculus, along with the world he had chosen as his refuge. The Monki are flooding the galaxy at the speed of a meteor shower, and this world will repopulate eventually. Is a single world not worth eliminating a powerful enemy who threatens hundreds of such worlds, both yours and those of my kin? Yes, if you had warned us about it. Everything you've said would be perfectly acceptable by Imperium standards if you'd warned us in advance. But you didn't, so it just looks like you showed up and destroyed a human world for no good fucking reason. The Eldari are so prideful they border on fucking stupid. You may hide your anger behind a facade of benevolence all you want, cousin, except I can see straight through you. A dejected, lost, and frightened soul. Are you not worried about your precious path? Or have you decided to study your arts at last? The Eldari warrior pursues his lips and glares at Marajai furiously, but does not grace him with a reply. And you still deem him worthy of conversation? Oh boy. Okay. Address the Eldari, I guess. Tell me about the homunculus. Where is he? I will not say a word until you let my kin depart from this world. You lost your world and are now depriving others of theirs out of vengeance. Why do you think you're different? How dare you compare a dragon to a lizard? Starlight to the dim glow of a guttering candle. Make no mistake about your inferior species. A single child of a Surian is worth thousands of your kind. And there we go. Lay down your weapons, and I promise to judge you fairly. Well, not a good idea. Address Iliad, I guess. Iliad's gaze wanders from Kalagos to the Solitaire, from the Solitaire to the Eldari warrior, and back again. An outcast among her kin and strangers alike, a sorrowful burden that not all can bear. Do you still think your kin are worth saving? I never doubted it, Elantok. To you, the deeds of my kin may appear cruel, or even criminal, but spending enough time among them on Key granted me clarity of vision. Sometimes you treat your own kind even worse in pursuit of baser goals or personal gain. The homunculus is a threat to both our species, Elantok. You know well what his dark heart and perverted mind are capable of. Cervantes must be destroyed, and my kin have taken on the role of vengeful blade. Kalagos? Cannot kill the Eldari. What? Why? Look at yourself, Kalagos. You're becoming a monster whose only desire is to kill. Stop tugging at my conscience, Domina. You sound vile, like the incendia from my nightmares come to life to ruin the mood. The throne take you and all the misfortunes in the galaxy along with you. I must confess that all this dismal talk has given me a migraine and made my old wounds ache. So you want to save these Xenos? Suit yourself. By my grace, I entrust you with the lives of the enemies of humanity. Have fun. We shall be heading back now. Winterscale is such a jock. I like Winterscale. He's just been taken over by a follower of Khorne, so there's that. We shall be heading back now. What kind of hunting is it when the prey does not even struggle in your grasp? I'm disappointed. And don't you think I'm going to forget about your words and promises? We shall revisit that later. I know how difficult it is to go against the will of your kin, and yet I cannot hide my joy that we both lived through this moment and emerged with a tale to tell. After all the suffering that the Monarchy have inflicted upon the children of Krutharak, after all the punishment we have inflicted upon this world, my heart remains troubled, knowing that we have only tempered our grudges for a time and have parted without bloodshed today. However, I dare not complain. For my kin, the hour of triumph has arrived at last. Once the Master of Flesh is no more, we can go to the edge of this stellar expanse, away from the gaze of the Monarchy, and peacefully await the arrival of our kin from distant stars. What are you talking about, Sharon K? What kin from distant stars? Outcast Juliet, I have some good news for you. Our Farseers managed to contact the children of Craftworld Ally Talk, and soon your fellow outcasts will visit the part of the galaxy that the Monarchy called the Expanse. They will take us away, give us a new home, and... Is that what an adherent of the Path of the Warrior wishes to tell me? Were these words meant to comfort my heart? Oh, Asurion, your children once again seek to appease their pride by sending their kin to Monarchy worlds, there to find nothing but blood and death. You're crazy, for fuck's sake. The Farseer's mistakes doomed Krutharak, Sharon K. Sharon K. And their excessive cruelty and thirst for vengeance almost doomed those of us who managed to survive, against all odds in the void between foreign stars. You know it just as well as I do, but you continue to do their bidding. Oh, Sharon K., you could take the Webway Gate and go away from the dangers and tribulations of the Expanse, but you have chosen to stay here instead. You are dying. You are feuding with the Monarchy. Have not the children of Asurion spilled enough blood? It is not enough that we have lost our home. Why do you wish to expose even more of your kin to mortal peril? It is too late to change anything. The deed is done. Their will carried out. The outcasts from Ally Talk will come to the local stars and we will leave with them, sister. Fuck. I'm impressed you read that correctly. I know, right? Oh, are you gonna leave me? Oh, what a question. Are you saying there's another Eldari Craftworld heading for the Expanse? May Asurion save us from this woe. No, I will not allow another world to perish at the hands of the Monarchy, even if this means forsaking my soul. A bold statement from one who has not yet forsaken his soul even once. And I am not going to reveal all the secrets of my kind to you, Ellen Tuck. You may have helped us in our hour of need, but I trusted you at the outcast's behest. But I will say this, the warriors of Ally Talk are coming here, to your stars. This is an unalterable truth. Juliet? These bitches be crazy. Please tell them to fuck off. Juliet, your kin's plan is insane. Convince them to relent before it's too late. It will take the warriors of Ally Talk many years to discover the Webway. The Webway Gate, capable of bringing their strike force to the expanse. Perhaps you will be too old by then, and only on your deathbed will you hear the news. The children of Assyrian have come to exact their vengeance. For some reason, your words bring a faint smile to your lips. Worry not, Alantak. It is my turn to rescue you and your people. Rescue me? How? Like a forgotten shadow. Nocturne! Really? Just put Abelard in the way of the craft world. It's gonna be a tough match, but I think he can take him. Yes. Like a forgotten shadow, the solitaire steps into the light. They better have spare soul stones. They're gonna die. Yeah, that's... Everyone here is acting as if I'm scared of them coming up because I'm, like, worried about them killing us. It's like, bitch, I'm freaking out because I'm about to destroy another craft world. Well, not me, but someone will. You know? And I'm like, I'm not freaking out because of me. I'm freaking out for you. I'm scared they're all gonna die. These people do not learn. Like a forgotten shadow, the solitaire steps into the light and leans forward with interest, a spectator watching the culmination of an exciting performance. Nocturne is sitting here with the fucking energy of someone who's just at a movie theater eating popcorn, watching this whole thing. When we blew crew... Yep, I know. During my exile, I met many companions who temporarily joined me on my endless travels. One such companion was a fellow outcast who had already completed many paths. It was he who told me about the Ritual of Unity, a great opportunity for one spirit to reach out and touch the infinity circuit of the craft world known as the to the Farseers who perform it. Sharon K. said that the Kruderak Farseers have already contacted Light Talk. This means I can too. Did the darkness of space drive you mad during your exile, sister? Even those who walk the path of the seer balk at joining souls with the ancestors inside the circuit. They are wise and know that the ritual is perilous to the spirit. Your chances of success are simply non-existent. You would die without achieving anything. And even if you did not die immediately, ask yourself honestly, why should the ancestors listen to a simple outcast? As you said, Allied Talk is a world of my fellow outcasts. They would not wish harm upon me, which gives wings to my hope. Look me in the eye, Sharon K. Do you wish to end the suffering of our kin? I can see the answer in your heart. You must accept it and help me. The Expanse has been through hard times of late. We do not need trouble with the Eldari, now or in the future. I have to find another way. I understand that it is not easy for those who have lived all their lives sheltered within a craft world to accept that sometimes life leads us down different paths, but the path that you and the Farseer have chosen only leads to more pain. Oh shit. Clicking that took away my ability to... Ah! Fuck. Well, we're gonna speedrun some dialogue again. Well, since we're speedrunning it, it'll be fine, but yeah, it's just annoying. I hate when that happens. And it's all because we can't save while in dialogue, which is bullshit, by the way. Bullshit.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Yeah. Let's do the speed run. Come on. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. There we go. Speedrun. Unless the warriors of Allied Talk arrive in this part of the galaxy, the sons and daughters of Krudorak will perish among the worlds of the Monkey. Is that the fate you wish for us? We will have to find another way. Blah, 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 blah. So that's the same stuff. Okay. This is your life and your people, Iliad. I will stay by your side, no matter what path you choose. And I do appreciate it, Elentak. Iliad nods and underscores her words with a familiar gesture of gratitude. I have done all I can, Sharon K. You know what you must do. The solitaire does not intervene, but shifts his gaze to Sharon K, as if expecting to hear the last line of a play before the curtain falls. May Asurian forgive his children. Fetch the Farseers. Tell them the outcast wishes to perform the ritual. We will wait for them here. Why is she calling out to me? Iliad is on her knees, clinging to the spirit stone like a lifeline with both her hands. Her eyes are dim, her breath is uneven, and her body is trembling. The rite has definitely gone awry. Can't you see she's suffering? Well, fuck it. Rush in to help, I guess. Wait, if you change the rite, you can make everything even worse for Iliad. What is happening? The rite of bonding is dangerous, and the outcast knew the price. I do not know what she sees, hears, and feels, but there is one truth: the outcast's soul is impure, and the Allied Talk ancestors have noticed this. Most likely, the outcast will go through the rite of rebirth, or perish. Get out of my way. If you won't help her, then I will do so myself. And there we go. Inside of her head, basically. Well, inside of her inner world. I don't want to say inside of her soul, but to where her soul is. Wherever that may be.
I always keep my options open.
My poor little cousin. You were so desperate to save your spineless kin, yet all you did, in the end, was fail them, fail yourself, and even your curious companion, your Elentak. I failed them all. Could I have acted differently? Would it have mattered? No, actually. It wouldn't. I know, because if you are not in the picture, then the events of Kamara still happen. It's in her head. Oh. Zombie, zombie, zombie. Relax and enjoy the process, cousin. Pain and suffering is the nectar that will save your soul. Not your— oh, for fuck's sake, I can't read all these at the same time! Pain and suffering is the nectar that will save your soul, not your paltry baubles. I pay the price in full. I have lost myself and even my meditation. Neither my soul nor my body may know rest now. The memory of a loss is always stronger than the memory of a gain, especially when you lose something as significant as a home or an entire world. I stumbled. I almost lost myself. I do not want to bring pain any longer to myself or to others. Juliet? The home that I lost, the Kim whom I could not save, and the Elentak whose predecessor was to blame for it all. Fear and despair took hold of my soul. I had to do something, anything. I did not fear oblivion before, knowing that my soul would one day become one with the infinity circuit of Krudorak and join my ancestors, but now I am shamefully afraid of every battle I have to face. Oh, Asurian, why would the Farseers do this? The Monkey are not the only ones to blame for the death of our home. Our own leaders condemned thousands of our precious souls to suffering. I knew the Monkey would not have believed me if I had told them about the treachery of their loyal watcher of outsiders. They would have ended my path, my life, and the children of Krudorak would never have learned the truth. But would the Elentak have believed me? Yes, I would have, you fucking dumb bitch.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
I would have actually believed you. But, you know. Someone has some trouble with, self-confidence. Stop, Elentak. This is the very heart of my world, too fragile for you to touch. You cannot come here. You should not even be here. It is so beautiful and quiet here, a stark contrast to my own world. You were calling my name, Juliet. I thought you needed my help. Oh, Lantak, what have I done? I'm still connected to the souls of my ancestors. It is dangerous for you to be here. It's so beautiful and quiet here. Stark contrast to my own world. We should not compare our worlds, Lantak. Mine is a blossoming garden that I've tended and cherished for years. Yours is still young and ungraceful, as it should be. Do all Eldari souls look like this? An inner world is just a reflection of how we see our soul. Everyone shapes it differently, and each one's unique. But I don't know how to get out of here. I don't even know how I got here. Do not worry. I will protect you, whatever happens. Protect me? From what? My ancestors beheld the wound inflicted on my soul during the search for Krudarak and the Drukari's torture. She called you ungraceful. No, she said that the inner world was a little ungraceful. As in, I have 500 years of experience doing this and you just started. Understandably so, you're not fucking perfect at it. So she wasn't insulting. She was actually being quite reasonable there. She's usually insulting, but not this time. The wounds that did not heal for many weeks while I was unable to meditate and immerse myself in my world. And there's somewhere here now. Healing, patching, mending. And you. They also think you are one of the wounds bleeding inside my soul. Let's try to do as we have done before. Try and pull you out of my world with meditate. You feel a strange prickling sensation starting from the tips of your ears all the way to your toes. A wave of warmth and calm crushes over you, giant and inescapable. And with it, the sense of someone watching you, as if thousands of eyes are trained upon you at the same time. You do not belong here. You should not be here. Okay, Morag, they're already here. Run. Run away now. There's nowhere for me to run. I'm literally stuck, sweetie. The foreign world spits you out like waste. Your head is spinning, your entire body aches, and every muscle burns with a strain. It feels as if the thousands of gazes that were following you in Iliad's world continue to watch you, evaluate you, judge you. The Krudarak Eldari, shocked by your sudden return from the depths of another's world, approach slowly, observing you and Iliad, who has just awoken. Domina, are you alright? Yes, I see. You are unharmed. Iliad kneels over you, peering into your eyes with a worried expression. Iliad, your stone. Iliad looks down at her breastplate in astonishment, seeing her shattered spirit stone. Oh, merciful Isha. Oh, that's bad. That's very bad. That's extremely bad. I do not understand. Why would Alaitak's souls do something like this? Oh, this is your punishment, outcast, for your betrayal of your own kind. The fuck did she do? Why are you still there gawping? Fix it, there must be a way. Even if we wanted to, Monkey, it is impossible to recreate a spirit stone so easily. But I will not let you into the secrets of my I did not ask you how to do it, I told you to do it, you dumb fuck. Jesus. But you are also at fault for what has happened to the outcast. I swear to God, I'm going to start stabbing. Idiot, what will happen to you now? I do not know. I don't know. Iliad's gaze absently travels over her kin's faces, but they turn away from her in fear and disgust. Swear to God, Iliad, I've been pretty mean to you sometimes, mostly because you act like a bitch. But oh my God, does every other Eldari around her act like even a bigger bitch? It's like, you think Iliad's bad, and then you meet every other Eldari and you go, you know what, Iliad's pretty chill. Fuck it, eh? Now that Iliad's soul is left without protection, the insatiable gaze of she who thirsts will forever be trained upon her. And if the outcast dies, her soul will never be able to join her ancestors in the Infinity Circuit. Silent Thresh will devour it in that very moment. How did this happen? It seems that you became part of the rite when you drew too close. That is why I did not sense you straight away and why you could not leave. With a trembling hand, Iliette strokes the spirit stone shards, then jerks her hand away with a cry, staring at a cut on her finger. You became imprisoned in my world, and when the souls of my ancestors targeted you to rid my world of everything that did not belong there, You saved me. You shielded me with your soul. Oh. Since when was the life of a monkey more precious to you than your own? Oh, that's rude. You saved me, shielded me with your soul. They would have healed my soul and made you disappear, but I did not want that. I will decide for myself when to walk side by side with you and when our ways will part. The freedom to choose, even if the choice is dangerous and wrong, that is my path. Domina, that is what I live and fight for. I told you that everything comes with a price, outcast. You've shielded Mon-Ki from danger with your soul and ended up coming under the attack of our ancestors. At least you survived the rite. Tell me, were your words heard? I am tired of the Farseer's blindness and my kin's hatred. Sharon-K, all of the choices of our people led only to the suffering and loss of our loved ones. I no longer wish to be an accomplice to another's hatred and pay for the mistakes of those who are supposed to guide us towards the light, but who led us into oblivion. Whoa. Iliette? Relax, honey. I convinced my kin to divert the river of their anger. The ranks of the outcasts will arrive in the expanse, unseen, unheard, but not for the sake of war. They will find and take away those who remain, the last sons and daughters of Krudarak, and then they will depart the Mon-Ki stars without a trace, forever. Your brothers and sisters would not dare ask you for more, Iliette. I understand your choice, even if my spirit cannot fully accept it. I would not be opposed to cooperating in the future. If our paths cross again one day, we will begin our conversations by greeting one another, and not unsheathing our blades. Your time in this world is too short to hope for it, but I will remember our promise, Elantak. Do you still hope to find the homunculi? The Farseers could not divine where the Master Flesh made his lair, for an unknown force is hiding him from the penetrating gaze of the Wise Ones. The children of Assyrian have never encountered anything like this before. Having circled the world several times and failed in our search, we ventured to unleash our pent-up fury on the planet in the hopes that we would be graced with a fortunate accident. Alas, the fate of the Master Flesh remains unchanged. The Farseers could feel the beating of his black heart, but were powerless to do anything. That was when our rangers began to deduce the coordinates of his lair based on the readings of the Wise Ones and the lands untouched by the fire weapons, and they would have succeeded had the Mon-Ki not attacked our fleet. I will share the information I have gathered, for I hope that even a Master Flesh will not be able to elude two pursuers at once. Our ways part here, outcast. Avoiding Iliette as best they can, the Eldari scatter across the meadow and disappear into the shadow of the forest. She watches them leave, her fists clenched, so hard that her knuckles have turned white. So ended the path of the outcast. Nothing is over yet. I will stay by your side and help you find the new Spirit Stone. Your words make Iliette smile slightly. If only it were that easy, Elantak. One must know how to bond an empty Spirit Stone with a soul, intertwine it with one's inner world, and be able to contain it. Only the Farseer castes are capable of such a feat. But now my kin have turned their backs on me, and not for the first time. Let us go, Elantak. Let us leave this graveyard of doubts, unfulfilled hopes, and newfound fears. Together. I don't remember what her ending is like, but oh my god, I hope it involves something about her finding a new Spirit Stone, because that is very concerning. Very fucking concerning.
I can cut your eyelids for you to see better.
I love him so much. Can you just get a new spirit stone? Well, as she just explained, you can, but then you have to bind your soul into the spirit stone, and that particular ritual is only known to the Farseers, the same group of motherfuckers who despise her and refuse to do anything for her. So, you know.
I always have a backup plan.
Might be a little difficult to convince them to help her when they fucking hate her, apparently. Nocturne, I wish I could speak to you. You're adorable. The game won't let me speak to you. I'm sad.
Let us not dawdle.
You know, Stanzo, I miss the times when fire cultivators were only used for working in the fields. Back then I thought, by the throne, damn that forest. Can't take your eyes off of it for a tick, or else it'll mess with production. But nowadays, the damn forest is the only thing that can defend people. Who'd have guessed? And we, the Silvarius, are the only ones who can pass through it. If we have our fire cultivator intact, that is. I did hear, though, that one of the astropaths managed to lead a group of 50 people through the bush, but nobody has heard from them since. The enemies of humanity got them, didn't they? Come meet us halfway. I'm leading a new group, and the Promethium in my cultivator is running out.
I always keep my options open.
The best part is these little chest circle thingies. The last time we saw one of those, it was full of spirit stones. So it's not entirely unreasonable for me to assume that that one might be full of spirit stones too. Which means they have the spirit stones with them right here. And they have the Farseers right here. They could just fix this. They could just fix this, but they won't. It's not that they can't, it's that they won't. That's how fucking much of a cunt they are. Anyway. Romancing Iliad makes you both really, really like the Eldari and respect them, and despise them. That is not their path, Domina the Hunters. Exactly. It is not their path. Swear to God, I'm gonna carve their path in their up their. I thought their lives had value greater than X of insert lesser races. Why not help your few and dying race? I know! But you see, you're making too much sense. These motherfuckers don't make sense. They never do.
Keep your eye on the prize.
Anyway. Oh God. I left my chocolate here and it's now completely molten. Like, completely molten. It is liquid. Thankfully, I did not open its container, so I'm gonna go put it in the fridge and hopefully it'll freeze back into its original shape-ish. Be right back. I think it might be too late for it though. And I'm back. Chocolate's been placed in the fridge. And then I'll have to Google later if that's actually sanitary and okay, or if I should just throw it out. We'll find out later, before I eat it. Hey, Iliad. Are you okay? Which is a very dumb question to ask you right now, because the answer is obviously fuck no.
Elantark? I trust your journeys were fruitful. The Lilithan is my kin are probably still... What do you wish to talk about? the words of truth sound like...
Well, that was something. Let's think. We just dealt with Kaligos, didn't we? Right. Right, I forgot about that. Okay, here we go then. Right. I'm surprised Marajai did not take the opportunity to mock her the second her spirit stone actually fractured. It feels almost merciful of him not to have immediately fucked with her at that moment, you know? It's like, damn, really? That was uncharacteristically nice of you. Maybe he just forgot. He wasn't paying attention. They were talking for too long and he lost interest. Okay, she found the door. Sorry, Adira, but we will come back with you later. I just need to do this without you right now. Of course, look, please don't forget about it. My fate is on the line here. I know, Adira. I know. I will bring you. Just not right now, because we're gonna have to go to a big fucking fight. And it's gonna be done without you, and then I'll come back with you when everything's cleared. Okay? Let's go.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Ancient dust covers the walls, floors, and equipment. Yeah, that makes sense.
Just as I planned.
Oh, nice. Cool. Okay. It's way too hot, bro.
Xenos biology is different from human biology. I wish I had the opportunity to study firsthand What causes the greatest pain to enemies of humanity?
Uh-oh.
You hide behind duty, but in reality, you crave others' suffering as much as I do. How does it feel to know that you and I are alike? No need to answer. I can sense your agonizing rage.
Henrix, you walked into that one. You really walked into that one. I could see it coming from a mile away.
That's how it's done.
It's not difficult to break it. The machine spirit has been tormented. Someone ripped every bit of useful knowledge from its memory. Okay.
Keep a sharp eye.
This just keeps getting weirder and weirder.
Is there money to be made?
I sense something nearby.
Easy.
None are better at searching.
Assignment completed.
Oh boy. Experiment number 4,300. Okay. The notebook contains detailed observations, farmland, diagrams, and is thickly covered in a viscous greenish liquid. Almost all the pages are firmly glued together, their contents turned into blurry stains. Experiment number 78, outcome failure, subject capable of maintaining minimal vitals. Falls short of every requirement? The degree of something abnormalities and deformities unacceptable. Failure. Upon being removed from the capsule, the subject's vital something ceased in an excruciating manner, following a brain hemorrhage and multiple internal The last subject conformed to minimum requirements, but their capabilities are limited. They're incapable of no capacity for the original. Okay.
I
Cool,
always
bro.
have a
Watch your
backup.
steps.
Cool. Cool story, bro.
What is your command? Moving out. Not a problem for Proctor.
Let us not dawdle.
I think we might need to fight a few people.
This is intriguing.
Just a few.
I am your shadow.
Xenos scum! You don't belong in this galaxy!
You'll suffer exquisitely.
Accepted. Let's test our skills, Galato. Mark the target. The Lex is inescapable.
Good boy.
This tedium is beneath me. Another soul slips beyond the veil. I understand you're to deal death with my hands. I will not. If it serves your cause.
You are mine now.
Oh, they're coming for her. That's fine. I'll protect her. It's good I left my character up there.
Oblivion approaches. Pathetic attempt. Built by a rebel in your terror. It is handled. A euphoria of anguish. Kneel before me, prating! Don't distract me. It would be beneath me to even attempt it.
Trust me. As honor ordains. This goes against the tenets. There is only death. Yours or mine. I am your blade and shield. Trust me. Let your soul be purged as honor ordains.
That was beautiful.
The undying Emperor whispers his will.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Death comes in silence.
Come on. Those are pretty weak.
Death is a blessing. Trust me.
And that should be enough to kill the rest.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
I always keep my
Keep a
options
sharp eye.
open. I won't let it define me.
Blood is my life. Death is...
I'm watching your back. Always.
I align my path with yours.
The Lex prevails. We were trained to act as one.
Miscalculations are for commoners. I don't make
No one has any intelligence in this fucking entourage. I swear to God, there are 6 people in this entourage and we're all sharing 2 brain cells. And I own both of those brain cells. Fucking hell.
I always get the job done. Keep your wits about you.
That's it? Really? It's not worth the hassle.
Just as I planned.
Copy of Homunculus Serventius. He made copies of himself? Clones? Is that it? Oh, Jesus.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
That was a problem for you.
This is the door. That's where the door is for Iliad later.
That's how it's done. I always
Get
have
the
a backup
blood.
plan.
Xenon storage device has been placed out in the open. It clearly says regular use. Yay! And not regular enough cleaning. Tech priest, what the fuck?
None are better at searching.
Okay. A little weird, but okay.
Success is
I
the only
sense
outcome
something
I
nearby.
accept. I always get the job done.
I'm pretty sure this is where he is. Might be wrong. Nope, no, that's definitely where he is. Oh, there he is. Found the bitch. Hey, Travantius. And Travantius, and Travantius, and Travantius, and hey, Travantiuses. You're looking at several completely identical homunculi at work. A disturbing sight. I agree. The indistinguishably and familiar faces turn their attention towards you, morosely and almost indifferently. Specimen, we meet again. Your escape from Gamora was both a statistical anomaly and an act of abject cowardice. You should have died in the Dark City instead of overstepping the limits of your own usefulness. You caused too much commotion. So you're here. Now what? Are you going to bore me with your questions, Monkey? I've been praying for my threats to cross your loathsome path. Today you will die as many times as you made me die. Twitching slightly, as though from invisible electrical impulses, they look virtually identical, yet each seems to be missing something. A limb, an implant, even a facial feature or two. The single gaze of the many faces no longer seems full of haughty superiority only. Some kind of shared defect also shows in it. Okay. What is this place? It does not look like a Drukhari laboratory. This dreary vault is lacking in practicality and function, but it has served as a passable refuge for me and my research. Why are you here and not in Gamora? I'm obviously here because this is my laboratory containing my research that requires my attention, so you got kicked out. I see you found new company, Terentius. Found? Do you mean made? I've had a backup shell stored away for centuries, but the events of the Spire of the Reaving Tempest convinced me one active body was not enough. Am I talking to one Terentius or several? Is each of you a separate individual? Mining multiple forms is intriguing, isn't it? I'll leave your question unanswered, Specimen, to give you something to ponder. Get fucked. A hole in the ceiling is a peculiar design choice. What happened here? Just more proof of how unreliable partnerships with lower life forms are. You notice one of the homunculi glanced at the hole in the ceiling. Fury contorts the Xenos' face. Cervantes is unable to hide his anger at what happened. Whoever did it, and whatever it was they did, it enraged him. I saw the body of a dead tech priest in this lab. Where did he come from? How would I know? I can't tell one monkey from another. I'll turn this place inside out to find out who has conspired with the Xenos. I've had it with traitors among the ranks of humanity. This meeting shall be our last, Cervantes. You're different from others of your species, Specimen. This time around, I want to study you much, and I mean much more thoroughly, which necessitates your death. I hope dying once isn't enough for you either.
I will wipe your disgusting presence out of existence!
Kill all the Travantiuses. Great. There's just so fucking many of them. Oh. 14 Travantiuses, why the fuck not? Well, 13, one of them's not a Travantius.
I move as if unseen. This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause. I understand your intent.
Well, I wonder which Cervantes is the real one. It could be the one with 10 times the health of the other ones?
Stop trying, monkey. You cannot force me, Elantak.
Fuck. I can't actually. I don't have line of sight to that fucker from here. Shame.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. If I must. This tedium is beneath. I hear you moving. No more. If it serves your cause, another soul slips beyond the veil. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Your suffering will sustain me.
Will it now?
Pain is all.
Just wanted to check. Eye of Hecatomb. So that is what I got out. Okay.
Moving into position. It won't take long. One of us would be enough.
Go, go. Puppy.
I understand your intent. This tedium is beneath me.
Glato, we're undertaking this task.
Boy.
Can't be over.
Oh, there's a Kitty here with me. Hi, Kitty. Hi, Eris. Eris, I would appreciate it if you could get onto the floor again, sweetheart. Please. Thank you. No, no, no. Ow.
As honor ordains, the shadows will see it done, as the tenets demand. Trust me. I will leave footprints of scarlet, caught by no web. My blade whispers your name. Let your soul be purged, caught by the web.
That's a lot of fucking damage.
As honor ordains. I bring mercy and retribution. Trust me.
I will savor your delectable anguish. Watch.
Oh, I thought that would have been enough. How annoying.
Build. Perfect killing strike.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Oh, isn't she delightful?
It is handled with grace.
Go.
Behold. Watch.
Sure.
High momentum.
On it. I'll make it happen. You should feel honored to witness this.
If it serves your cause. I deal death with my hands.
Next.
I am not your Xenon. Another soul slips beyond the veil. This tedium is beneath. Fortune favors the swift. If I may. I deal death with my hands.
Christ, she's just going around one-shotting motherfuckers. Zero fucks given.
I will not. Swift and silent. I understand your intent. If it serves your cause.
And now, the last one.
This tedium is beneath. Another soul slips beyond the veil.
Who unfortunately is still vibing around. But I can't reach him. Not with her, not now. Unfortunate. I might be able to reach him from over there, though. Oh. Nice.
Fool creatures! I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
It's as good as done. I won't stand for it. I'll make it happen.
If it serves your cause.
Your last stroke of luck.
On it. Who if not me?
It's in blood. I need a foothold.
Alas, no. But of course, Lord Captain. More trouble than it's worth. I won't object to it. Naturally.
Your last stroke of luck.
For the throne's glory. Let's see to it. I won't object to it.
I deal death with my hands. I understand your intent.
Let's test our skills, Glato.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing. I am your blade and shield. My blade whispers your name, as honor ordains. A dance of blades and shadows.
Hey, we did it! Finally. Oh my god. We fucking killed them.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Okay. I killed all of the Cervantes, which is quite nice. Because, you know, he kind of fucking sucks. I don't really like him. He is a pretty cool looking character, though. Very unique looking. And the fact that you can just sort of bootlick your way into getting him to give you absolutely everything before you leave Kimura is hilarious. Because his pride is just insane. Numerous prior studies pursue the goal of breaking new ground and recreating and reviving the specimen in the event of its death. The above-mentioned experiment laid the ground for modernizing and accelerating the recreation of a living organism from a minuscule sample of bone or muscle tissue. Every variety of living organisms has been observed to release a number of chemicals at the moment of death that enable the creation of an entirely identical clone with intact memory of its prior life, up to and including the moment of death, most vividly detailed as to both physical sensations and emotional distress. As mentioned before, even a tiny modicum of bone or muscle tissue is sufficient for reviving or creating an organism in an adequate lab setup. Bear in mind that working on creating the new body must begin before the third stage of decomposition is set in.
Keep
Great.
your wits about you.
Is this the game telling me that Cervantes is absolutely going to be coming back? Because you can't really kill him as long as there's some... Oh. Take a closer look at it. Parts like these are for fasting industrial grinders in the place of... The characteristic marks of the brazen walls. The ceiling was breached using melter charges. What do you make of all this? Cervantes was robbed? I really wish I would have seen his face the moment he looked upon his lair. Although this place it's not an homunculus's lair. Too safe, too shabby. More of a last refuge. My kin were unable to find this place. The Dark Ones would hardly have been content with a single trophy, even one as great as this. No, this was done crudely and quickly. Behavior more typical of Mon-Ki.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Here we go. Now we have to have a small little conversation with our second favorite.
Easily done.
The noble families from your primary world are looking for any excuse to destroy each other, Elantark. But leaders must strive for unity among their people.
How are they any different to us, dearest cousin? Except in their clumsier schemes and cruder methods.
I always keep my options open.
Mind you, he doesn't actually believe that. He's saying that to fuck with her. The Voxcaster under your arm suddenly spits out a cacophony of sounds. The growl of chainswords, human screams, the screech of metal, the rattling interference of an active Voxcast. Working the buttons, switches, and tumblers only makes it worse. Repair the Voxcaster. Skillfully wielding your tools, you open the device's case and check each part's condition. The Voxcaster does not enjoy manipulations and hisses at you. Then the lumens on its screen glow red and the broadcast stops. But the calm does not persist for long. Right before your eyes, the device remains burst into purple sparks, and the dead speaker emits the familiar voice of Speaks with Gods, hoarse and feeble. Okay. Okay. He is gone, an unclean and painful end. I can hear it. On the other side of that vox, only evil and unrighteous death remain. I could barely understand the speech of this modern key, but one thing is clear, their settlements need help. I care little about the woes of those primitive creatures. I'm simply paying reparations for the pain that my kin have brought upon this world. Go to the village. Oh boy. Everyone's fucking dead. Oh boy. Oh, Caligus, 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 what have you done? What have you done? Blood for the Rogue Trader's throne, skulls for the Skull God. He's a little confused, but he's got the spirit. Caligo's Winterscale laughs uncontrollably, looking around the blood-soaked village. His eyes are full of rage, as if absolute insanity has possessed him. Wharton the Grey seems hypnotized by his master's words, his bloodshot eyes alight with a slowly growing flame, unnatural, frightening, demonic. The remaining members of Winterscale's retinue have dispersed around the village's center. The navigator apathetically observes the massacre from a distance. The tech priest appears overly fascinated with assembling and disassembling her own leg augmetics. And the Slith mercenary is raising the village, wholly satisfied. Only Caligos' new psyker, Speaks with Gods, is nowhere to be seen. Huh. I am growing fond of this modern key. Maharaja ecstatically breathes in the metal and salt flowing in the air. Sacrilege. This was more than just a massacre, it was an offering to one's own thirst. The one who did this was not trying to honor the undying one, but rather someone else. Something else. If I could ask the Emperor one question, it would be this. Why is the warrant inherited? By the Lex, what can a man who breaks such mindless slaughter possibly give the Imperium? Rex, such mindless slaughter. Ah, Domino, how was your hunt? They were your subjects. Why? You convinced me to stop hunting the Xenos, New Blood, but thirst and melancholy got the better of me sooner than I anticipated. I grew bored, and those worthless peasants squealed so miserably that I wanted to strangle them more, and more, and more. This Monkey killed his own kin just because he could not kill mine? I did not wish for this to end this way, Elentak. No, well, yeah, it's not your fault, and also he's bullshitting. What happened to you, Caligos? What have you become? What are you saying, New Blood? Have the Xenos addled your mind in so short of a time? Didn't Theodora explain to you that in the Expanse, baseless accusations went out of style a good 100 years ago? You killed your own seneschal. What nonsense are you spewing, New Blood? Iredrick died at the hands of the Xenos who attacked our camp at night. Either Caligos is a skillful liar, or he truly cannot remember what actually happened. What happened here? Who dared? No, I surely couldn't have, or... Flinching as if struck by a whip, Winterscale stares at the village with the look of someone who's seeing it for the first time. Okay, 1 second, I need to close the door. Someone is currently cleaning the house, so it's quite loud. Flinching as if struck by a whip, Winterscale stares at the village with the look of someone who's seeing it for the first time. Confusion and unease creep into his gaze. What happened here? Who dared? The realization forms new lines on his face. No, I surely couldn't have. Or... Your arch-militant is a heretic and a servant of chaos. He is the one fanning the flames of your rage. This is your last chance, Caligos. Cleave this upstart in two with the axe that I blessed for you. Skin her and bathe in her blood. We will forget everything and continue on our journey, to hunt, to kill. This is the way you prefer to drown out your loneliness and boredom, is it not? This is all you're doing. You wretched cur! I showed you mercy, and you've been corrupting my soul this entire time? Forcing me! No one forced you, Caligos. I merely enabled your desire, fostered it, and made your crimson rage blossom. You suspected, yet your own pride stopped you from recognizing your own weaknesses. Oh boy. A thought swells in the back of your mind. You wish to kill him, tear him apart here and now. Weak, worthless fool. I have spent so many years growing this rage inside you, and still you resist. Did you think you could refuse the blessings of the Skull God at the last moment? Well, one way or another, he will claim you all. Caligos Winterscale lies on the ground, staring into the endless sky of Quetzalcoatl. His pelvis is twisted unnaturally, his legs are not moving, and an exposed bone shard protrudes from his right arm. Blood streams down his chin in a thin rivulet, with no sign of stopping. It was a good fight, New Blood. You there, holy assassin. Care to do something for me? It's nothing new to you. No, you've been corrupted too much of your heart to plead for a swift death. You have corrupted too much of your heart to plead for swift death, and you are too badly wounded to survive without immediate aid. Lie here and die like an animal. Your spine seems to be damaged. There is no walking with that. Seems that you may be correct. After all, I can't even feel anything below the chest. Aside from an overwhelming feeling of helplessness, of course. What now? I'll remain here with what's left of my escort and wait for help, and you should go. There are still so many undiscovered stars and unknown worlds out there. Caligos gazes once again towards the star, where the first stars begin to appear. I will take you to the Emperor's vow. There is no need. But if you're so concerned about an old man's health, I can't stop you.
I always have a backup plan.
Oh shit. Idira. Oh god. Sorry, sweetheart. So sorry. So very sorry. Oh honey. Oh sweetheart. I am sorry to Solomon, but this quest, Mm. Fuck. I want to bring Argenta because usually I bring Argenta to Idris quests and vice versa. It's a little important. But I don't know who to remove. Is it not important in this particular one? Can't believe I'm doing this. But I'm sorry, Marajai. I hate it. I don't want to leave Marajai. But I don't remember if this is one of those where you should bring Argenta. I'll just leave Marajai behind. Just this once. Just this. No, I can't do it. 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 I'm sorry, Solomon. I know you're the new DLC character. But I can't do it. Fuck. I hate this. Ah! But. Okay, fine. I don't think we need Argenta for this one. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think it was part of this. I know that there's some Argenta and Adira shenanigans. And I just don't remember. Yeah, just. Okay. I don't think this is one of those where you need to bring Argento. I don't think. Just not 100% sure is all. Okay.
Is there money to be made?
Should be here. Door must be around here. Okay.
The Inquisition taught me
Close, I can
many
almost feel the door
things.
handled my hand. What? Yes, yes, I hear you, my sweet whisper. Just guide us, please. I know where the door is, honey. Chillax. Just turn right. We're almost there. Is this a dream? No, no, no one cares anyway. Only one way to go. Yes, it's to the right.
Keep your wits about you.
Lord Captain, this is it. The place from my visions. Even the scratches on the walls are the same. Except for one thing. That's where the door's supposed to be. The one I keep opening in my dreams every night. I've seen this moment so many times and it feels more real to me than I am. My visions couldn't have lied to me. Then you should trust your feeling. Go ahead. Try to open it. Open a door that doesn't exist? The things you say sometimes, Lord Captain. Well, it wouldn't be the strangest thing we've ever done. Oh, what the warp. What have I got to lose? Here goes. It'll work. You hear a click. And there's a door. There was some weird vision thingy. And now it's gone, and now you can see the door. We found it, it's the door exactly the one of my visions, which means my salvation is closed. Except it wasn't hidden by some force field contraption. It was a powerful warp barrier. I could never have removed something like that. It's like our arrival was expected, and now they're inviting us in. We best be ready. Someone who knows their witchcraft is waiting inside. A trap, then. You've been played, Adira. A cruel trick, one that could have only come from the warp's twisted will. Whoever is waiting inside, I hope warp sorcery has not sapped them of their ability to feel fear or pain. As long as we're together, we'll get through this, Adira. Trust me. Well, you're not wrong. We've been through worse, haven't we? Thanks, Lord Captain. I won't let you down. She's the door.
Listen to me, Rust Bucket.
She's talking about her raven. She's always so nice to her raven.
Let us not dawdle.
I saw a preserved Drakari head once back in Calixis. For a long time, I didn't believe something so disgusting could really exist. And I was wrong. You're even worse alive.
Incredible. Strong, stupid, and ugly. You're the perfect raw material for a rack. A homunculus would scarcely have to lift a finger.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Do you see that?
Disfigured bodies hang all over this old maintenance bay like worthless slabs of meat for which the owner could find no better use.
Just as I planned.
The tank was shattered from the inside by an unthinkable force.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
I really want to make a Heretic Overseer run with a Cybermastiff called Emperor of Mankind. That's hilarious. Do it. The Witcher victim's face is forever twisted in a silent scream. Revolting biomass, some elements of which can be interpreted as human features, floats in the green liquid. Awesome. Great.
What a peculiar thing. Success is the only outcome I accept. Is there money to be made? That's how it's done.
Check done.
Stuff. Loot. Runaway test subjects. Lovely.
Stay away from the Lord Captain Xenot. And do not even think about pulling any stunts. One wrong move and...
Oh, monkey. Why reveal your fear and insecurity in such a crude manner? Does the rogue traitor grant me greater liberties? Is that why you're so anxious to drive me away? That is your failing, not mine.
This is especially funny because the very first time I played this game, I did absolutely start off by romancing Henrix, and then as soon as I got Marajai, dumped his ass for Marajai. So that particular voice, that particular interaction is very fucking funny to me. It's always been very funny to me. A group of runaway test subjects barricaded the door in a desperate attempt to escape from a terrible fate, but help never came.
The Whispers told me a secret.
I always have a backup plan.
You see a contorted, agony-racked Eldari, or more accurately, something that resembles one. Dozens of scars and sutures cover its face. The sight of its misaligned joints moving under its skin makes your stomach turn, and its singular eye looks devoid of sanity. And yet, as you examine the creature's tattered clothes, you can still recognize, albeit with some difficulty, the ceremonial raiment of a Farseer. At last, my deliverance. Mon Ki, the disgrace, the humiliation of failing at the hand of a lesser creature. Enough. falling at the hand of the last creature. The anticipation of this moment is all that has allowed me to retain a vestige of reason. End me now. Who are you? I do not recognize you, but your vestments. A child of our dead home? I do not remember you, but it gladdens me on the cusp of my death to behold a spark of the Usuriani. Who are you? A hollow shell forced into servitude. Every thread of my being calls out to me, urging me to claim your lives, only stopped by the fading remnants of my former self. Quickly, I demand that you give me a death to me. Did you give my death to me and break the shackles of this nightmare? Her eyes locked on the familiar translucent threads of the cycle. Yep. No, it's not fair. Is this my salvation? Are you telling me I escaped bloody Komorra just to put that thing back on my head willingly? So what are you? Cervantes' plaything. The master used me, by means of that which now entangles my mind and bends me my powers to his will. I am the tool that conceals this lair from prying eyes with the energies of the veil. Had the Monkey seer not heard my pleas for help, you never would have found me. Your pleas for help. My silent cries pierced the veil and sent visions of this prison beyond its walls. They carried with them all my dreams of deliverance and liberation. Is that not the reason of your coming? Oh, this half-baked guff is killing me. What does that mean? It wasn't my own salvation I was in my dreams. It was this half-dead Xenos' deliverance? Come off it. Don't you buy any of this crap, Lord Captain. He's just trying to mess with our heads. I have no reason to lie to you, Monkey. However, your beliefs are of no matter. You're already here, which means I will definitely die. I will finally die. I'll grant you a swift death then. All I need is the implant on your head. Give it to me and I shall set you free. It is too late. My mind is poisoned. My soul is marred. I do not know for what purpose you need this cursed machine, Monkey. But if your mind carries a shred of reason, then destroy it along with me. Not a chance, Xenos. That thing, that size stifler, it'll save my life. You're just weak. That's why I can't handle it. Naive child. You would condemn yourself to a fate of true horror. Heed me when I say there are things far worse than death. What makes this so dangerous? It hides the soul within the warp from the spawns of chaos without severing its connection to real space, and it slowly consumes the soul. Day after day, the soul erodes and withers until nothing remains but emptiness. Is that right? You certainly talk a lot for someone who's supposed to be empty, but for all this, you must have never shut up. I spent aeons harnessing my gift. I guided an entire world. My gaze pierced the future, looking epochs ahead, and even I am at my limit. Clinging desperately to the meager relics of what I once called my soul, just to speak another word. Who gave you the audacity to think you will fare any better? Sorry. To think you will fare any better. I'll grant you a swift death. Let it be so.
Your kind has no right to exist!
You dare oppose us?
I approach the designated position. I am not your Xenos pet, Monkey. That is beneath me. This tedium is beneath me. if I must.
So there should be one more.
Stop trying, monkey.
Well, I can't get that one for now. So.
Ancestors, guide me.
I'll return this favor.
I understand your intent. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Thank you, but no thank you.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
No.
Clearly, for your action will not fail the craft world. I'm not a vessel for pain. I am its master.
Motherfucker. Like, attacks 3, 4, 5 times per round. Holy shit. How much AP does this man have? Holy fuck.
Slow and painful is the way.
Troller.
With grace. No. Don't I'm done playing with you.
If it serves your cause.
Kneel before me, pray thee! A perfect killing strike! I mark my path with ruin! I revel in your terror! I'm done playing with you! What a useless plaything! Broken already? I will herd the prey. I'll revel in your terror! Don't I'm done! A euphoria of anguish! Behold.
Come on. Now I have to wait and wait and wait. At least he killed like half of them in one round. And if I had Cabela with me, she'd kill the other half in the other round. But
Perilous path.
gotta wait.
I'll see to it personally. I'll make it happen.
What a useless plaything! Broken already? I yearn for agony. Revel in your terror for your actions.
Accept your lot.
Killing strike. I will savor your delectable angry. It is handled. One. I'm done playing with you. Slow and painful is the way.
Come on.
Behold! What a useless plaything! Broken already! Don't distract me. Perfect killing strike. I will herd the prey. Oh, I don't think so.
It sounds so funny when he says that.
It is handled. Behold. Watch. Don't distract me.
On it.
There we go.
Here's my perfect moment.
Give in to emotions.
There we go. Done. Carefully pulls the threads of the cipher. Takes out the device. That's Xenos. Did you see his eyes right before he attacked us? It was like there was no light left in them. And it's all because of this thing. I don't want to die, but I don't want to live like that either. If it means I'll stop being myself, then what's the point? You do not have to resort to a solution like this. There are other ways. My kind have other technology, devices not designed purely to scourge the soul. Oh yeah, Red? I'm sure they do. And as soon as I visit your nearest and dearest, I'm sure they'll welcome me with open arms and spoil me with gifts. Look, Iliad, if you're not on great terms with them, then what chances does a Monkey witch have? Mistress Lass. What is it, Iceman? Wanna hurry me along? Can't wait for the blasted unsanctioned witch to muzzle herself? No. I want to tell you not to make the mistake of using this device. Drukhari technology is designed to mutilate and torture. You've witnessed this yourself, and you're sure you're willing to part with your soul, just so you can live without fear of the curse that you and I share. Our curse? This decision is yours alone, Adidor. My decision. Yes, you're right. The scrub isn't worth it. Time to accept the inevitable. I can entertain these fantasies of a nice long life all I like, but that's all they'll ever be. Fantasies. Pretty tales to tell over a glass of amasec to make real life seem less shitty. The reality of the situation is ugly and merciless. I'm a psyker. My abilities are getting more and more out of control by the day, which means I'll go out like any psyker should. It'll be ugly and merciless. Best I can hope for is that it'll be so fragging awesome and heroic that you'll be telling stories of it to your grandchildren for ages. Thank you for helping me realize this, Domino. I'm pretty sure we're done here, Lord Captain. Mind letting me know when you have some time once we're back on the ship? I want to talk to you about plans for the future in private. Can we go now? Still got a whole life to get on with.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Oh, we dear.
Keep your wits about you.
Mira's life is quite tragic, as is all Psyker's life.
That was a problem for you.
It's also just sad that, as Iliad just admitted, the technology to fix Idira's problem, per se, already exists. Not just the technology, but the knowledge and the you know, just... There is a solution to her problem, and it really isn't that difficult. It's just that that solution lies in the hands of Xenos. More specifically, Suriane.
Is there money to be made?
And there's no diplomatic relations or well-established relations between the two races, so she's just fucked. It sucks. It just sucks. Psychers don't need to be sent into fucking black ships. Psychers don't need to be treated like absolute fucking trash all over the Imperium. All they needed was to have a teeny tiny knowledge exchange / tech exchange with the Eldari, and the problem would be permanently fucking solved. But we can't even fucking do that. Because in the grim darkness of the far future, all there is war. And the Imperium sucks. Now, not regretting your decision, are you?
Never been better, Lord Captain. No joke. As soon as I stopped fearing for my life, even the voices in my head quieted down. But don't get me wrong, they will come back. And one day I'll find myself in a situation I can't get out of. But for now, I'm fine. And it's all thanks to you. You know, I think it's pretty ironic that my gift lets me see the future, when thinking about the future is the thing I'll do anything to avoid. Substances of all kinds, jokes, stories about their good old days. I hide under them all like a blanket. As long as I don't poke my head out, everything will be okay. At least, that's what I thought. But I'm tired of living other people's stories. I want to tell my own. I don't know when or how mine will come to an end, but I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that somebody someday tells at least one decent story about Adira Tlass. And I can't think of a better way to do that than by standing shoulder to shoulder with you.
One story? Don't sell yourself short. You and I have already had enough adventures to fill a tome.
Then what are we waiting for? Get a scribe in here. We need to get all this down before we forget. But we have to make me more heroic and powerful so that I come out looking the best next to your other companions. What do you reckon? How many wastrels have we slaughtered? 1 million? Stuff that. Let's make it 2. Of course. All
I love you, Durham. She's positively adorable.
Elantark.
Domin. Sig.
And now we get our asses out of here. Oh my god, look at that beautiful, clean quest log. Just one quest. That's it. Wow. So beautiful. Off we go. Lord Inquisitor Kagazar sends his regards to your ladyship and is hoping to meet you in his palace of Footfall at your earliest convenience, of course. Then let us set course to Footfall. This must be very important. As you wish, Lord Captain. I lied. I'll go literally anywhere else. Anywhere. I do not want to meet this man. Fuck this dude. Fuck him sideways. Fuck do I care? And who's gonna interrupt me today? Oh, no one. Well, Janos apparently needs me to go there. Okay. Dragonus is where we're going, I guess. But I need to go to Janos first. So let's do that. Oh god. That reminds me. Can I sell? No, I do need to go to... Okay. Let's just go to Janos, deal with whatever the fuck that is about. Oh, the DLC quest still hasn't happened, Solmorn. That's what's missing. That's what it's gonna be about. That's why they call us to Dragonus. We haven't done Solmorn's quest yet. Interesting. Oh boy. What could it possibly be? The webway gate is open, bringing forth a wave of Xenos. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh boy. Yeah, I figured it would be Drukhari. Yeah, because that webway gate led to Kimura. There was only one thing that could have possibly come out of it, and it was Drukhari. Not fucking anything else. Obviously. Gotta go to Dargonas. Dargonas. There we go. Stratum. Yeah, this is definitely Solomorn stuff. One second. I'm gonna go talk to Solomorn first, just in case there's any pre-quest conversation whatsoever. It's actually incredibly important and should be part of the quest, but it's not mentioned. So that's totally not a thing that happens ever. Hi, Solomorn. Hi, puppy.
Rogue trader.
Doesn't look like it. Okay, let's go. Ooh, hi, Maritai. That's the picture I have as a background for my stream. That's also the picture of the art book of this game that I have open. The page that contains that picture in the art book of this game is the page that's permanently open on my display case behind me. My top shelf. It's just one big fucking page of Marajai. Let's go. I may or may not be dying from the heat. Literally. bad is it for you guys if I have I grab the fan? You can probably hear it ever so slightly in the background. I have a fan. I'm not dying of the heat anymore. Just with that fan, I just bought myself like 24 more hours of stream. Right there. Just that fan. Oh, so good. That's so fucking good, bro. Why didn't I grab the fan earlier? What the fuck is wrong with me? Well, probably because it's noisy. God, it feels so good. I'm not dying anymore. I'm not fucking dying anymore.
Let us not dawdle.
It's brilliant. Yo, bitch. It's been a while. What? The fuck? Well, no. A, B, C. There's no C. Be Charlie. Zeta. Anyway.
I always keep my options open.
Marshal Strax regards the prefect with an implacable expression. Out of the question. I will only speak about resolving the situation with the rogue trader directly. No intermediaries. But for how much longer might we have to wait for the rogue trader? 10 turns? 30? Thrice that? Time is an invaluable commodity, and we currently have none, esteemed Marshal. Not to mention, the decree, yada yada your mom, whatever the fuck, I ain't reading all that, explicitly states, Rogue Trader, the Adeptus Orbites request your immediate cooperation. The sacred tithe collected from the Corona's expanse is in danger, and you are the only one who can negate this threat. What? Oh, so before we discuss your affairs, answer one question. Did you order Solmorn to lie to me and insinuate himself into my confidence? I am unable and unwilling to discuss the subject. Why me specifically? If this is so important, you should ask the Inquisition. The Inquisition resources are not limitless, nor is this within their jurisdiction. The matter is delicate, however, and calls for the utmost secrecy. That sounds like Inquisition shit. It is also intimately related to your dynasty and its ancient covenant with the Adeptus Orbites. We indeed require your personal assistance. Okay. Sure. Why not? Why me specifically? Oh, right. What danger are you referring to? Judging by your faces, the matter must be grave indeed. It is so amusing to see you two at each other's throats. Would you entertain me by continuing your squabble a little longer? The disagreement between the prefect and myself was put to rest the moment you arrived. Now the issue at hand. Okay. I'm gonna fucking do it. The arbitrator maintains an air of haughty imperturbability, but you catch the worried glance he casts in the prefect's direction. The marshal is clearly discomfited by being the sole focus of your fire. It was the prefect who put you up to this, wasn't it? Enough with your insinuations. I make my own decisions. With his chin proudly set, the marshal strives to avoid looking at the prefect. You piece of filth. The marshal freezes with his mouth open, then closes it with a snap and says quietly with surprising sincerity, "My duty demanded it. I understand you have the right to be angry with me, but we must not let the interests of the Imperium suffer as a result of your antipathy. I beg you. You made things perfectly clear. me specifically, this is so important you should ask the Inquisition. What are you referring to, Marshal? Judging by your faces, the matter must be grave indeed. Extraordinarily so, and there is no guarantee that we're not already too late. All of the Expanse is ablaze, Road Trader. I am well aware. This state of disorder jeopardizes a critical strategic location, the planet Lithus, a clandestine world provided by Theodora von Valancius for the purpose of storing the tide collected from the worlds of the Corona's Expanse. At present, the planet is overflowing with a sacred tribute, amassed over the course of decades. After we lost contact with every single ship sent through the Maw in the recent years, the decision was made to seize all attempts to transport the tide out of the Expanse until the warp's tumult has subsided. It was for just such periods of the Maw's impassibility that the storage world of Lithus was devised. If I may provide certain details, as per regulations prior to being sent to this temporary depot, all tide shipments were first brought to Dargonis. These deliveries were made using barges crewed by servitors, with the only people on board with the privilege of autonomous behavior being key officers and an arbitrator escort. In other words, the location of both the system and the planet was strictly classified. A special pact was made with the Navigator House. Even I was not entrusted with the coordinates. Given the scarcity of our resources, absolute secrecy is Lethus' main line of defense. However, we are detecting increased activity near the storage world's location. I do not want to do this, but I am quite plainly forced to ask for your help. Go to Lethus, organize the extraction of the Imperial Tide to Dargonis for further safekeeping. Nod towards the strangers in the room. Who are these people? They do not look like administratum clerks. These are my bodyguards, members of the Fangs of the Expanse. They are here to demonstrate my willingness to offer the Adeptus Arbites whatever cooperation I can. In other words, they're here in case the diplomatic approach fails and you need a show of force instead. Thank you, Henrix. Much appreciated. Who the fuck are the Fangs of the Expanse? Mercenaries. Gregorus, you know we need every fighter we can get these days. You have precious few people at your disposal, and every year, fewer still remain. The Adeptus Administratum regulations do not prohibit the employment of hired force. You think someone's trying to find their way to the planet? Impossible. That would mean that someone commanding vast resource and influence knows of its existence. We have no evidence that would support this conjecture, considering the current state of the Corona's Expanse with pirates and Xenos roaming where they please. It is far more likely that the storage world will be discovered by accident. Well, there is someone with great influence who knows of its existence. You! And since you seem to be buddy-buddies with the prefect over there, she does as well. You terrible, terrible liar. The hastiness of the Marshal's rejection of your theory is the best proof that he himself considers the deliberate search to be a plausible explanation. But it seems he's unwilling to admit it, even to himself. I must remind you, to my embarrassment, that Gregorus was gutted by Xenos not long ago. And I hope that you have since drawn some conclusions about the importance of guarding your key worlds. The Expanse burns all of it. We have no safer option. The Expanse burns all of it. We have no safer option. Are you telling me that the tithe from the entire Corona's Expanse is being hoarded on Lethus? Just how much are we talking about? Enough to instantly turn anyone who captures it into a force more intimidating than the Casbalica Shadow Barons. A tempting prize, as you can see. What can you tell me about Lethus? I do not recall seeing it on any star charts. Well, obviously, he just told you. At my insistence, it was struck from all astrogational data. I can't read that. It was once a peripheral world with no value to tide collectors, which is why its disappearance did not raise many questions. No one cared about a planet that had nothing to give. Theodora had a whole secret planet in her possession and no one cared to inform me? Lady Theodora was fond of secrets, and good at keeping them. You inherited those secrets when you ascended her throne. There are so many of them that apprising you of them all would be an impossible task, as is determining the scope of your knowledge. Why can't you export the tide yourselves? That is an acceptable option, one which we are prepared to proceed. The Adeptus Administratum has requisitioned mercenary troops of the highest caliber under extreme circumstances. The Lex Imperialis permits. Out of the question! In the Cronus Expanse, there exists a strict separation of authority between the Adeptus Arbites and Administratum, as certified by the Von Valencius dynasty and formalized in the Lex Argonus, transporting the tide to and from the Lidus and maintaining its security is the duty of the Adeptus Arbites. Aside from the head of the dynasty, only we have the right to set foot on Lidus or to know its coordinates. Such is the word of the law. There is another reason. Under the present circumstances, only you can provide the necessary level of security for the Imperium's properties stored on your world. The Arbites are too few, and our forces are stretched too thin, as we must see to the stability of tide deliveries from other worlds, and prevent any attempts to disrupt said stability. Thus, we are humbly asking you to help us. This must be resolved without delay. I will go there at once, I guess. I will have the coordinates and passwords transferred to you. They are for your eyes only. Once you have arrived at the location, you are to oversee the tide's transportation to Largonus. We will meet the barges here and then redirect them to secure vaults. I must ask that you hurry, your ladyship, before all is lost. Sure.
The dead know nothing, and neither do the ignorant.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
This is all incredibly fucking suspicious. I don't trust him for one fucking second, and I'm pretty sure someone's trying to frame someone and or something similar. There is going to be an ambush, undoubtedly. I don't know of what kind, but there will be. Probably those mercenaries she tried to hire. Now the only question is she in on it with the mercenaries? If I had to place my bets, I'd say abso-fucking-lutely yes. But anyway. And supposedly from... Oh. Are you kidding me? Bro. Okay. Could have gotten warp points there. I mean, navigator points. Bro. And off we go. I am trying, God knows I am trying to survive the heat. And oh my god, it is difficult. Why is there space dust? Great. Yes, it's that one. So we'll go to the other ones first. A lava world. Cool. What's this one? Hmm. Lidus. Here it is. Lord Captain, we're now in Lidus' orbit. The ship has successfully exchanged access codes with the Adeptus Arbites outpost, but their landing pad is unavailable. The shuttle pilot's already calculating the closest possible landing point away. Ragged ultrasonic hum. A moment later, the connection returns to normal. What was that just now? There appears to have been an intrusion into the data stream, one that was executed using the Dynasty's secret codes. I can only assume that we've encountered an additional security measure installed by Theodora. Send a tech priest to determine the cause of the malfunction immediately. The investigation is already underway, Lord Captain. The incident did not affect the security of our Voxcast. It seems more akin to reciprocal auger scanning. Why is the landing pad unavailable? The augers are detecting foreign objects in the way, possibly cargo containers. I'm ready to descend to the surface. I guess. Christ on a bike. What am I about to run into? I'm wondering whether I should just go downstairs and grab a pack of ice. Just, I don't know. Start rubbing my arms with it or something. I don't fucking know. I'm dying. It was not this bad.
Keep your wits about you.
The houses are cold in the inside.
Just as I was taught.
Silver prayer beads with a tarnished Adeptus Administratum symbol. The victim must have been buried alive in the middle of an inventory inspection. Rip. Oh Jesus, yeah, this is quite the mess. It's tightly sealed on all sides. Something is scratched on the lid. 5 tons of the finest. Blah, 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 blah.
Judging from our past history of traveling in the rogue trader's retinue, I am expecting profit-related activities to commence any minute now.
I wonder who was supposed to reply to that.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Who is that? More shadows from the riven sky? You're sure dressed nice. Hey, is that an arbitrator? Oh boy. Why would an arbitrator be here? They're all holed up in their outpost, and this bunch has crawled out of the dump. Walls will deal with them. You can smell a fake. Move it. The captain will decide your fate. What?
Is there money to be made?
What? Captain Waltz, do I take the oath now? I swear never to abandon a comrade in arms, and... Have you ever been under fire, son? Oh boy. No, Corporal. Oh god. Hear yours or oath, then. You've now been under fire. Bro. Go stepchild of the Imperium. Become bones in the foundation of the new truth. The fuck am I just witnessed? What? What have I just witnessed? Weapons both old and new from the variety of worlds lie together in an incoherent pile as if jumbled by the child's hand. Every gap is filled with ammunitions of different calibers. Sir, what the fuck? I heard a shuttle, and here you are. Not a tithe, not clerks, but guests from the riven sky. The chance we've long been waiting for. He has burns on his face, I guess? These guardsmen refer to you as captain. I do not know by whom or with what right that rank was given to you, but it means nothing to me. Every living tithe unit must be commanded by a sergeant. Where is yours? I need them to take us to the Arbites outpost. Our sergeant? We strung up our sergeant. The Arbites gave him to us. They serve the Riven Sky, and nothing comes from the sky but evil. Murder of a superior officer, desertion of living tide quarters, defamation of Adeptus Arbites members. More than enough for a verdict. Who are you? Self-proclaimed Captain Walls, a stepchild of the That's oddly specific, my dude. As we all are here, a living tithe abandoned to his fate, and a Death World veteran who ended up among recruits by mistake. And you admit to murdering your commander so easily? Commander? No, the enemy! He was hiding the truth from us and prevented us from taking action. His death opened the way to freedom and made us realize that there is nothing up here. Up there. We are on our own. You would better explain immediately what the warp is going on here. Our illusions were shattered. The Arbites brought us here and left us to rot. For years we waited for our chance to die heroically in the name of the Imperium, until we realized the Imperium is gone. All there is the Riven Sky. What the fuck? You saw my shuttle arrive with your own eyes. Where do you think it came from? The Riven Sky. You children of the Abyss like to toy with our minds. You keep bringing new garbage here and dumping it on our heads, all just to maintain the feeble facade of your lies, and you keep talking about a future that will never come. Enough! What makes you think there's no Imperium? Look around you. Everything you see was a tide. A secret payment to the Imperium. And what became of it? Why did it never travel to other worlds as was promised? Why are we starving here instead of doing battle among the stars? Because there's nothing there. That's why. What is the Riven Sky? Don't try to fool me. We both know the truth. The Riven Sky is the abyss that has devoured everything outside. The primordial darkness. Sometimes the sky sends people, but they're imitations. Shadows wearing human skins. They don't know that they don't exist, but I see right through them. They come from the steel star with a scarlet overseeing eye from your ruler's throne. What am I reading here? What am I reading? What is going on? My dude. What in the absolute fuck? If the Imperium does not exist, then who feeds you? We break the containers open, we get our own sustenance. At least the food we have here is real. Your minions, the Arbites, toss us some rations, but they aren't enough for the whole regiment. There are too many of us now. Your choice was between starving to death and desecrating the tithe. This mitigating circumstance will be taken into account during your sentencing. You are insane. That's what you emissaries of the Riven Sky always say. Because you're afraid of one who knows the truth. What do you need so many soldiers for? Me? No, we need each other. Only together can we take on the Riven Sky and its emissaries. First we take out the Arbites, then we fly to the Steel Star in the sky. There, we will strike down the false rulers and begin our restoration of the true Imperium. I need to get to the Arbites outpost. Of course you do. Where else? I know the way. I dream of their little fortress at night, overwhelmed in a flame. The avenues of approach, the adjacent high grounds, the shelters, they are all burned into my mind because of how often I think about that place. The stepchildren and I will arrive there very soon. I will raise the bloodied head of the false law on a spike, and destroy the illusion that the Riven Sky has any power left in it. Then the other guard units will join me, and our march towards the stars will begin. I have no further questions for anyone who is clearly out of their mind. The question I would like to ask is if there was ever a way to prevent this ugly situation. The blood of a madman is hot and his organs stay warm for longer. Useful for divinations. Your plans do not interest me one fucking bit. I'm leaving. Pray tell where on this Emperor-cursed world do you mean to go? Perhaps to the Arbites? Then allow us to take you there. With such an esteemed guest for a hostage, I won't have to storm their fortifications. They will open the gates themselves. Stepchildren, kill our guest's retinue. They would encumber the negotiations.
You will beg for mercy,
well,
but I will
now,
grant none.
Show them no mercy.
vengeance will be swift.
Whatever it may be.
Hold on. Here we go.
Aim for the heart next time.
Let's make it quick.
Focus, Van Kellogg's. Focus.
Okay.
If I must. This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause.
Let's get to it.
Throne.
Huh?
I'll channel my pain into anger.
Huh? What did I just witness?
There are many paths to death. And you chose this one?
Stop being mean.
As the tenants.
Let your soul be purged. I will leave footprints of scarlet, caught by the web. My blade with death is a blessing, as honor ordained. Brings me no pleasure. Let your soul be purged. Trust me.
Here we go.
Why are you shooting at my dog?
High momentum.
Just why?
Understood. Target eliminated. The order's clear. I'll take it as a priority.
Fret prioris.
One of us would be enough. It won't take long. The order is clear. Executed.
A change of tactics. We must cut off all the arrival points of for their reinforcements. See those cables and counterweights? They're what's keeping the containers suspended. We get rid of the counterweights and the containers will fall and block the passages. Someone will have to climb into the semblance of a tank and open fire on these targets, while the rest activate the shell loading system using the cogitators and hold off the enemies. Choose who will man the tank. The Monarchy consider this to be a vessel of war. I wouldn't even touch it, much less get inside it. Command one of your own kind, Alantok. Path of the Outcast has taught me much, but you may keep the secret of controlling your primitive machines to yourself. Aww, but it would have been so funny. Actually, Henrik's probably has the best chance. Henrik's, can you figure it out? You leave me no choice. We lost Henrik's. Lemon Roos battle tank. Are you kidding me? That's awesome. Oh, that is so awesome. What exactly was I destroying? I forgot. What counterweights? Huh? Oh, those things. Yeah. Of course.
Out my way.
On my way.
Die!
Whoa. Fucking
Oblivion approaches. It is handled. With what a useless plaything, broken already. Don't distract me. With
Let's get to it. Hold on. Here we go.
I've faced worse than this.
Out of my way.
My exile
Let's get to
has
it.
not ended yet.
Finally.
You should feel honored to witness this.
Lex is inescapable.
You should have thought twice before crossing me. You never stood a chance. It's as good as done.
done playing with you. I'll revel in your terror.
I'll see to it personally.
I will be your undoing. Behold. I will savor your delectable anguish. Watch. What a useless plaything. Broken already? Slow and painful is the way. Don't distract me. I'm done playing with you. Behold.
Who if not me? I'll see to it personally.
That.
I'll make it happen.
That's good enough. So boring. Why isn't it my turn yet with the tank? I was having fun.
Let's get to it.
Why
Hold
can't
on.
it be the tank's turn again?
Let's make it quick.
Ugh, so many of them. So boring.
I am not your Xena. Fortune favors the swift. I move swiftly to strike. If I must. Another soul slips beyond the veil. My heart sings with the thrill of battle. I hear you moving. No more.
I couldn't play as the tank. Why not? Like, can you or what? Tank. Oh, there we go. Finally.
This sacrifice will forge our way to victory.
Oh, did I knock someone out? Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Lilia. I'm so sorry, honey. I'm so sorry. That was an accident. I'm sorry.
Out of my way.
Perfect killing strike.
I bring mercy and retribution. I am your blade and shield. As honor ordains.
Come on, Cabal, just be the shadow wall.
Final web. Trust me, my blade whisk home. The other side awaits. Let your soul be purged. I shall not fail. Killing brings me no pleasure. I cannot serve you in this way.
Let's get to it. Hold on.
He keeps doing this thing where it says it's the next turn, but then it's not actually in the next turn. It's fucking wild. Hells yeah. That is some good shit, bruh. That is some good shit. Where's my next button? There is no button. Am I only allowed to use it twice? That's sad. Well, thrice, I guess.
Understood. One less. Glato, we're undertaking this task. Let's test our skills, Glato.
Go, puppy. There's another one. Good boy. Good boy.
One of us would be enough.
There just isn't a button anymore. Aww. Sad.
I yearn for agony.
Oh, there it is. We can.
Here we go. Out of my way. I'll revel in your terror.
It is kneel before me, prating! With grace and malice, a euphoria of anguish!
It's as good as done. On it. You should have thought twice before crossing me.
Don't I revel in your terror! Kneel
Terror
before
of
me,
this
prating!
random counterweight? I'm sure it'll eventually kneel before you. I'm sure of it. You keep at it, buddy.
I'll see to it, personally.
Let's get to it.
Can't catch my breath.
Come on.
Here we go.
Why did the initiatives keep changing? It's so weird. Christ.
Death comes in silence.
Target eliminated.
As honor ordained. A dance of blades and shadows. The shadows will come. The other side awaits. Death is a blessing.
There we go.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. As honor, let your soul killing brings me no pleasure.
Out of my way!
Trust me. I shall not fail.
I think we did it.
Let us not dawdle.
Oh my god.
I always keep my options open.
Kill the ceremony. Blades are tied through rough ropes to the spikes surrounding the encampment.
There.
Death hymn. Kills an enemy with his knife for the first time in a turn. They immediately use a war hymn, which does not provoke attacks of opportunity. What's a war hymn? Well, also grants an additional. Grants momentum. This ability also grants an additional war momentum for each enemy that is either in the 5-star rating. That's interesting.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
None are better at searching.
Assignment completed.
Go puppy. Go puppy. Hey. Bring the loot. Yes, bring the loot. Good boy. Good boy. Hold key? Hold key of what? Oh. Smart. Field Guard Sergeant, his battered knuckles and horrible injuries, testified his men went down fighting. Fighting what, though? 353rd Company. Coming in, this is Private Wilger. I've lost my unit. I've been wandering in this infernal cargo maze for 5 full days now. Requesting assistance. I ran out of rations. I'm hungry as a dog. I feel like eating the sling on my lasgun. I can see smoke, probably from some kind of camp. But I don't see a path to get there. I'll try to circle around. Wilger out. This is Private Wilger. Come in. I've lost sight of the smoke. Can't tell where I am now. I did find a container packed with delicacies, though. Something called roe, which seems to be eggs from actual genuine fish. All in synth capsules, vacuum sealed. There's enough food for a whole company here. Maybe that'll get you to respond. Wilger out? It's Wilger. Come in. It's been a week. Respond. Anybody? I hate it. I hate roe.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
What ails you?
Arbitrators stand ready. Protocol RT-091, we have important visitors. Hello, Adriana? Proctor Adriana Yeager, Outpost TM255, greetings, Rogue Trader. A thin, gray-haired woman addresses you in a dry, featureless voice. She's hardly ancient, but something appears to have drained her of all color and emotion, leaving only the bare minimum necessary to perform her duty. Greetings, Yeager. The lack of provisions and order here has driven the recruits to anarchy. You were supposed to keep the guardsmen in good shape. I'm waiting for an explanation. They have spawned the extra mouths and rebelled against their commanders. There were too few of us to prevent this, but we will not issue a single extra ration merely over an unplanned human surplus. I won't even ask if you've tried to petition the administration for additional provisions. I know it's not in your instructions, and I can see that you do not care about this human surplus, as you put it. That is a very concerning statement that you just made. Why is your landing pad blocked? I formally apologize for this on behalf of the Adeptus Arbites. We have been forced to stockpile shipments for weapons and resources and expose this within the walls of the outpost to keep the living tide from getting to them. I was attacked by guardsmen. Throne's blood, more losses among the living tide. I almost got killed and you are worried about the damage to your tide. Damage to the tide is real, while your death remains in the realm of speculation. It's pointless, she has spent too much time in this insane place. Are you able to speculate how likely the following development is to occur? The Rogue Trader sends the insolent lawwoman to the most throne-forsaken planet there is, where she will guard the dust at her feet for the remainder of her life in solitude. Considering the necessity of the Adeptus Arbites maintaining its alliance with your dynasty, the Marshal may well give his assent to such a penalty. This insolent lawwoman has fully earned her punishment and will be watching her mouth from now on. Thank you. Why have you not dealt with the insurgents? They nearly stole a tank. The tide is taking damage, I am aware of that. However, we cannot afford an operation to capture and eliminate the insurgents. That would cause losses among the arbitrators, which would be catastrophic in our current situation. We barely have enough people to stand watch and mend the planetary defense weaponry, so where do you suppose that leaves container loading systems? We're forced to keep order on only where we can. For the time being, cargo loss is still within the administratum's regular norm of deterioration. How is it that you didn't think to send a handsome fighter to seduce their leader? I'm sorry. Look at Solomon. How is it that you didn't think to send a handsome fighter to seduce their leader? Excuse me? Solomon only silently closes his eyes, his expression turning stony. Motherfucker's just going... No words. Your supervision of the living tide is insufficient. Given the secrecy of the planet, the number of arbitrators available, and the capriciousness of the mom, the current supervision is optimal. It's not up to standard, and that is putting it mildly, but neither we nor the administration can provide more. Indeed. This world clearly has problems, but you know, so you're still faring well enough. Thank you, Rogue Trader. Duty stands above all, and it is good to meet someone who understands that. Now, to the purpose of your inspection. The authenticity of the administratum and Adeptus Arbites authorization has been verified upon your vessel's identification. I am aware that this is not a social visit. Speak plainly. Why are you here? The marshals ordered the tide to be transported to Argonas. Start loading the barges. So that's how it is, after so many years. Understood, Rogue Trader. We will begin loading immediately. Lord Captain, your shuttle pilot reports that due to the load activity, it is no longer possible to keep the shuttle on Leda's surface. There is a risk of collision with the cargo handling mechanisms. The shuttle will remain in orbit until it can safely land at the Arbites outpost and take you aboard. I apologize for the inconvenience, Rogue Trader. If it's any consolation, we're nearly done. One thing we will require is, in order to complete the loading procedure, is the Tide inventory. The cleric Tertius Quart has it. As much as it offends me, I must ask you to return him to the outpost. That said, retrieving the inventory without the clerk will also suffice. Why don't you go fetch him yourself? All arbitrators are busy remotely monitoring the transport control. No one leaves the outpost alone. Which means we would have to form a unit, and that in turn means the loading process would stop. Believe me, I would never ever ask the Rogue Trader to run an errand for me, but I am doing my best to streamline the process. I'll see to the clerk. Where do I find him? The section that Quart is currently taking inventory of is not far from here. The heat is still fucked, by the way. The heat in this fucking room still makes me want to kill myself. At least I have my teeny tiny little bit of a fan. Wind. Just a little bit. Just a teeny tiny bit. It's not a lot. It ain't really helping that much. But it's better than nothing. Why did I move to fucking Denmark? What's wrong with me? What was I thinking? Is there anything else I need to know about the clerk? Hardly, but I can give a brief resume. Like other scribes, Quart was personally selected by the prefect to maintain the inventory. He is meticulous, efficient, and incredibly committed. I saw him on several occasions, and he was always immersed in his work, perhaps even obsessively so. I wanted to ask you about something else. How do you keep the tide safe with such a small force at your disposal? First line of defense is secrecy. No one knows the coordinates of this world except the Marshal, and now you. The second is the automated defenses and the communication systems between the warehouses. Each arbitrator is responsible for their own sector and keeps it secure. There's also the last line of defense. It was provided to us by Theodore von Valencius at the request of the Adeptus Arbites. The bowels of Ledas are packed with cyclonic bombs manufactured to special order on Calvagama. In the event of the imminent loss of the world to enemy attack, we will trigger the Oblivion Directive and completely annihilate the planet. The tide is paramount, it cannot be allowed to fall into the wrong hands, and we are willing to go down with it to prevent it from happening. Holy fucking shit, Adriana! Would you be so obliging as to finally blow something up or otherwise enliven this tedious conversation? The propensity of the Monkey for these protracted and futile efforts to avoid violence is enough to make me wonder if I should cut down the number of negotiating parties? One brazen tongue removed and we are free. Does that not sound tempting? Wow, Eager turned pale. She's already pretty pale, but... Your own tongue will suit me just as well, Xenos, though I would prefer the heart. Do you see? Your dead little pet could use a few body parts for her amusing rituals. I regret nothing in bringing Madajai along. Madajai, buddy. Keep being you. Never stop. Never change. Yeager, how long have you been here? Many, many years, Rogue Trader. When I first set foot on Ledas, my hair was like a raven's wing, and there was a stupid certainty in my head that I would be here for a dozen cycles at most. Thankfully, Ledas has beaten the rotten habit of hoping and making plans out of me and taught me patience and humility instead. Collecting the tide is meaningless, to say nothing of stockpiling it. The mall is closed. There is no telling when it might reopen. It would have been better if the tide hadn't been collected at all. Oh. If I say that, I'm about to piss off a lot of people. Something resembling anger sparks in her lifeless eyes. Tithe collection is a sacred pillar, and a sign that the dominion of the Imperium is strong. Without it, worlds would think that they were free of all obligations and use their resources to their own needs. Would they feel compelled to pay the tithe again after the mall reopened? Of course not. There would be unrest, riots, disorder. This is why it is important to collect the tithe at all times, regardless of circumstance. Have you had much hands-on experience with entire sectors and dying planets being cut off from the Imperium? There must be other ways to display power. Ones that do not incur the deaths of millions, for example. I must take my leave. What in the absolute fuck did I just witness? What? Oh, hi, Eris. Oh, Jesus, the sun outside is bright. My eyes. Oh, God.
Keep your wits about you.
Christ, like, leash master. Leash what? Oh, the puppy! You have a puppy too! That's awesome.
Keep a sharp eye.
What was it that you kept a sharp eye on? I don't understand. Uh-huh.
Let us not dawdle.
She kept a sharp eye on something, I just don't know what it is. I don't see it. Must have been that one. I assume.
I always get the job done.
Hell yeah.
I always keep my options open.
Uh-huh. Sure. Whatever. Why do I care? Do I care? That is a good question. I guess I'm supposed to go down this little bullshit thing. Right? Right. Probably. Right.
I
sense
always have a
something
backup
nearby.
plan.
Thank you.
Easy.
Covered in cramped writing. When you stop to examine it, it's more close. It turns out to be a single endless string of numbers. Wonderful. Fucking wonderful. That's just amazing, personally, I think. I love how I'm just stealing everything along the way. This is gonna get me in trouble, isn't it? They're gonna accuse me of stealing from the tide. It's gonna be
Rise
so
to the
funny.
top, or get left in the dust.
100% that's what's gonna happen, isn't it?
Is this where monkey rulers keep the fortunes they take from their people? What I envisioned as a repository for great artifacts has turned out to be a dumping ground.
It's not always like this.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
None are better at searching.
Oh, thank you, Elliot. That's very sweet of you.
The Inquisition taught me many things.
Great. Awesome. Someone has taken shelter in the old container. There's a simple bed and a table, both of which are buried in data slates and papers, and the walls are scribbled over in unintelligible calculations. Oh boy. 252 million containers taken stock of, 47 trillion to go.
Keep your wits about you.
Guardsmen, dogs, tags, and pieces of armor. String of silver prayer beads. Oh, we're next to where we started. We're next to the entrance.
Check it done.
Hello, sir. I'm supposed to talk to you, sir. What's up, sir? 200 mil. No! Didn't account for corrosion. But where? I've come for the inventory, I guess? Abelard, tell this scribbler what I'm here for. Her ladyship, rogue trader of Dominant Dienters von Valencia's bearer of the sacred warrant, has come to collect the inventory of the tide shipment. I am Domina the Hunters von Valencius. I need a summary report on the tide. Tertius Court, rank 3 scribe of the Departamento Catalogus. Quantity 1. The inventory, There is no rogue trader on the inventory. I can't give you anything before I fill in the forms. So let's start with the retinue. Relax, Tertius. There is no time for any further inventory taking. Just give us the report. We'll take you to the shuttles without any trouble. I believe you, but the report. Just one more tiny bit of stock taking, alright? Fine. But make it quick. The clerk gets to work enthusiastically as if he hadn't heard you. A member of the Adeptus Arbites, quantity 1. A non-standard issue Cybermastiff, quantity 1. Physical integrity, below average. Configuration, secondary. Jaw, prognathous and powerful. All of the above applies to both units. No offense, but I would not trust you with an inventory of Glajo's shit. What with how deranged you are, and to think that someone gave you the expenses entire tide to freely desecrate. A mutant most abominable, quantity 1. Scrawny, ugly, underfed. Adding a recommendation for disposal. The deeper my knowledge of your species becomes, the more often I ask myself, how have you colonized so many worlds? How did you reach the stars to begin with? A man of worn out appearance with a heavy stare, quantity 1. What department are you from, colleague? Put NA in that field, colleague. And add a note at the top of my sheet that says, burn before reading. A pale, lanky woman, quantity 1. Multiple signs of battery, evidence of malnourishment, best category fit, servants. Subcategory, idlers. Perhaps I should carve your words into his skin with my blade. Domin, he seems to want a written request. This concludes the inventory of the retinue. Proceedings to take inventory of the rogue trader. Wait. You skipped Barajai? That's funny. Regarding the Adeptus Arbites, member of below average physical integrity, enter into the inventory. Honesty, below average. Ethics, second hand. Disappointment, massive. Well, let us see what you have to say. A rogue trader, quantity 1. Bloodstain count on attire, 20. Could you turn around? Turn around. 26. Equipment condition, excellent. Limb count, satisfactory. Appearance, unremarkable. Excuse me, bitch. Self-importance, elevated. You're about to get shot. Elevated self-importance. Me? What, yes. The assessment is standardized. Don't argue with it. Excellent, very good. We're almost done. Now, to finalize your inventory record, please take off your clothes. What? You know what? I'm going all the way. Just one question. Are you aware that this will go into the report to the marshal? Or worse, do you actually want this in the report? The clerk grabs his quill greedily, ready to catalog your every birthmark and scar. Inventory of the rogue trader complete. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, regarding the time... I can't believe this! Oh, that's brilliant. That's fucking brilliant. Rogue Trader, 1 item. You received a complete inventory of the Rogue Trader. I just got a Steam achievement. Please understand, I need time for additional inventory taking. Just a little. A couple of years. No, decades. Ah, yes, of course. Let me open the path to the cogitator. Yes, that's where the inventory is. That was way too much fun, bro. Would do it again.
Let us not dawdle.
We hid in the container when things started to look bad on the hold. Heartless. Heartless? We'll climb out once they unload the goods at the port warehouse. I bet those thick-headed lawmen won't even realize they've graciously brought a couple of ratsies right under the precious hoard. Got no food here, though, and it's cold as a grave. It's fine, we'll manage. They're not gonna drag all this to the other side of the sector, are they? Soon, Trey and Kyra are gonna be the richest rats in the whole expanse. Oh, boy. Bashes on their clothes, bear the name Heartless.
I always have a backup plan.
Oh boy. What is it? Oh no, not this bullshit again.
Your judgment will.
Umbles, these things navigate by sensing vibrations in the ground. No, not this again. Oh, I have so much PTSD with these types of enemies, bro. Not it again. Okay. Why? Get on top of the graves will be easy prey for them. What crates? What crates? I don't see any. Aw, it's a mom. Cute. Very cute. Where am I? Oh, there. Okay. Well, I'm fucked.
Try harder! With grace and malice.
That's a lot of health that bitch has, I'm just saying. That's a lot of fucking health.
Watch! I'll revel in your terror! It is that I'll revel in your terror! Don't distract me. Bring it on.
I understand your intent.
I'm dealing with the fucking Sandworm from Doom.
If it serves your cause.
This is not what I expected out of a Adeptus Urbites fucking DLC, but here we are.
I am not your xenophobe. Fortune favors the swift.
Of course there's one.
Let's get to it.
Caught by the web. Trust me. Come, the other side awaits. As honor ordained. The shadows will see it done. Death is a blessing. I bring mercy and retribution. My blade whispers your name.
I'll make it happen. I'll I'll see to it personally. On it. I don't need luck. I have strategy. Who, if not me? Consider this a taste of what's to come. It's as good as done.
I am the reaming tempest incarnate!
We should take care of this one because it's fucking her Iliad's ability to actually use her ranged attacks, which is kind of a problem.
With grip kneel before me, plaything! What a useless plaything! Broken already?
I love him so much.
Behold. What? Behold. I'm done playing with you. I will savor your delectable anguish. Don't scorn the pain.
Are you done yet?
I will not die in dishonor.
A euphoria of anguish!
I refuse. I won't compromise my principles.
Not enough!
Shouldn't have done that. Yeah, shouldn't have done that, buddy.
But of course, Lord Captain. Naturally.
I will herd the prey. Try harder!
High momentum.
Finally. Jesus.
Will perish for this affront.
There we go. That should be enough to kill it. Finally. Well, that was horrible. So why did I have to
Always
put up with
keep
all
my
this
options
exactly?
open.
You feel your lips stretching into a vicious grin. Oh no. Intimidating growl. Heretical follow. Rage of the crimson lumps of clay remind your plans find a bundle wrapped in yellow rags. Of course, it's some fucking heretical bullshit.
Is there money to be made?
Not a problem for a proctor.
Hey buddy, can you crawl through that and do something? Aw, look at that, he's such a good boy. That was a very good boy.
Keep your wits about you.
I am back. You've eliminated the ambles? Good. I'm crossing them off the inventory. How many injuries have you sustained? I must account for the units of blood spilled. You tried to kill me. I thought it would stop you. I have a job to finish. You can't imagine how hard this is. The overload, the workload, the responsibility. Please understand, I'm on my own here. Well, almost. There's another scribe here. He works at night and litters the reports with errors. Do you realize the consequences for attempting to kill a rogue trader? Yes, death. But with you gone, the tide would have stayed here. You would have given me time. Meeting the target, filling in the last form. Those were the only things that matter. He has lost his mind and is unlikely to recover. I see no point in judging a madman. I suggest simply collecting the inventory and leaving. Why are so few clerks assigned to the entire planet? There used to be more of us. 5 died of exhaustion. 3 were killed in collapses of tide assets. 2 were eaten by ambles. Another 10, no, 11, I don't know. Administration replenishments are too rare. This world is too highly classified. How did ambles get in there in the first place? Ambles. Repulsive, aggressive pests. They adapt to any environment. This world is infested with them. They got to the tide and gobbled up everything they saw, and I had to update the inventory. Where is the fucking inventory? It's incomplete! The inventory is in my implant, and it's notifying me of unaccounted for assets all the time. My head is the inventory. Well then. You're coming with me. The clerk sobs and lowers his sparking head, ready to follow you.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Well, this has been wonderful. I cannot overstate how welcoming this world has been, and the people in it. Fucking run, bitch! Are you not in a hurry? At all? Dog, please don't commit suicide. Thank you. Oh, God. Rogue Trader, we're now in the final stage of the loading process. Consequently, your shuttle is finally able to maneuver around and land. As soon as the matter of the inventory is settled, you'll be free to depart. Here's your clerk. What's next? We do not have much left to load. The bulk of it is already in the barges, and the rest is being delivered automatically. We merely need to decide what to do with the living tide. They have bred irresponsibly, and are now twice as numerous as before. What do you mean by they have bred? Those guardsmen have been on leaders for years, if not decades, and new ones keep arriving all the time. They disregard regulations, form clans, start families, and procreate. Such are the pernicious consequences of their aimless existence and the proof of their lack of fortitude. They're people, not a living tide. Take everyone. If there is not enough room, throw out something rotten. Throw out something rotten. Oh, throw out something rotten, yeah. Then it's settled. Your shuttle is ready to depart. We will take care of... Oh no. Watcher of Lethos. The space around you suddenly fills with screeches and crackles that pour from every voxcaster and speaker. Then you hear a deep male voice. Query. Invitations of Von Valencia's orbital station. Uploading coordinates into the shuttle's central cogitator. Purpose. Finalizing the Oblivion Directive. Tarry not, offspring. If you delay, you will be blown up along with the extraneous subjects. Blast it! Who are you? Answers, answers. Yes, we have always had a thirst for knowledge. I will satisfy your curiosity when you come to me. I need to know if you have what it takes to see this through. Now hurry. This world will soon cease to exist. The fuck? Guys, just get on my ship. Everyone, get on my fucking ship. The augurs are recording anomalous seismic activity. Someone has started arming the cyclonic bombs in the bowels of Lethos. The machine spirits are rejecting all counter-litanies. The planet is done for. We cannot stop this. I demand an explanation, Rogue Trader. Why can't we block the Oblivion? Who's your accomplice? Here comes my favorite part. I'm just as clueless as you are. Allow me to explain. You seized the tide by somehow obtaining both the Marshal's and the Administratum's authorization. Then an accomplice contacted you and tricked the machine spirits into activating the destruction of the world with cyclonic bombs. Bombs delivered years ago from a Von Valencia's world, I should add. And all that is left to do is get away and cover your tracks. Did I miss anything? Enough, Jaeger. Not only are your efforts not helping to protect the tide, they are actually hurting the cause. Lay down your weapons before you make one final mistake. I see you no longer serve the Lex Imperialis, but the interests of a rogue trader. Solomon, what are you doing? Fighting against a flawed interpretation of the Lex Imperialis. I did not think you would see it any other way. I have a proposal that will satisfy everyone. I'll find out who caused this commotion and why, and then we will travel to Dargonus and go before the Marshal together. Your words could almost be construed as aiding the investigation. The planet is about to fall apart. In case you've forgotten, I'm in as much danger as you are. If you continue standing here doing nothing, we're all dead. You will have to content yourself with my word. I know nothing about what is going on, and I have nothing to hide. Did you hear those strange noises on the Vox line? That's what intercepted transmissions sound like. Why would any one of my servants do that? Perhaps someone is trying to frame you, or there are even more convoluted motives involved. Precisely. I see no need for further confrontation. Consider the issue settled for now. We'll board your flagship, and you will investigate the identity of the perpetrator. Let us return this matter in the Marshal's presence on Dargonus. Yes, let's get the fuck out of here!
Let us not
Dumb
dawdle.
bitch.
State your intention.
Oh, I knew it. I knew this was gonna turn into an investigation on me, even though I did nothing wrong. I just knew it. Somehow, I just knew it. Identification, Rogue Trader Von Valencias, initiating the final stage of the Oblivion Directive. You arrived at last, Offspring. At last, everything ends. Go on, take the last step, confirm the execution of the directive, and in doing so, destroy Lethus, take its riches, and free me from this unbearable vigil. Explain to me what's going on now? You really do not know. Did you choose not to tell you, or did you not get the chance? It doesn't matter anymore. Yours is the blood of the dynasty, and so I am compelled to give you this answer. Supreme Ordinance, the arrival of the head of the Von Valencia's dynasty with the purpose of the complete extraction of the tithe, triggers the immediate activation of the Oblivion Directive by Watcher of Lethus. At the moment of the directive's activation, the machine spirits of the initiation system are bound in Prometheus Proxima class Cogni Shackles. The Cogni Shackles cannot be removed by any means. The directive guarantees the Rogue Trader's acquisition of the planet's assets and the destruction of Lethus, presented as being caused by the actions of the enemies of humanity. Oh, Theodora did something. So Lady Theodora intended to steal the tide from the start. She arranged the world's destruction to cover her tracks, installed a servant to keep an eye on things, and even made a contingency plan in case of her own death. All she needed was an opportune moment, like this one. With the expanse being torn apart, the planet's death looks convincing. Aboard Lethus' destruction assistant. Were you the one who intruded on my conversation with Victus prior to our landing? Yes, I needed to exchange codes with the flagship in order to identify the vessel and its owner. I had to sift through the onboarding communications channels and systems to verify the Lord Captain's data and her right to be one. Could you fucking not? I must refuse. The Supreme Ordinance states that if the head of the dynasty has declared the tide's evacuation, I am to destroy the planet. You are the one who announced the arbitrator that you were taking the tide with you. The directive has been initiated and the Cognitive Shackles placed. It cannot be stopped. What if I just kill you? Then you will change nothing. The directive cannot be stopped. Cognitive Shackles, blah 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 blah. You want me to claim the tide for my own? I have long since been robbed of the luxury of freely expressing my thoughts. I am merely quoting Theodora's plan. This qualifies for culprit's confession, except the culprit herself is dead and judging this creature would be pointless. Still, we must decide what to do next, Rogue Trader. If the Marshal learns the whole truth, it'll make things difficult for everyone. It is better that you redress Theodora's crime by sending part of the tide to support the afflicted worlds of the Expanse and deliver the rest to the Administration. You are essentially proposing to steal the Imperial Tide, my dude. Oh boy, after witnessing every shade of absurdity on this, my opinion has changed. Hoping to distress evidence is an investment in the future, a future which we may not yet live to see, if we don't look after the people. Besides, how are we collecting new tides without those who labor for the good of the Imperium? That's incredibly sweet of you. I have questions. Are you a servitor or something else? Something entirely different, offspring. A prisoner of my own mind and these machines. Do not let my manner of speech deceive you. I am only following the orders vested in me. The part of my brain that controls the ability to converse and holds up the scraps of my personality was severed from my volition centers and locked into a cage of functions and limitations. So you can think for yourself. Calling it thinking would be an overstatement. Imagine a corridor without the doors locked except for one or two. That would be my consciousness. Yes, a dark, suffocating corridor with fading pictures of memory and nail scratches on the walls. You crave death. That is not typical for thralls who have no will of their own. What does it matter what I crave if I'm doomed to follow orders? Yes, I need you to complete the Oblivion Directive and trigger the station's shutdown so that I can be set free at last. And yet, in all these years, I have done nothing to bring my death closer. I can wait an eternity longer, suffering, but infallibly obedient. Why are you consigned to such a terrible fate? I was a threat to Theodora's rules and she had my brain dissected. Sophisticated sentence, to be humiliated, to live in suffering, yet continue to serve the dynasty, perfectly harmless. Absorb this lesson, offspring. That is how a rogue trader meets out punishment. I have other questions. Of course, you're welcome to prolong my agony for as long as you like. Why'd you call me offspring? What else should I call you? The heir to the dynasty's throne, a young descendant? You may have grown used to people prostrating themselves before you, but to me, you're just a child. You still haven't told me your name. Who are you? That is one question I cannot answer. Theodora did not wish for anyone to learn the name of he who has become the Watcher of Lethus. You serve Theodora or the dynasty? Because at this moment, I am the dynasty. You may have a point. I am but a servant, and the future of the Protectorate is in your hands. You are the authority, and I obey. I am Darius von Valencius, Theodorus' older brother, whom she turned into an amalgam of machine and man. What? How could Theodora have a brother? Everyone should know it, you. Had I been a legitimate child, yes, they would have written my name in gold into the dynasty's chronicle. However, my mother's origin, as well as certain other circumstances, were damaging for House von Valencius, and so my inclusion into the family hit a snag. When Theodora was young, I was brought to Dargonis to be trained for the role of seneschal. When she became the rogue trader, she refused to recognize me as her kin. She needed an obedient servant who couldn't challenge her rule. Had I behaved myself, perhaps Theodora would have condescended to call me her brother or an heir on her deathbed. Why were you punished? As Theodora's senior relative and direct heir, I could lay claim to the throne, and I did. I intended to kill her and declare a search for her successor, and while I went on to enter the Warren Chamber and assume the rogue trader's title by right of blood. Theodora exposed my plan, executed anyone who had taken part in the conspiracy, and turned me over to the tech priests. Sisters. Such maddening creatures. At least they caused the modern key just as much trouble. Oh, Marajai, I do not regret taking you with me. Not for one bit. Why come up with such an elaborate punishment? At first I thought Theodora was going to pay me visits, so she could gloat, but she never once appeared on station. I have a different explanation now. For von Valencius, even punishment must befit his status. With a gilded prison and a one-of-a-kind augmentics, so as not to have a pathetic servitor mar the dynasty's image. You have yet to ask me how your sister died. cannot ask questions about anything unrelated to my function. Now that you've brought it up yourself, however, no, I do not want to know. If I heard that she had died by chance at the hands of an unworthy opponent, I'd be gravely disappointed. After all, I have always solaced myself by believing that Theodora was someone extraordinary, and only because of this she was able to beat me. I have decided what I will do with the tithe, I guess. A portion of the tithe will remain with me, and I will see to it that it finds its ways to worlds affected by the crisis. You are a better person than Theodora was. Do not take this as a compliment. It is an extremely detrimental quality for a rogue trader. I know. The rogue trader has spoken. The barges will go where she has decreed, and the watchers of Lethus have served this purpose. I had hoped that I would feel relief. I know that it's there, locked inside my protocols. And she wanted me to know and to not feel. The vid screens of the cottages flicker, trying to process the influx of data, then fade all at once. That's just the second Whirlpool world that I've blown up. Okay. Well, that happened. Okay. Well, that was lovely.
I always have a backup plan.
Keep a sharp eye.
Success is the only outcome I accept. Just as I planned.
Your immediate intervention is required. The barges sent to Dragonas have been attacked by enemy ships that just emerged from the warp. Fuck's sake. Which ships are they? They carry an identifying mass, and signatures are unreadable. All I can tell is that they are of Imperial construction. How did they find us? The system's coordinates are classified. At present, we do not know. We're working on it. Of course, it's one of those two retards. Probably the prefect, but who knows. Prepare for battle, I'm coming. I called it. I called all of it. I will continue to call it. It is all bullshit.
The skein of fate can lead us
to victory. Oh my. Okay, well, you know. There's that. Okay. Okay.
Helmsman, take us in.
Is that enough? It is.
Launch battery. Volley. Fire at will.
Pressure? Yeah. We will. Don't worry. Oh, come on. Can you do that, but like faster? Just do all that, but faster. So I can just move on. Christ. Why can't I just skip this? Can I skip this? Is there a skip button for this shit? No. It's already at maximum. Ah! Yeah, got it. Whatever. Can I please fucking do something? Christ.
Torpedoes are...
This is going to be annoying. This is going to be a very annoying fight, I can already tell. Because they have highly maneuverable shit. There's some big ships, yeah, I'm trying to protect them. But the enemy has a bunch of really tiny maneuverable, highly maneuverable ships, which is annoying for me, because I have pretty short range. And this means that I have to wait for half an hour in between my turns, which makes me want to kill myself. This is already the highest speed that you can have combat animations in this game. I'd like to point out. Please kill me. Just kill me. End my life. Just end my fucking life, please. Please tell me it can be faster than this. Combat speed settings. Always. Apply. Yes. How does it work? Can it be faster? It can be faster! Yes! Be faster. Be faster, you piece of shit. Be fucking faster. Any other talent I was building around is bugged and doesn't work. Makes me want to do that. Thanks, Alcat. Oh, yeah, that's great. That's great. Wonderful.
Macro cannons. Open fire.
Oh, look at that. I already feel better. I feel so much better right now. Look at that fucking shit.
Salvo.
Oh, hell yeah. See, that's some good stuff. Mm-mm. That was an accident. I misclicked. Oops. Whatever. It's bugged. I don't care. I don't wanna care. I don't care. Whatever. Look at that. Look at how fast it is. You can also use Starbucks to increase time skills and hotkeys. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, we're just vibing. We going fast as fuck, flying. I approve of this so much. Hell yeah. I have never enjoyed these battles more. as I say that, the game insists on still being incredibly slow. Because fuck you, that's why.
With the force of a supernova.
Detecting a vulnerability in the enemy's defenses.
Is that so?
Fire at will.
Nobody survives battle with this void ship.
All hands, prepare for acceleration.
Disgusting. At least these ones are a little together and stuff. So it makes it a little easier to deal with them.
Launch battery, volley.
Come on.
Coordinates set.
Oh, fuck off. That was so close. Okay, fine. Interceptors it is. Or whatever. Starfighters, not interceptors. That's a different thing. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
All hands,
Oh,
prepare
lovely.
for
I love when that
acceleration.
happens. Big fan.
Make every shot count. With the force of a
I hear their dying screams in the void.
I can taste their terror from here.
last battery, volley.
The echo of their distant suffering is intoxicating.
Do not hesitate. Show no mercy.
With the force of a supernova!
Does this help?
Macro cannon.
Did.
Open fire.
Kinda.
With the force of a supernova.
Rip.
Coordinates set. Plant batteries.
Another foe swallowed.
A worthy contribution to
Oh,
Lady
we did it.
Theodora's
We did it.
legacy.
We did it. 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 All's well with the world. We did it. Enemy vessels destroyed. All these obsessed with the message. We're floating in the void like a dead rat in lower deck soup. In the lower deck. Okay, well, you know, that's. I didn't need to know that, Ravor. That's not a very nice, noble, appropriate thing to say. And I'm a noble, so you shouldn't say that. Who were they? Those weren't some nameless void rabble, they were professionals, mercenaries. I fucking called it. How did you know who they were? Traders, some of them had infiltrated the crew, a dozen voidsmen, a few officers, and thrown even one astropath. That eyeless scumbag sent his mate Steen's system's coordinates when we arrived. Wow, I'm so surprised. Their ships must have been patrolling the region in hopes of discovering Lethus. Where are these traitors? I wish to interrogate them. Master at Arms handled their interrogation personally, and she managed to break the most resistant ones. In short, we learned that they wanted to destroy part of the Titan retreat. Strange behavior for pirates, wouldn't you agree? Last one spat out a cryptic warning along with the entrails. With his entrails. By the time you get back to Negronis, it'll be too late. I don't know what that means exactly. Well, I do. They're trying to frame us. In one of the barges, successfully translated into the warp and are now on their way to the designated coordinates. Report received. We're moving to Marshal Strax. We're moving out. Marshal Strax must be told about what happened here. Oh, this is about to go so well. You fucking know it. You fucking know it. Because as we know, the Lex Imperialis is very lenient on interpretations and such shit. I'm sure this will go wonderfully. Off we go. Oh damn, I'm not at 24 hours yet of this stream. I'm almost there. During the warp voyage, the middle decks reported strange gatherings that— oh god. Oh boy. Urgent report, Lord Captain. The barges carrying the tides have been seized and are heading off in an unknown direction. Multiple sources are voxing the flagship at once. I detect the signatures of several noble houses in the administratum. Who dared seize the sacred tide? We're getting reports of it being an order of the Adeptus Administratum. We have received several official forms to the effect that Argonus' orbit is currently deemed unsafe for tide storage due to an unspecified threat that has sprung up on the world in your absence. What do the noble houses want? The messages have no discernible structure or cause, professions of loyalty, audience requests, even pleas for leniency. One thing is clear, something has agitated the upper echelons of nobility. In other words, they're scared. What do the administratum say? The prefect speaks of a terrible heresy that is threatening the Von Valencia's protectorate. While you were away, steps were taken to prevent the spread of the corruption. However, your presence is required to make the final decision. Prefect of Volter will meet you in person for a confidential conversation. What do you say, Solmorn? It appears you have no choice if you want to help your subjects, although I don't like what's going on. I would advise you to go to the palace, if nothing else, to find out what you can do to protect your people. You're right, Vigdis. Prepare a shuttle for me and my retinue. Oh boy. Rogue traders. Exactly. So many rogue traders. I'm sure this is gonna go wonderfully well. Rogue Trader Von Valencius, welcome back to the Palace of Justice. What's happening on the Argonus was the cause of the panic. Why is this private conversation? That is why you're here, is it not? To learn why the world is distressed, why the air is charged with vox transmitters. Any administrator worth their station would be concerned. Disruptions to established processes always lead to, well, no matter. Have you ever pondered the nature of heresy, Von Valencius? Perhaps to your mind, heresy is merely limited to Xenos, Warp Spawn, and Insurgents. There are other heresies, whose existence is far more easily forgotten. Those of negligence, of avarice, of confusion, and disorder. Whatever form it may take, heresy always treads quietly, unbeknownst to its ultimate victim. I believe both of us have given some thought to this in recent days. The prefect gives you a different look from before, and the century-old wariness in her eyes dissipates for just a moment. There is surprise and piqued curiosity in her expression, both of which, however, she quickly conceals behind the usual veil of aloofness. Rogue Trader, whatever the fuck, Von Valencius, in accordance with the amendment to Decree 6498-DF, issued by the Adeptus Administratum and the Adeptus Arbites, you stand accused of countless heresies that threaten the sacred tide and the well-being of the Protectorate. All related statements have been formulated and evidence of your crimes registered. The proceedings will commence as soon as you and your accomplices present yourselves as the accused. A trial awaits you. Domina Diantus. Who in the void do you think you are? I am his servant and a votary of the Imperium's prosperity. I cannot stand idly by and watch you trample on the glorious legacy of your bloodline. This is my protectorate. I am the law here. And it is by this conviction that that has turned you into a monster. That in its charge towards the abyss aims to drag the whole realm down with it. The gravity of your crimes is enough to depose your entire dynasty. Do not oppose the law, Von Valencius. Doing so will only serve to make your situation worse. I fucking called it so fucking hard, it's not even funny. Jeez. Most people don't know you talk to the Emperor in your sleep. They really don't. They really don't. I'm gonna tell Dad. Daddy Emperor, I'm gonna tell him about you. And he's gonna come and murder you in your fucking sleep. These people have really, really brave words and actions for people who are so, and I cannot overestimate, I cannot overstate how so easily they are to be disposed of. It's just... The only reason you get away with this shit is because I'm an iconoclast rogue trader. Were you dealing with any other type of rogue trader, ma'am, you'd already be dead. You wouldn't have even made it this far. Is the world under attack? Were there any casualties? No, no physical harm has come to your protectorate during your absence. However, the threat of a different kind of heresy looms over the capital. This was all one carefully orchestrated spectacle, wasn't it? What? You twisted my poor Anthesera to paint me as a heretic. You spied on me. You knew of every word I said. How does it feel to sneak glances to one whom you could never hope to become? Oh! You wanted to go to lead this yourself. A foolish mistake, Prefect. Your impatience was too obvious. Yet another painful crease appears on the Prefect's brow. You feel confident that your comment got to her. I simply wish to do what you, as Theodora's successor, was supposed to do. Protect the sacred tithe. There is no point in trying to present my reasonable desire in a dimming light. You spied on me. You know of every word I said. How does it feel to sneak glances at one whom you could never hope to become? Your taunt hits its mark. An angry grimace passes over the Prefect's face. She immediately recomposes herself, but it's too late. You saw how much your words have offended her, and she knows that you caught her reaction. Unsubstantiated conjecture mixed with an inflated sense of self-importance. I am honored to do my duty wherever his will commands me to be. You twisted my report on Thesera to paint me as a heretic. Your only goal has been to get your hands on the tide from Lethos. Your blatant attempts at manipulation were painful to observe. The crude work of a talentless old crone who thinks herself worthy of judging those who are superior to her in every regard. I am your protectorate's last hope against the jaws of anarchy, irresponsibility, and complete unraveling. I alone can save this part of the Imperium that had the misfortune of falling into the hands of those whose only motivations are profit, excitement, and feeding their own egos. Escort the accused to her proper place. So be it. Let's see what you have prepared for me. The Prefect gives a dispassionate nod to the arbitrators behind you and turns away. In the name of the God Emperor, the Von Valencia's dynasty stands accused of betraying the Imperium. The trial is public, so that all may see the rogue trader's heresies and know that status and power are no shield against righteous punishment. Marshal Stracht, you have the floor. State the list of crimes against the Lex Imperialis and be examined here today. Conspiring to steal the sacred tide. Undermining the legitimate authorities of an imperial world involving sorcery and damage to the tide. Conceiving and executing plans to disrupt sector-wide tide shipments. I deny the whole pack of lies. The charges of fabricating this trial of a rogue trader is a facade. Is a farce. Stracht finally finishes listing your crimes. There is a momentary pause in the hall. Let the record show that the defendant disregarded the opportunity given to her to repent, which only adds to the gravity of her guilt. We will proceed the examination of the individual heresies committed by the defendant. Conspiring in the captain of the Heartless to steal the sacred tide. Upon arriving on Rykad Minoris, the rogue trader aided Carton Sargona in loading the tide onto his ship under the cover of a planetary riot. Dominadantus von Valencius, what? Later eliminated her accomplice using Adeptus Arbites forces led by Proctor Anthar. The Proctor attempted to appease the Rogue Traders' greed by offering the frigate known as the Heartless in exchange for the safety of the Tide. Then the Rogue Trader boarded the ship in an attempt to seize the Tide. Her actions led to the death of a squad of arbitrators. Proctor Anthar alone survived the Rogue Trader's murderous ploy. Dominadantus von Valencius personally eliminated her accomplice, Captain Sargona, in order to destroy the evidence of her schemes. Do you have anything to say in your defense? You're talking nonsense. With all respect for Solomorn's capabilities, if I had wanted to get rid of him and his arbitrators and steal the Tide, there is no way he could have stopped me. Woo! I can but appeal to your own common sense, Marshal Strax. Can you recall even one instance where a heretic attempted to steal the Tide while taking a few dozen arbitrators along for company? Solomorn, tell them what really happened. Proctor, stand down. That is an order. Your reports were comprehensive and are the foundation of this case. You will provide your testimony only when the prefect requests it. Is that clear? Extremely, Marshal. I can but appeal to your own common sense. No, you're talking nonsense with all respect. Yep, that one. Fuck it. Attempting to threaten a rogue trader on her own vessel would indeed have been an imprudent choice. Let a new charge be added to the record, attempting to manipulate an official. Marshal, I hope I do not need to remind you of your duty. According to the calculation of the Tide transfer from the Heartless, the Administratum was short 3 units of volume. It is presumed that the rogue trader did not risk seizing more in the presence of the Proctor, but even 1 ounce unaccounted for makes the Tide incomplete. Let's move on to Thessera. This world underpaid the appropriate Tide amount, a crime that should have been remedied by the rogue traders escorting Proctor Anthar to the backwards world. Proctor, you are hereby called to testify. Describe what happened on the planet. When we arrived on Thessera, the rogue trader and I were drawn into the machinations of a planetary governor. He used sorcery on the Emperor's anointed. The rogue trader managed to overcome the effects of the ritual and do battle with the heretic. The governor was executed, and a lie uttered in the Palace of Justice is a serious offense, Proctor. Glato, retrieve recording, Thessera 84 Alpha. Press the button, the Glato responds with sharp and telecom. Tide body begins to tremble. Then he projects a recording from his eyes onto the floor. Footage depicts a scene from Glato's viewpoint. The quality is terrible, but you can make out the hall where the sculptor is conducting the sinister ritual. You see Maeve interfere with the ritual and the beam of warp energy connecting the two of you. You hear Solomorn's command, the scene changes, and you see Maeve, or rather yourself in Maeve's body, wandering through the streets of Thessera. The next clip brings you back to the hall where Solomorn is firing on the altar. The events in the recordings are echoed by a dragging pain in your muscles and a fog in your head. You've used us as a tool against the rogue trader from the beginning. Such tricks and schemes are unworthy of the Arbites. As we can observe, Proctor Anthar destroyed the heretical altar, and then a fight ensued in which the Psyker died. There is not a single shred of evidence that the rogue trader actually overcame the sorcery. It is more likely that the person standing before us is a heretic and a creature of corruption. Mine and Maeve's consciousness were... Did you watch the entire recording? Notice any differences in behavior, did you? Well, you seem to be offended by the insinuation that you are prone to fainting spells. Well, it is quite strange. Marshal? The court also takes note of the pernicious effects of the rogue trader's handling of the Emperor's servants entrusted to her authority. Since arriving from Thessera, the rogue trader has done her duty by passing judgment on several subjects within the walls of this hallowed hall. Fanaticism and the loss of a valuable astropath resulted in the appointment of a new choir master. That same day, he lost several messages of utmost importance, thus sparking a war between two Chronos Expanse worlds. As of now, one of these worlds has been completely destroyed, and the other deemed uninhabitable. Allow me to read out the decision of the honored representative of the St. Drusus mission. We brand the one who dared subject Anvilus, a holy votary of the faith, to horrible torture, a heretic, and an associate to evil of every kind. At that moment, the Cardinal's mental state is cause for concern. Not only has he developed a fondness for bloody rites and repulsive forms of self-flagellation, but he has also, on several occasions, injured members of his congregation who were trying to make donations to him. Lord Moles, deemed to be alive, committed a transgression of soft-heartedness in running his family's enterprise. He released all his convicted workers and terminated the contracts with his primary suppliers, citing their moral qualities. His actions resulted in 12 kilotons of underdelivered food rations across several recipients. First, the Administratum is unable to do its duty and asks for help. And now it has the audacity to criticize the verdicts of the rogue trader. Prefect, your accusations do not merely cast aspersions on the competence of the Administratum, they challenge the sanctity of the decisions of the Emperor's anointed. I cannot predict the future. A poor outcome is a possibility in every case. If I had chosen a different path, the Prefect still would have found fault with it. The Adeptus Orbites never hesitate in passing judgment, for our hand is guided by the God Emperor. To condemn the one who passed the judgment is to question the God Emperor himself. Marshal, enough. Moving on. The defendant was placed in an unprecedented position of trust by the Adeptus Orbites and the Administratum. She was entrusted with the coordinates of the world where the tide of the entire Chronos Expanse was held. As agreed, the defendant was to transport the sacred tide to Dargonas. But what did she do? Marshal snaps his fingers over Glato's head. The cyber mastiff flinches. The Theodora intended to steal the tide from the start. She arranged the world's destruction to cover her tracks. She was an opportune moment like this one. Tide theft, orchestrated by Theodore von Valencius, committed by the defendant, witnessed by Proctor Anthar. You got nothing to say, buddy? I certainly do. Prefect Vulture, I charge you with abuse of power and perverting the justice of the Imperium. I have been a repeated witness to your schemes against the Rogue Trader, and even more shamefully, I have been your instrument in them. You have made two mistakes. You attacked someone I care about, and you dressed it up in decorations offensive to the Adeptus Orbites. So I promise you, as soon as this is over, I will take you by the throat, put a shotgun to your head, and do his justice. Woo! Damn! Proctor, be silent. Your behavior is beyond all imaginable limits. I demand obedience. No, Marshal. I will not obey you while you obey the Prefect, who is put on this farce solely to further her own interests. I sent a portion of the tide for the rebuilding of the Expanse. It will serve the people better than leaving it to rot in your coffers forever. The sacred tide is not intended to be used by anyone other than the Adeptus Administratum, the deliverers of his will. The Adeptus Administratum, like the Adeptus Orbites, only oversee the allocation of the tide. I do not need to remind you of that, do I, Prefect? How good of you to speak up, Gregorus. As an addendum to the proceedings, we will be examining the heresies of Solomon Anthar, resulting from his moral failure to oppose the greed of the heretic von Valencius. Something inside Glato clicks, and Solomon's voice begins to play. If the Marshal learns the whole truth, it'll make things difficult. Solomon is his own master. I do not choose for him. But if you think that an arbitrator's tenets can be so easily broken by any passing stranger, then you insult the very core of the Adeptus Orbites. Ooh. Fuck it. The rogue trader is right. If the Orbites had dared to stray from the Lex, then he never was an arbitrator. The fault lies with me for not seeing the weakness in his heart in the time. Well, The proceedings are nearing their conclusion. The collection of transgressions and heresies that has been brought before this court of the God Emperor's servants has once and for all branded the rogue trader an abomination, who through all her deeds has sought to satisfy her petty and base desires rather than truly serve him. You are here today to witness the fall of the von Valencia's dynasty and the long-awaited punishment that will be served upon it. House of Dargonus, do you reject the authority of this heretic? If I might interrupt, Mistress Volter, we're much obliged to you for arranging this gathering. However, all that has now taken place here does not change the fact House von Valencius holds the warrant of trade. House von Valencius is a rogue trader dynasty, and no amount of legal contortions will change that. House Drivestem is loyal to the rogue trader. Let's fucking go! Woo! Drivestem, let's fucking go. Toriana Gaprak. No shadow shall fall upon the name von Valencius, or eclipse the radiance of the beneficent rogue trader line. Whatever your mechanical dog may say, House Gaprak is loyal to the rogue trader. Woo! Let's fucking go! Macarius. Oh, Macarius. Shit, bro. Oof. Venerating the letter of the law is not fidelity to justice. Straying from the tenets of the Lex is not discerning the essence of truth and the granting of retribution. House Sauerback is loyal to the rogue trader. Ooh. House Rosarian is loyal to the rogue trader. We don't need explanations. Fuck that shit. We're just loyal. Allow me to address you, even though I am not the first of the first families of Dargonus. Adriana. Proctor Yeager, Adeptus Orbites, lead this outpost. Domina von Valencias made every effort to not only save the tide, but also the Orbites contingent stationed on Lethus. I propose that such an act would have been entirely nonsensical if the rogue trader were intent on simply stealing the tide. End of report. This world and its denizens are rotten to the core. No, they're based as fuck. That was awesome! Decree your mom, I ain't reading all that. Supplement, not that either. For tide theft, participation in foul sorcery, what? And other crimes against the Imperium, Domina Diantus von Valencius is sentenced to death. The prosperity of the dynasty is hereby confiscated and placed under the oversight of the Adeptus Administratum. Any last words, convict? Marshal Strux, you have heard my argument and the prefect's distorted version of the truth. Do you require yet more information before you denounce the real culprit? There is weight to your arguments, rogue trader, but even if you are right about the prefect, that does not immediately disprove all accusations against you. It is a difficult thing to admit that one is in the wrong, Marshal. You have stumbled by putting your trust in Volter, but I have faith that you will make the right choice now. Inscribia heaves in a breath, ready to launch into a vehement tirade, but the Marshal raises his right hand, and everyone falls silent. That is enough, Volter. I trusted you, and I failed to notice when your wise counsel turned into instructions and orders. When my every action became subject to your avaricious... That is a word. Avaricious schemes rather than the Lex. But now I see things with perfect clarity. The way you try to manipulate the truth to achieve your ends. You turned me into a puppet and then trampled on his laws. Prefect Inscribia Volter, you are charged with fraud, attempted assassination of the Emperor's anointed, and undermining the foundation of the Lex Imperialis. Surrender now and accept a dignified death. I must refuse, Marshal. I charge you with treason against the Imperium and conspiring with a heretic. Fangs of the Expanse, to battle! You're a traitor. You're a traitor. No, you're a traitor. She sounded like an Oprah sending out cards.
Your arrogance will be.
You get a judgment of traitorship. Treason. You get judged with treason, and you get judged with treason. Everybody gets judged with treason. Kind of like that. If I wasn't on 0 hours of sleep for the past 48 hours and could actually pronounce words. Anyway, 10 people. What am I dealing with? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the other side. That's not 10. Ah, there. 10. There it is. Okay. Well, that's concerning. Ah. There you are, you little bitch. You bitch. Okay. Marajai, my love, please do me a favor. Over there. Bella. You, I need you as a semi-tank, and same thing with you. For now. I'm just gonna run there as fast as possible.
Behold! A rebel in your terror! Bring it on!
Isn't he delightful? I can't get to the other side of this. Fuck. Okay, then I guess I'll just kill these fuckers then.
With great fear before me, prating! Behold! It is Hannah. There are no witnesses.
24-hour streams in 17 minutes. Woo! I'm just trying to stay awake, bro.
Will be swift.
Must deal at least 3 times your minimal weapon damage. If their guilty is proven, at the end of the turn, the weapon of justice will fire at this target. If not proven guilty, or if the accuser is killed, it will fire in the prefect vulture's direction instead. Your single target attack must deal at least 3 times your minimal weapon damage. Okay. I barely read all the in-game lore when I'm fully rested. I can barely speak.
If it serves your cause.
Right now.
I am
when I'm
not
fully
your
rested, it's a little bit better.
pet monkey.
Nailed it.
Fortune favors the swift.
Come on.
An offering of blood.
Stay vigilant.
Use a consumable item. For fuck's sake. Sure, I'll do that. Does this count as a consumable item?
I'll make it happen.
That does not count as a consumable item. Well then
I'll make sure to return the favor one day.
does that count? One of them did.
I revel in your terror!
Units Mastiff must deal the same number of instances of damage. Okay. Zero is the same number as 0.
Trust me. I shall.
no idea what the hell her thing was. Didn't see it. Oh well.
As the tenets demand, death comes in silence. As caught by the web. Trust me, I shall not fail. A broken blade has no use.
Let's see to it. I won't object to it.
The Inquisition sends their regards.
But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it. Naturally.
Enemies. Astropath. Gotcha.
Don't distract me. With grace and malice. Watch. With grace and malice. A euphoria of anguish. It is handled. Don't distract me. What? I'll revel in your terror! A euphoria of anguish! There'll be no pardons for the guilty! Requesting backup!
Momentum.
Come on.
Pay with your blood in the name of Kalameshakain!
Yeah, you do that, buddy.
No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea. I'll see to it personally.
Give him
On
good
it.
stuff.
It's as good as done. I'll see to it personally.
Behold. I mark my path with ruin! Kneel before me, pray! What a useless plaything! Broken already? I'm done playing with you! I revel in your terror!
Another
Here's
one.
my perfect moment!
A perfect killing strike!
Anyone else? There they are.
I yearn for agony. It is handled. And why would I do that? I'll revel in your done with you.
Easy. Ah, there was another one there. I just didn't see him.
Don't distract me. Oblivion approaches. With dawn.
I'll make it happen.
Where's Henrix?
Who if not me?
I'll see our foes obliterated. For the be gone.
Momentum.
He fucking gone. Uh-huh. Ah, there's the last motherfucker.
Get me a target. But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it. Naturally. Let's see to it. But of course, Lord Captain.
Hold the formation.
If this is my death, may my blood be a worthy sacrifice. Trust me. The shadow. Let the blood of the wicked be shed, as thou hast willed.
Oh, look at her. She looks so scared. Suddenly, you're not so big now that you're not on the big fucking throne with a giant fucking glass window protecting you from the macro cannon. Suddenly, you're scared. Ah. Interesting. Prefect Vulture kneels before you. Scores of fragile implants all over her body are twitching convulsively, giving her the appearance of a crushed insect. That's because that's exactly what she is. A crushed motherfucking insect. Not quite crushed enough though, I haven't squashed her yet. We'll see what the options are for that. But do remember, I'm already at fanatic level with Iconoclast, which means I can go anything right now. I could go with Dogmatic option, I could go Heretical, and it wouldn't affect anything. Sweetie, I have a Drukhari in my employ. I could just give you to him. The prefect lets out a cough. Then an unnerving smile appears on her lips. I at least had to try. I served the Von Valence's protectorate faithfully for over 100 years, painstakingly cultivating order, where others had failed to do so. While you and your ancestors sowed anarchy and havoc with your ever-changing whims, I stood on as the linchpin that kept this domain from sinking into criminal disarray. It was because of me that this gargantuan system continued to function with barely a flaw. The only source of disruption was you, the rogue traders. Yes, I at least had to try. You might have understood my perspective. The way you managed to expose my plans before the trial confirms your extraordinary intelligence. Well, thank you, ma'am. I am a fucking genius. But it is poisoned by your self-interest, which makes it all the more painful for me to lose this battle of wits for power. Ma'am, you see, the problem is that I'm not just a very intelligent person, and mostly, right, usually, a very merciful person. The problem is that I'm also a massive simp, and I'm still thinking that if I'm given the option of giving you away to my Drukhari, I am clicking that shit. I don't care if it gives me 500 points in heretical fucking conviction. I'm doing it. She looked at this as a chess game, but you brought a blaster. Motherfucker, she thought she was playing chess. She wasn't even playing checkers. She was playing tic-tac-toe. She was playing tic-tac-toe, and I brought a blaster. There was never any chess to begin with. Try what? To take my protectorate for yourself? The protectorate isn't yours, and it never was. Have you not read your own warrant even once? Every conquest, every planet claimed by a rogue trader belongs to the Imperium. You are supposed to act as its vassal, nothing more. But rogue traders are incapable of efficient rules. All that drives you is your craving for profit and reckless exploits. The limitless potential of the protectorate is wasted in the hands of spoiled fools. And I am tired of watching you desecrate the very foundations of the Imperium. If it weren't for you, the Protectorate would be operating for the good of the throne as impeccably as a sacred machine of the Omnissiah. You've forgotten your place in Scribia. You must be stopped, and that duty falls to me. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Only the guilty try to defend themselves, whereas I acted in the interests of the Imperium. Such a shame that some things cannot be set right by bureaucratic means, and that the short-sightedness of certain people serving in adjacent divisions looks at the fucking cop so often become an insurmountable obstacle. Sounds like she needs a hobby. You're absolutely fucking right. So anyway, I know this one Dracar. Joking. I'll stop. Unless they give me the option, but I don't think they will. It would be a pity to lose such a valuable professional. I sentence you to work in tide storages, where you'll catalog their contents in solitude until the day you die. To be spared for the rest of my life from having to watch you bring the Imperium's territories to ruin. That is a reward, rogue trader. But I suppose you're right, cataloging shipment chronicles is an art long overdue for some rigorous supervision. And none except me in your entire domain is capable of performing this function adequately. Sharpie that you gave her to Banashai. It would be so funny though. Come on. What's the point of being unhinged if I can't do shit like that? A few weeks in Gamora, and she'll forget all about his tax business. No, are you kidding me? We send her to Gamora. These motherfuckers are gonna put her there doing Gamora taxes. It's perfect. The sheer amount of pain she can bring to everyone at Gamora by just doing taxes over there. It'll be brilliant. She'll be promoted to Employee of the Month. Anyway. For attempting to slander and kill one of the Imperium's Emperor's anointed and for encroaching upon the Imperial tide, I hereby sentence you to death. Oh man, should I be nice? 24-hour stream. Yep, I guess. That's the first time I've had a 24-hour stream, I think. I've had multiple 12-hour streams, not 24. Not that I'm aware of, at least. But I have terrible fucking memory. Congratulations. Well, thank you. All I had to do was ruin my sleep schedule completely. So proud of myself. Just... It would be a pity to lose such a valuable professional. I sentence you to work in the tide storages where you'll catalog your contents in solitude until the day you die. To be spared for the rest of my life from having to watch you bring the Imperium's territories to ruin. That is a reward, rogue trader. But I suppose you're right. Cataloging shipment chronicles is an art long overdue. A crispy silver dollar for your efforts. Oh, thank you, Blark. I forgot about the... Here we go. Oh. Yeah, that's my first bits. I've never had bits before. There you go. Cool. Be sure to act strictly within the bounds of your authority. This time. I have not the strength to attempt something like this again. You experienced the full force of the Lex Imperialis and survived. That was the Steam achievement I just got. You must judge me also, rogue trader. I have shamed the Adeptus Orbites by succumbing to Prefect Voltur's manipulations and betrayed the Lex Imperialis, the very law I was meant to uphold. I am guilty. I insist that you pass the sentence and carry it out immediately. That's actually a good one. Marshal Gregorus Strax, taking into account your record of past achievements, I hereby deny you your execution and instead sentence you to punishment by toil. I appoint you High Overseer of the world of Veabus 6. That is where you will remain for the rest of your life. I consider this measure unduly lenient, but I have no right to protest your decision, for your judgment is final. I, Marshal Gregor Strach, am stepping down from my post. I am no longer fit to wear this armor. May its new wearer bring honor to the Lex. You see next with the side of fate of not just the Adeptus Arbites, but the Justice of the Chronos Expanse. Chronos Expanse cannot be left without the Lex Imperialis and its keepers. The Adeptus Arbites will choose a new marshal, one who is more worthy of their station, and continue to guard the Imperium against lawlessness. I'll see it done, Rogue Trader. Justice is done, my judgment is made. Among the broken fragments of the great scales and the burning Arbites banners, the people kneel as one. The verdict has been announced. Whatever the future may hold, one thing is certain. The Chronos Expanse will not be the same. Even though I just chose to keep it basically the same. But sure. Oh, Jesus. The courtroom's on fire, but I guess that's a happy ending. What? Here we fucking go. Fucking kill me. Someone end me. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
I sense something nearby.
You think? Drag the chest out. Many an enemy of humankind became Amerigon's heart, yet this shield stop each foe's deadly sting of the God Emperors, protect his faithful servants from death's rapacity. I don't know who Maragon is.
Keep your wits about you.
I guess it must be relevant to someone somewhere. Whatever it is that died here. At least these guys didn't bathe you in cherry Kool-Aid. That is quite nice of them. They just set fire to my entire courtroom. And attempted to shoot me with a macro cannon. But at least I didn't have to take a fucking bath in the blood of a gene stealer cult. That was nice of them.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
They're gonna fuck with me, they fuck with me in public, not in my private bathroom chambers. It's quite nice. Solomorn, his weapon lying beside him, stares silently at the dying flames. What dying flames? They're still ravaging. Like, did someone call the fucking... Oh, wait, I got rid of the Inferni. Did we ever bother to replace the firefighters? Oh, well. You defended me at the trial.
I'm tired of being used as a weapon. Not a weapon of the Lex Imperialis, but of specific people. They have used me against you time and time again, and I'm sick of it. Look, I'm sorry. I know I've apologized before, but this is different. Before, I felt ashamed and disgusted with myself for lying to you, for hurting you. I wanted you to punish me. But now I'm just sorry and very sad that I did all that.
Oh, sorry. I'm supposed to be very serious in this extremely serious moment. Sorry. Too much. I've spent too much time trying to romance Henrix. There's too many jokes like that in his romance. Return Solomon's request for removal. I refuse to accept it.
Thank you for keeping it. This admission of guilt meant a great deal to me. Spent a whole night agonizing over these paltry couple of sentences. Thank you for your refusal.
I told you so.
And you were bloody right. But I've always been told I have an especially thick skull. As it turns out, that isn't necessarily a good thing.
Well, it is and it isn't. Depends on the occasion. I forgive you.
Thank you. You know, you made a poor first impression on me. Terrible, in fact. I thought you were arrogant, behaving as if you were above every law. An upstart wearing another's regalia, and not a very clever one either. How could I have been so blind?
You just made those assumptions because I kept disregarding protocol and hitting on you throughout the entire fucking mission. I understand why you might see things that way. It's okay. I forgive you too. About that too. It's okay.
How could I have been so blind? It took a while for me to realize that some people, the rare few, are rightly above all laws. People like you. Had we met sooner, I think I would have dedicated my life to serving you, and not the Lex Imperialis.
Not too late. You could still do that. I'm just gonna have to ask that of like 3 or 4 other people as well, but we don't talk about that. Toy Box's no jealousy fucking setting is wonderful. Be my consort.
If you're not joking, if you're not afraid you'll regret those words, if you really need me, then I agree. I agree to be yours. Forever.
Damn.
And in all ways.
Damn. Okay. So the fire dancing in this people. Damn. They really went all out for this fucking moment, didn't they? Including the everything's on fire around us while we're having this extremely romantic conversation and confession of love. Borderline marriage proposal.
I have a debt from Thasara to repay. I believe I owe you a dance.
You know what? Dancing in the middle of smoldering ruins is just my fucking style. Solomon pulls you towards him, his hands as hard as stone, but his touch full of trepidation and tenderness. As you stare into each other's eyes, the flames blur, turning into glowing streaks, and soon it is just you and him in a whirling vortex of fire.
I've never come close to saying anything as crazy as this in all my life. But I think I'm head over heels in love with you.
Oh, he's adorable. That's very cute. They actually managed to make a romance that's quite different from all the other ones. It is annoying when you're in Kamara, no gear, beat to hell, and your space waifu is like, I want to talk about our relationship. You've been hanging around with the goth chick too much. Yeah. That is a little annoying. But again, when I'm making normal playthroughs of video games, I only ever romance one character at a time. The problem comes in when a new DLC comes out, adds a new character, aka adds a new romance. And so I feel like I have to romance the new character because I just want to see what the romance is like. But by then, I will usually already have a favorite character that I always romance. And so I have no choice but to turn off jealousy. Because otherwise, I'll just break up with Solomon and go back to romancing Marajai, because that's what happens every time. This is the Baldur's Gate 3 struggle all over again, where every time you play Baldur's Gate 3, you tell yourself you're not going to romance Astarion. 5 minutes later, what happens? You romance Astarion. Yeah. Are we actually gonna get a oh, we actually get it? Oh, we actually get a fucking cutscene. That was amazing. Oh, that was amazing. Okay, yeah. No, but in general, the DLC was pretty cool. Well, that's most of the DLC. Obviously, there's going to be little things now, but that's pretty much most of the DLC there. I like to imagine Glato's in the background playing music because he can apparently take recordings. Yeah, that music you can hear, that's actually Glato. Can I just repair my hull? I basically managed to finish the new DLC in this 24-hour stream. It was almost like a perfect timing. Anyway, Solomon, dear, do you have anything new to say to me? Aw, look at the puppy. Glato, can I pet you now? Can I pet you? Let me pet you. Glato, let me pet you.
Rogue Trader.
I have questions about what transpired at the Palace of Justice.
Understandable. That trial was unprecedented, as was its ending.
What do you suppose awaits the Adeptus Arbites in the Corona's expanse?
The Marshal's removal is sure to become a test of the Arbiti spirit, but I believe in the Arbitrator's perseverance. We were taught to do our duty no matter the circumstances, and even while we are leaderless, the Lex Imperialis will guide us through.
How is Glato? Have you already had the recording device extracted?
I've decided not to subject him to yet another procedure. The protocol that was making him conduct surveillance has been stopped after all. We might have need of this function someday, but for now, it has been disabled, into the void with it.
I know you had great respect for the Marshal. His crimes must have been kind of a blow to you.
Gregorus Strax used to be an outstanding servant of the Lex Imperialis, and I still cannot understand why he failed to recognize Voltur as an enemy. I think that, in the end, Gregorus's actions were only human. Trapped in the Coronis expanse, he was faced with the task of guarding the entirety of the sector's tithe. He needed the wisdom of someone who could lighten his load. I am thankful to you for sparing Gregorus's life. He would have preferred execution, like all arbitrators. He feels duty-bound to accept his punishment. I intend to visit my former commander on occasion. I don't want to leave him alone with his guilt.
Fair enough.
So do I. Do you wish to talk about something else?
Can I pet Glato now? No.
Probably never. That's just how our BT's dogs are. Sometimes. You hear that? That is an order I will be pleased to comply with.
There we go. Woo! So that's the bulk of
It's nice to know I'm still in shape.
Just ignore the witch in the bedroom. Just ignore it. Everyone else, other than Marajai, just pretend like there isn't a whole ass Xenos person standing in my bedroom permanently 24/7. She tells me bedtime stories when the insomnia kicks in. And that's all I use her for. I promise. She's a very good storyteller, what can I say? I wonder if we got any new... One of my favorite things about Rogue Trader, is it's such a small thing, is just these little trophies. Every time we finish a major quest, I come in here and I go, I wonder if we have anything new. But I don't think we did. Maybe I'm missing it, which is entirely possible. I do tend to. Take me a while to find all of them, usually. No. Not seeing anything new. Let's look closer. What's that one? Eternal Hunger seems... Oh, there it is! Yeah, an amble! There we go, we have an amble. Cool! That's nice. Fuck yeah. We got to do a lot of stuff, and it was very fun. We finished... We? The royal we. Yes, we. So finished... DLC... Major... Quest line. I believe that was the last one. Finished. We. Correct. What's there to do now? The main quest! I think this might be a good time for me to fuck off. Oh, I forgot to upload my... Oh, no, I forgot to upload my short. I forgot to upload my short for yesterday and for today. Well, we're getting 2 shorts today. Oopsie. Oopsie doopsie. Because I didn't sleep. Because I didn't sleep, I forgot to do it. I forgot to do it, didn't I? Maybe I didn't forget. Did I forget? I don't even remember whether I forgot. Fuck. I need sleep. We're all just gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna go to sleep. Everyone in chat's gonna go to sleep because I know you fuckers don't fucking sleep either. No one in my chat has a normal sleep schedule. It's just it's a requirement. When you walk into my chat, some people get asked to verify their email or their phone number by Twitch. Some people get asked, you know, to verify that they're over the age of 18 because of my streams are technically mature. But not in my stream. In my stream, you have to verify that you suffer some form of insomnia. That's the only way that you can actually legally watch my streams. So I know you all motherfuckers ain't getting enough sleep. So you're all going to sleep. I'm going to sleep. You're all going to sleep. Good night. Even though it's not night. It doesn't matter. Good sleep.